The bar was all neon lights and blaring music, the kind of place buzzing with action, but to someone like Henry, it was just noise. He leaned against the counter, quietly watching the chaos, feeling like the only person in the room not having fun. Drowning in his own mess of emotions, Henry could only count on alcohol to take the edge off. It wasn't his usual thing, but tonight, he needed it. He tilted his glass back, downed it in one go, and poured himself another. People around the place had definitely noticed him. His sharp looks, that clean-cut vibe, suit that screamed money. More than a few were tempted, but it was clear this guy wasn't easy to approach. Most just watched from a safe distance. Then someone finally made a move. Drinking alone, handsome? A heavily made-up woman strutted over. She had on a tight mini skirt, curves that turned heads, not shy in the least. Henry didn't even spare her a glance, just kept sipping his drink like she wasn't there. Her smile faltered, eyes darting around, picking up on the subtle smirks. Being ignored didn't sit well with her. She was used to attention, men fawning over her. But he, stone cold. Instead of backing off, it fired her up. Guys like this were a challenge, and she was convinced he'd cave eventually. "Come on, a drink's better with company," she said, signaling to the bartender and plopping down next to him. She made sure to adjust her posture so her bare legs were front and center, thanks to her skirt riding higher up. The lighting bounced off her skin, the whole move practically screaming, "Look at me." Henry didn't flinch. Actually, he inched away. That stung. Trying to keep her cool, she leaned in with a sugar-coated voice. "You look like you've got something on your mind. Spill it. Maybe I can help." Still nothing. Henry stayed in his own world, glass in hand, tuning her out. The chatter, the closeness, it grated on his nerves. He downed another drink just to dull the irritation. "Tch, whatever. You think you're so special? There's a million men out there just like you, acting all broody 'cause a girl dumped you or something," she scoffed, clearly annoyed he hadn't taken the bait. She came here to blow off steam, not get brushed off like nothing. Even if he was hot, what good was that if he wouldn't even look her way? She figured he'd been dumped, that he was here sulking about it. Henry finally looked her in the eye. Dumped? He let out a bitter laugh. If only, he never even got the chance to be dumped. But hung up over someone? Yeah, that part was true. "Do I really look like someone hung up over love right now?" Henry muttered, half asking her, half just talking to himself. The woman who had just about given up on him perked up again, thinking maybe he'd finally shown interest. Inwardly, she rolled her eyes. So this was the type, huh? Play it cool and he's ice cold, act distant and he's suddenly intrigued. Maybe he was into that whole love hurts vibe. "You don't just look like it, you're practically dripping with that whole heartbroken, can't move on energy," the woman replied, trying to sound deep. Heartbroken and hopeless? Pretty spot on, honestly. In a daze, Henry thought of Victoria again. If a stranger in this random bar could pick up on his emotional mess, then what about Victoria? Could she tell? And if she could, was she really just pretending not to? He couldn't decide which truth hurt more, that she didn't know, or that she knew and chose to ignore it. "So what do you think? Does she know?" he asked without thinking. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. What the hell was he doing spilling his guts to a stranger at a bar? "She probably does," the woman said, glancing at him thoughtfully. "Girls are sharp like that, especially when it comes to feelings. I mean, you're clearly into her. No way she doesn't feel it." She leaned in a little, voice softer now. "Handsome, look around. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why get hung up on just one? You've got looks, charm. What's stopping you from finding someone way better?" Henry already knew the answer. Victoria could definitely tell. That was why she kept her distance in the first place. She'd made it clear, but he just couldn't move on. "That woman knows exactly how you feel. Maybe she's stringing you along for fun," the woman added, giving him a sympathetic smile. "I'm telling you, let her go. She's not worth it." She tried to play the understanding confidant, pretending to be all in his corner. But deep down, she didn't believe any guy could be that deeply devoted, especially not in a place like this. Men at bars, most were just pretending to be tragic for attention. She figured Henry was no different. Still, with that face and presence, she figured it was worth the effort to play the game. In the adult world, who actually believed in true love anymore? But then, just like flipping a switch, Henry's vibe shifted. Cold as ice. "Leave," he said sharply, eyes fixed on her. "She's not that kind of person. You don't get to talk about her like that." The weight in his voice, the look in his eyes, it was enough to make the woman feel like prey caught under a predator's gaze. She stumbled away, too spooked to say another word. Only once she was far enough did she hiss under her breath, "Psycho." She had just tried to comfort him, and he'd basically bitten her head off. Unbelievable. That guy deserved to be lovesick and miserable, honestly, chasing after someone who didn't even want him, couldn't stand to hear one bad word about her. Then again, was it even a her? What if all this angst was over some guy? Suddenly, the woman felt like she'd cracked the code. Well, that would explain everything. No wonder the guy didn't give a damn about a bombshell like her. Turns out he's into men. With that thought, the woman caked in makeup felt oddly comforted. What a shame, a guy that fine and he's not even into women, she sighed with a twinge of regret. Unfortunately, that line just happened to reach Grace's ears. Her expression instantly became a bit complex. She'd only come to the bar to chill for a bit, but running into Henry here? Totally unexpected. Seeing him drinking alone, she figured he probably didn't want company, so she hadn't planned to say hi. Honestly, even though they weren't close, there were enough connections between them. They'd only met a few times, acquaintances at best. She'd noticed that woman approaching him too, and had fully expected her to get turned down. For a guy like him, that woman didn't stand a chance, but she hadn't expected Henry to actually snap at her. Maybe it was still about Victoria. Heartbreak issues? If so, well, she and Henry had that in common. Almost like on impulse, Grace picked up her glass and walked over to him. "What a coincidence, running into you here," she said lightly. Henry turned, thinking it was another random stranger trying to hit on him like the last one. He was already on edge from the earlier encounter and really not in the mood. He was just about to brush her off when the voice caught his attention. It sounded familiar. One glance, and "Oh, Grace? You?" Henry blinked, then quickly added, "I mean, what brings you here?" "Why? You're allowed here and I'm not," Grace teased, raising an eyebrow. They'd met a few times before, sure, but when Henry turned to look at her, Grace's heart did skip a beat. How could two people look this alike? Even claiming they were twins wouldn't make people question it. Maybe it was the dim lights and hazy vibe, maybe it was the booze, but for a split second, Grace blurred Henry with Elijah in her mind. She could almost see Elijah smiling at her. She shook her head, snapping herself out of it. "Of course you are," Henry said, his tone a lot warmer now. He wasn't acting irritated anymore. After all, their families knew each other, and he genuinely admired Grace as a designer. "Well, since we're both here, how about a drink together?" Grace suggested, raising her glass toward him. Henry picked up his own and clinked it against hers. Grace had never been one to hesitate. Without saying much, she downed her drink in one go. Henry blinked, stunned. "Whoa, maybe pace yourself a bit. That's a lot of alcohol for one sitting." "What? Just 'cause I'm a girl?" Grace narrowed her beautiful eyes, instantly looking a bit offended. She'd heard plenty of comments like that growing up and had zero tolerance for such sexist nonsense. Seriously, weren't we all just people? Sometimes women were even more capable than some men, but still constantly underestimated. Just because she was a woman, she had to be looked down on? "It's not that I look down on women," Henry explained, staying calm and easygoing, knowing he'd been misunderstood. "It's just, this kind of place can be risky for girls." Grace finally nodded in satisfaction. If Henry really were the type to belittle women, she wouldn't be sitting here drinking with him. She might have chucked a bottle at his head instead. "Well, you're here, aren't you?" Grace replied without thinking. The second the words left her mouth, both of them froze. "Wait a sec. That sounded a little flirty, didn't it? You trust me that much?" Henry picked up on her awkward face and smoothly followed up. "Shouldn't I trust you?" Grace quickly turned it back on him. Henry exhaled, a little defeated. "You really are something else." He couldn't quite find the right word for her, just knew she wasn't like most girls he'd met. "What? Don't feel like drinking, so now you're trying to change the subject?" Grace squinted at his glass, not pleased. A girl, finished mine already. Don't tell me you're gonna chicken out." Henry just shook his head, a bit helpless. Honestly, he never won when it came to her. Since she put it that way, Henry could only lift his glass and knock it back. "That's more like it." Grace grinned and reached to pour both of them another round. "Hey, that's enough." Henry tried to stop her, but was too late. She'd already filled his glass to the brim, practically spilling over. This was getting out of hand. He only came to the bar to clear his head, not to get wasted. But judging by Grace's momentum, she wasn't leaving sober. "You seriously can't handle just a little alcohol?" Grace gave him a questioning look. "I mean, isn't that the whole point of a bar? Drinking, chatting, chilling, beats moping around alone with a glass, right?" She sipped her drink with a satisfied smile. And hey, the flavor's decent, not too strong, pretty smooth. Seeing that she wasn't downing it like before, Henry finally relaxed a bit. As long as she slowed down, it was fine. But just as he thought he could take a breath, Grace suddenly asked out of nowhere, "Henry, you don't actually like guys, do you?" She was clearly teasing, remembering that woman earlier talking crap as they passed by. Henry almost spit out his drink mid-sip. What kind of question is that? He was completely thrown off. How did her brain work like this? "Relax, I'm joking." Grace burst out laughing, her big eyes full of mischief. Henry had nothing to say. He could only sigh and look at her. But weirdly, after that little joke, he felt his tension fade a lot. Grace, too, hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. Two people, both carrying some personal mess, ended up drinking more than planned. Before he knew it, Henry's vision started blurring. That woke him up real quick. He needed to stop. He looked at Grace and realized she was worse off than him. Clearly drunk, eyes unfocused and head tilting a bit. Henry frowned, annoyed at himself. What was he thinking, letting it get this far? "Grace, cut it out, no more drinks." Henry blocked Grace, who was clearly wasted, stopping her from pouring herself another shot. "Who even are you? Why do you care?" Grace slurred, waving his hand off in a daze. Henry let out a sigh, headache incoming. She was so drunk she couldn't even recognize him anymore. She'd gotten drunk with him, after all. He couldn't walk away now. "You've had enough. Come on, I'm taking you home." He grabbed her by the arm, smoff, ignoring her weak resistance as he helped her out. Their awkward exit earned them more than a few stares from others. "I'm not going back!" Grace shook herself out of his grip once they reached the street, wobbling toward the sidewalk. Henry shook his fuzzy head, catching her arm again. His own balance wasn't great either. He was definitely drunk, and it wouldn't take much for him to crash. And with Grace stumbling around like that, it wasn't just risky, it was dangerous. "Let me go. I don't want to go home. They'll just nag me nonstop," Grace mumbled, words tumbling out as if her tongue didn't quite work right. Scanning the area, Henry spotted a hotel nearby. Holding her steady, he guided her over. Fine, no going home. But you gotta chill, all right? Stop making a scene, and I won't drag you back." He tried to coax her into behaving, half dragging, half guiding her. For a second, he honestly felt like one of those sketchy guys who tricks drunk girls. Swear to God, all he wanted was a place to crash safely. That's it. "You better not be lying," Grace muttered, not letting her guard down completely. Bracing himself against the counter, Henry asked the front desk, "2 rooms, please." "I'm sorry, sir. Only 1 room left," the receptionist said politely, eyeing their haphazard state. "1?" Henry nearly collapsed. Of course, just his luck. He wasn't even sure he could make it to another hotel in his condition. "Fine. 1 it is," he gritted out, waving off any better ideas. He was already slipping in and out of focus. Prolonging this wasn't an option. With a final burst of willpower, he got them into the room. There was only 1 bed. Great. He planned to let Grace take the bed. He'd crash on the floor. "Elijah?" Grace blinked hard, staring at him like she couldn't believe what she saw. She normally could tell people apart, but tonight, she wanted so badly to see Elijah that her mind filled in the blanks. "Please, don't go," she whispered, eyes brimming with tears as she wrapped her arms around Henry's neck. He'd just gotten her to the edge of the bed, and now with a tug from her, they both tumbled onto the mattress. Part of Henry's brain yelled at him to stay awake, to keep this from getting messier, but he had already pushed himself way too far. And just like that, the world went black. Meanwhile, Theodore had just picked up Ryan's call first thing in the morning. "Theo, I've got something." Ryan's voice came through the line. That sent a jolt through Theo, who normally kept his cool. So much so he didn't notice the tension in Ryan's tone. "I'm on my way," Theo replied quickly. This wasn't something they could talk over the phone, not with how serious this lead could be. He needed to see Ryan face to face to figure out what exactly was going on. "What's going on?" Victoria glanced at Theodore in confusion, not understanding what had rattled him like that. "Ryan just called. He said he found something. Victoria, I promise, I'll find the one behind this soon. Then you won't have to be on edge like this anymore." A small smile tugged at Theodore's lips. These past days had been suffocating, like a heavy weight pressing on them constantly. There was no such thing as peace of mind. Victoria barely left the house anymore. Theodore had long gotten fed up with this kind of life. Once this was over, they could finally go wherever they wanted, just the two of them. Really? Victoria's eyes lit up. She wasn't as worried about her own safety. It was more about finding that person. Maybe they'd know something about Gina. She wanted to help Hannah Mills get better, and the key to that was all tied to Gina. "I'll take you to the clinic first. After I meet up with Ryan, I'll let you know what I find out," Theodore said while putting on his jacket. Ryan had called just as Theodore was about to drive Victoria to work. Victoria was dying to find out the truth, but clinic work couldn't wait either. So, despite her anxious heart, she kept a calm face as Theodore dropped her off before heading out. After dropping her off, Theodore went straight to the Stewart's place. Luckily, Ryan's parents weren't home, made the conversation easier. "Well, what did you find?" Theodore didn't even wait to sit down. Ryan hesitated for a second. That's when Theodore noticed the weird look on Ryan's face. His brows knitted together. "Wait, do I know this person?" Ryan blinked at him, clearly thrown. "You guessed it already?" "Just spit it out," Theodore urged, though names already started flipping through his mind, one after another, none of them sticking. "I found some links between her and Isabella. There were some shady money transfers. If I'm not wrong, Isabella's the one who hired her." Ryan kept talking, keeping a careful eye on Theodore's reaction. Honestly, he wasn't sure what was really going on between Theodore and Isabella. All he knew was that during the time Victoria had left the country after their breakup, Isabella was always hanging around Theodore. There were plenty of rumors, but Theodore never mentioned her much, not that Ryan had seen. "You're sure it's her?" Theodore's frown deepened. "Isabella? Seriously?" Thinking about it, she did have a reason. If she really did all this just because of him, going after Victoria and her family, well, it wasn't totally impossible. But still, Theodore had never imagined Isabella capable of something like that. She'd always come across as sweet, thoughtful. How could she be behind something this nasty? "The proof's right here. See for yourself," Ryan said, handing over his laptop. He eyed Theodore with a look somewhere between curiosity and gossip. Judging by the look on Theodore's face, there might have been more with Isabella than he'd thought. But wasn't this guy always all about Victoria? Ryan was confident in his digging. No way he was wrong. That woman had serious issues. Faced with the hard facts on the screen, Theodore had no choice but to believe every word Ryan said. Had everything Isabella ever shown him been fake? Now that he thought about it more carefully, Theodore realized Isabella had indeed been acting kinda off. Ignoring the curious look on Henry's face, Theodore quickly left and headed straight for Isabella's new place. He first drove to her old apartment, but obviously, she wasn't there anymore. Left with no other option, he gave her a call. "Theo, you finally remembered me," Isabella answered almost instantly, her voice packed with excitement and a faint trace of bitterness. "You don't live there now?" Theodore's tone was flat, like her enthusiasm hadn't even registered. But Isabella didn't notice anything strange. To her, Theodore had always been a bit distant anyway. Plus, he hadn't contacted her in forever. Him reaching out was already a huge surprise, and honestly, it warmed her heart. "You went to look for me there?" Her tone lit up. She thought maybe he was starting to miss her. "I moved. The new address is..." Hearing her say that, Theodore frowned slightly. It was odd to him that she had suddenly moved. Right now, every move she made started to look suspicious. "Let's talk in person. I've got something to ask you," he said calmly. Isabella's eyes brightened. Come over then. I just moved in, and you can help me check the place out too. All right, was all Theodore said before hanging up. Even though he'd ended the call without another word, Isabella couldn't stop smiling. He contacted her. He was coming to see her. That was all that mattered. She quickly freshened up, put on a silky nightgown, and carefully did her makeup to look effortlessly flawless, like she naturally woke up gorgeous. Hair, perfume, the whole package. Looking at herself in the mirror, a soft smile curled on her lips. She was confident. This time, she was going to win him back for good. He wouldn't even remember Victoria existed. Seeing that she still had time before Theodore arrived, Isabella pulled out a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. Once they started chatting over drinks, with the mood set and a little buzz going, everything would fall into place naturally. Feeling upbeat about her plan, she poured herself a glass and started sipping while waiting. She didn't have to wait too long before hearing a knock. Peeking through the peephole, there he was, Theodore. Quickly, Isabella tugged her nightgown slightly off-center, trying to create the perfect, casually disheveled look with just the right amount of spice. Once everything was in place, she opened the door and greeted him with a smile. Theo, you're here. Come on in. As she spoke, she reached out to take his arm. Theodore subtly shifted away, avoiding her touch. She paused, a flicker of awkwardness flashing across her face. But she recovered fast, brushing it off like it was just a casual move that didn't mean anything. She stepped aside, gesturing for him to come in. This time, Theodore didn't hesitate and walked in. I haven't had time to clean up yet. Hope you don't mind if it's a bit messy, she said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and subtly revealing her delicate collarbone and slender neck. The whole scene exuded seduction, but Theodore didn't even glance her way. He wasn't paying much attention to Isabella. His gaze just casually swept across the apartment, quietly taking in the surroundings. Seeing that Theodore didn't respond, Isabella wasn't discouraged. She kept her smile and said playfully, Theo, you said there was something urgent you wanted to talk about. What's so serious? She stayed composed. After all, this time, it was Theodore who came looking for her. Maybe he had a fight with Victoria and finally realized she wasn't right for him at all. The thought gave Isabella a flicker of hope. Is there something you're hiding from me? Theodore stopped scanning the room and turned to her, his voice low but direct. The sudden question knocked the smile off Isabella's face. Her heart skipped a beat. Why was he asking this? Did he suspect something? Or did he already find out? She knew better than to panic now. The more tense she got, the easier it would be to slip up. She took a deep breath, adjusted her expression, acting like it was no big deal. Acting was her forte, after all. She was an award-winning actress. With a soft smile, she looked at him and asked naturally, Why would you ask that all of a sudden? Did someone feed you a lie? Theodore stared into her eyes, trying to dig for any cracks in her facade. But there was nothing, cold, calm, unreadable. If Ryan hadn't told him the truth earlier, he might have still been fooled. That's when it hit him. Isabella was terrifyingly good at pretending. She really was a top-tier actress, and to think he used to believe she was pure and gentle. Now that he realized she'd been putting on an act this whole time, he couldn't help but question everything. Which moments were real? Were any of them? Do you know this person? He cut straight to the chase and handed her a photo of the guy who leaked the video. The second Isabella saw it, her pupils shrank. She almost blurted out, How did you get this? I don't know him. Who is this? Why are you showing me some random guy's picture? She forced herself to say, still holding on to her act. Theo, what's going on? You're scaring me. But Theodore had been watching her closely the whole time. That flinch in her eyes hadn't escaped him. There's no way your reaction would be that big if it were really just a stranger. Right then, any last bit of hope he had was crushed. She'd been lying all along. She had someone send that video to Victoria's parents just to stir up trouble between Victoria and Gina. And now, she was still denying it. Just a random guy, huh? Then what about these? Theodore pulled out more proof. You paid him to deliver that video to Victoria's parents, right? The one where Gina was fighting with Victoria? That's not what happened, Theo. Listen to me. Someone's framing me, Isabella said quickly. She looked rattled for a moment, but then jumped right back into her distressed act. You and I have known each other for so long. Don't you trust me even a little? Her eyes were red like she was hurt, like she was the victim. A while ago, that might have worked on him. He might have bought it. But not anymore. Not with all the evidence laid out in front of him. Watching her act like this, Theodore felt nothing but bitter irony. How foolish he'd been. Theodore, I'm honestly baffled by how far you're willing to ignore the truth, he said coldly, eyes fixed on Isabella. What did Victoria ever do to you? Why are you targeting her like this? The way he looked at her, so cold, so harsh, like she meant absolutely nothing. And he was defending Victoria again. That resentment boiling in Isabella's chest nearly spilled over. Nothing? She ruined everything, she snapped. If it weren't for her, you would have never pushed me away. She had liked Theodore for so long, but his heart was never hers. When Victoria had gone abroad after breaking up with him, Isabella finally thought she had a shot. He started noticing her, letting her in, but just when she thought they'd finally be together, Victoria came back, like nothing ever happened, and suddenly they were getting married? How was she supposed to accept that? So that's what you really thought all along? Theodore seemed genuinely taken aback, like he'd never really known her. Sweet, gentle Isabella, all a front. What else do you expect? You really thought I never cared? I have pride, Theodore. I'm not just someone you can pick up and drop whenever it suits you. Deep down, she knew it was over. Theodore would never believe her again, never stand by her like he once did. I never treated you like that, he said, frowning. I always respected you. He used to think he had feelings for her, but now he understood. It was gratitude. Back when he lost his eyesight, she was the one by his side. He owed her for that. Nothing more. But do you realize what you've done is illegal? He added, voice steady. Illegal? I didn't fake anything. I just told people the truth that they had a right to know. You crossed a line. You violated someone's privacy. You stole personal info, even reached out to shady groups for it. That's not just wrong, it's a crime. His tone was calm, but sharp. Isabella's gaze snapped to him. What are you going to do? Have them arrest me? If I go down, I'm dragging her with me. That did it. Whatever last thread of patience he had left snapped. I'm not interested in punishing you, Theodore said flatly. But that stops now. Leave Victoria out of this and I won't press things any further. But this is your one and only chance. He still remembered that rough time in his life, believing Isabella had stayed by his side. He was thankful for what she did back then. If she let go now, he'd let the past go too. You still care about me, right? Isabella asked, eyes shining with desperate hope. You couldn't stand to see me hurting? Isabella, don't kid yourself, he said, voice honest but distant. I don't feel anything for you anymore. Just gratitude. Gratitude, she echoed, confused and shaken. When I lost my sight back in college, you were the one who stayed by my side, weren't you? Theodore frowned slightly, clearly puzzled as he studied Isabella's expression. That's when Isabella finally realized what he meant. So, everything we had was just because of that? She asked, stunned. You got close to me just because of that? The disbelief in her voice was thick. Had it all been in her head? Theodore didn't say a word. There was another reason, too, though he didn't say it. Isabella's eyes reminded him so much of Victoria's. Keeping Isabella around was just a way to hold on to someone he couldn't forget. But now, none of that mattered anymore. Ha! Isabella let out a bitter laugh, mocking, maybe at herself, maybe at him. Theodore, don't tell me you still don't know who was really with you back then? She glared at him like he was some kind of joke. The man who talked about love so easily didn't even know who'd truly stayed by his side. Theodore's eyes narrowed, confusion flashing across his face, but his heart was racing. He had a terrible gut feeling. Then who was it? He asked, stepping forward, grabbing her arm in urgency. Ow! You're hurting me! Isabella winced, frowning as pain shot through her arm. Just tell me the truth, he snapped, his patience wearing thin. Can't you check for yourself? She sneered through the pain. Seeing his sudden desperation twisted something in her, and she couldn't stop herself from pushing further. If she was miserable, he didn't get to walk away scot-free. Theodore clenched his jaw and stared her down. Yeah, I could, but if I dig this up myself, can you handle the fallout from lying to me? Isabella flinched. She wanted to back away, but he gripped her too tightly, like he wasn't going to let her run. That's when the fear truly hit her. Going against Theodore wasn't just bold, it was reckless. Too bad it was way too late to regret it now. He wasn't going to let this go. It was Victoria, she finally confessed in a barely audible voice. Because deep down, she knew, if he wanted the truth, he'd find it. The name didn't surprise him, but it still hit hard. Theodore slowly let go of her arm, staring into space like his world had just shifted. All this time, his gut had been right. The one who truly stayed with him back then was Victoria. And what had he done? He hadn't even realized it, hadn't seen her for who she was. Instead, he mistook someone else's presence as hers and let that person into his life. How must Victoria have felt? Now knowing everything, Theodore's whole chest ached with regret. All these years, what had he missed out on? You've been lying to me this whole time. His voice was tight as he looked at Isabella, eyes cold and sharp. If she hadn't silently gone along with the lie, would he and Victoria have even drifted apart like that? If he'd known who truly stood by him, he never would have let Victoria go. They wouldn't be here, hurting. I never lied. You never asked, so how could I even tell? Isabella's voice cracked as she tried to defend herself, but Theodore wasn't listening anymore. He turned and walked away without another word. He didn't have time to waste. He needed to find Victoria now. He already knew what Isabella had done, and after this, he didn't think she'd dare pull anything else. He'd shown up quickly, and now he was gone just as fast. Isabella collapsed to the ground, laughing bitterly at her own stupidity. Everything she'd planned and schemed for ended up being worthless. Isabella never expected Theodore to care that much about Victoria. He wasn't just spending time with her, driving her around, and publicly declaring he was going to win her back. He even went behind the scenes, digging into the video incident, and in the end, it all pointed straight to her. Isabella had convinced herself that after all the time she stayed by his side, she'd at least mean something. But clearly, Theodore had never really cared. The way he called her out just to defend Victoria, yeah, that cut deep. If she couldn't have him, then Victoria definitely shouldn't either. Her eyes turned cold, sharp like frost. Meanwhile, Theodore rushed over to the restoration center, but Victoria was still working. She wasn't answering her phone or texts, so he had no choice but to wait anxiously outside. Luckily, her project was almost wrapped up, just the final touches left. Before noon rolled around, Victoria had already nailed every part of it. Master, this is seriously perfect. No joke, I don't think anyone but you could have pulled this off. It's literally a work of art, Chloe Rogers said, staring at the restored body, full of awe. And she meant every word. She'd watched other restorers at work before, but none could hold a candle to Victoria. Her skills were just on another level. The finish, the detail, it was all way more flawless and elegant than anyone else's. Of course, this sort of praise was something Chloe would only say to Victoria directly. No way she'd dare voice it in front of others. You did great too. I couldn't have done it without you. Victoria turned to Chloe, her tone gentle and encouraging. Hearing that, Chloe beamed. She knew the gap between her and Victoria was still huge. It might be that way forever. But just getting praise from her mentor already felt like everything. After tidying up and changing her clothes, Victoria finally checked her phone and saw multiple missed calls and unread texts. They were all from Theodore. The gist of them? He said he had something really important to tell her and asked her to meet him once she was free. He was waiting just outside the restoration center. Reading that, Victoria couldn't help but glance toward the entrance. Was he really still out there? She headed to the office to report the project's status to her supervisor, asking them to handle the rest, and also requesting some time off. Her supervisor, satisfied with her perfect completion of the task and aware of the non-stop overtime she'd been pulling, didn't hesitate to approve her break. When Victoria stepped out of the building, she immediately spotted Theodore by his car. Hard not to. He stood straight and carried himself with this natural kind of presence, made him super hard to miss. Even without looking for him, her eyes were drawn to him. Victoria! He had been waiting at the entrance this whole time. The second he saw her, he called out. Watching her slim figure approach, something inside him shifted. He strode over quickly and pulled her into his arms, hugging her tight like he never wanted to let go. Theo, what's going on? Did something happen? Victoria picked up on the tension right away. Something about him felt off. Victoria, I'm sorry, and thank you. Theodore's voice was choked as he held her close. His sudden emotion startled Victoria. For a second, she thought something had gone terribly wrong. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Did something happen? She asked, trying to pull back to see his face. But Theodore held her tighter, refusing to let go, as if letting go meant he'd lose her forever. Theodore, you're hurting me. Let go for a sec, okay? We can talk properly. Victoria placed a hand on his back, gently patting it to calm him down. Only when he heard her soft wince did he reluctantly loosen his grip, though his hand found hers and wouldn't let go. Victoria couldn't help but laugh a little. It was both sweet and ridiculous. What's gotten into him? He's acting like she's about to vanish or something. Victoria, back in college, I lost my sight for a while. During that time, someone was always by my side. I used to think it was Isabella, but now I know it was you, wasn't it? Theodore met her eyes, searching her expression. Under his earnest gaze, Victoria hesitated for just a moment before nodding. Back then, they were already broken up. But when she heard he'd gone blind, she couldn't just ignore it. Still, she was afraid that everything she'd done before would go to waste if he knew it was her, so she chose to stay quietly by his side. He'd seemed so lost, like he was barely holding it together. She was genuinely scared he might do something reckless. She stayed silent, never touched him, fearing he'd recognize her. All she could do was silently offer her support. So it really was you. Theodore's voice caught again, eyes rimmed red. I can't believe I didn't realize. I got everything mixed up. No wonder we wasted so many years, so many pointless misunderstandings. But now, the truth's finally out, and fate brought us back together. He felt like maybe, just maybe, the universe had given him a second chance. Victoria looked at him warmly. Don't beat yourself up over it. You couldn't have known back then. It wasn't your fault. Victoria, from now on, let's not hide things from each other ever again, okay? His stare was deep and sincere. She nodded. Okay. I've only ever loved you. Will you give me another chance? Will you be my girlfriend again? He opened the back seat of his car and brought out a bouquet of flowers. They were clearly bought on the fly while he waited for her, slightly uneven but heartfelt. He looked so nervous, like he was standing trial, waiting for her verdict. Victoria laughed softly and gave him a nod. In that instant, joy flooded him. He held her gently, like he was scared all of this would melt away if he blinked. Victoria wrapped her arms around him too. After everything, she was finally ready to move forward and go after her own happiness again. Victoria. Theodore's eyes softened, drifting from her eyes to her lips, stopping there. Her lips were soft and pink, and for some reason they felt like the only thing he could focus on. He slowly leaned in, closing the distance. Just as he was about to kiss her, Victoria lightly pushed him away. The look in Theodore's eyes hadn't faded yet, still hazy with emotion as he stared at Victoria, confusion flickering in their depths. It was rare to see him like this, usually calm and stoic, and the contrast was so stark that it made Victoria question if she'd done something wrong. Still, she firmly pushed him away. We're right outside the repair center. People might see. If their coworkers walked by, she would never hear the end of it. So what? We're not sneaking around or anything, Theodore replied casually, his words a bit too blunt. Before he could say more, Victoria quickly clapped a hand over his mouth. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Theodore, what nonsense are you talking about? Realizing she was just flustered, Theodore's mood only got better. His lips curled into a teasing smile. So we can't do this here, but somewhere else would be fine. He was clearly messing with her. Victoria shot him a sharp look. Pervert. Theodore didn't even flinch at the label. Only when it's you. Victoria stared at him like he'd grown another head. Was this really Theodore? Had something messed with his brain today? What's going on with you today? She blurted out, totally puzzled. I'm happy. He looked at her with so much affection it softened every edge in his face. Victoria, I finally have you back. All the stuff between us is cleared up now. How could I not be happy? It had been so long since Theodore had truly felt this light. Yeah, he'd regret the time they lost, who wouldn't? But what's gone is gone. No point in dwelling or trying to redo the past. What mattered was the now, and right now, he was beyond grateful that after everything, she still chose to return to him. And honestly, Victoria felt just the same. The weight she'd carried on her chest for so long had nearly crushed her. She had locked her heart up tight, thinking it was the only way to keep the pain away. But with the misunderstanding between them finally gone and seeing the sincerity in Theodore's eyes, she felt like she could finally breathe again. She was happy, really happy. "Wait," she said suddenly, remembering something. "Didn't you say you had something important to tell me? I don't think it's just this, right?" Sure, the sweet moment was great, but he wouldn't have contacted her during work hours if all he wanted was a love confession. If he'd rushed over like this, there had to be more to it. She remembered him mentioning he had a lead on who sent that video. Was that what this was about? Her heart started racing. There were two things that had been weighing her down: the rift between her and Theodore, and the misunderstanding with her family. Could it really be that both were finally going to be resolved? Her hopeful gaze locked on Theodore's face, but he hesitated, unable to get the words out right away. What if she found out it all started because of him? Would she blame him? Theodore could admit it. He was scared. But either way, she deserved the truth. Even if it meant she'd hate him afterward, he would accept it. "Victoria, I've figured out who leaked the video. It was Isabella. She hired someone to do it. The evidence is solid. I've already confronted her. It's definitely her. Even when I was blind and mistook someone else, it was because she misled me." Theodore laid it all out, holding nothing back. Now, all he could do was wait for Victoria's judgment. Hearing Theodore's words, Victoria froze. She hadn't expected it to actually be Isabella. No, that's not quite true. Deep down, she probably had a feeling. She just never let herself believe it. Did Isabella hate her that much? Enough to go this far? Did Isabella never think it would eventually come back to bite her? Was she really not afraid of ruining her own life in the process? So it really was her. Victoria murmured under her breath, disbelief flashing in her eyes. "What do you plan to do?" Theodore asked her softly. After all, Victoria was the one who had been wronged here. She had every right to decide how this should be handled. He shouldn't make that call for her. Victoria looked up at him, searching his face, as if hoping to find some kind of answer there. She couldn't help but think back to the time when they weren't on good terms. During that period, it was Isabella who had stayed by Theodore's side. Did he seriously not feel anything for her? If he didn't, wasn't that a bit too cold-hearted? But if he did care, even just a little, then that made her heart twist. What if Isabella really ended up with nothing because of this? Would Theodore be okay with that? Victoria didn't know what to do. "This is up to you," Theodore said gently, sensing her hesitation. "Whatever you decide, I'll back you up all the way. Just do what feels right. Don't overthink it." Hearing that, Victoria finally breathed easier, feeling deeply moved. So he really did understand her, and he'd stand with her no matter what. Only now did Victoria truly believe that the person in Theodore's heart was really her. "Even if I want her to lose everything, completely go down for this, you'd still be on my side?" She already knew the answer, but the insecurity in her heart made her ask again. She couldn't help it. She desperately needed reassurance. "Of course," Theodore replied without hesitation. "You don't think I'm being too cruel?" she asked softly. "You're not cruel at all. Actually, you're too kind, Victoria. She was the one who came after you first. You're just defending yourself. You don't need to feel guilty about that," Theodore said, meeting her eyes with gentle warmth. She was so kind. Maybe that's why she always ended up getting hurt. Theodore hated himself a little in that moment, for failing to protect her, for letting himself be deceived, for being part of the pain she had endured. From now on, he would make it right. He would make up for all of it. Okay. With Theodore by her side, Victoria felt steadier. "Then let's handle everything the official way. She did something wrong. She should be held accountable. But I won't lose myself over this." Theodore nodded in agreement. He still thought she was being too soft, but if that's what she wanted to do, he would support her all the same. "What about your family?" he asked gently. Even though we found out who leaked the video and why, the video itself is real. I know you'd never do something like that, but will they believe you? Theodore desperately wanted Victoria to see things as they really were. The truth was, William Ellis and Hannah Mills only had eyes for their biological daughter. 20-something years of raising Victoria, apparently that didn't count for much anymore. They didn't even trust her, for someone they raised like their own. That hurt. Theodore used to show them some basic respect for Victoria's sake, but now, that respect was gone. They didn't deserve it. Still, this was something Victoria had to come to terms with herself. Nobody else could make that choice for her. No matter what they believe, Victoria said, trying to swallow the ache in her chest, they did raise me all these years. That's not fake, and they finally found their real daughter, only to lose her in such a tragic way. Anyone would be broken, I get it. You might get them, but who's ever going to get you? Theodore's heart twisted as he looked at her. So sad, yet still trying to be the understanding one. But I still have you, right? You get me, don't you? She looked at him with quiet hope in her eyes. He gently ruffled her hair. You're unbelievable, you know that? Of course I do. I'll always get you. But I just wish you wouldn't keep getting hurt like this. Her lips curled into a soft smile. As long as you do, I'll be fine. I can handle it. Theodore gave a helpless shake of his head. He knew she hadn't let go of that thread of family love. As long as that tie stayed, all he could do was stay with her, keep her safe. At least then, she wouldn't have to face it all alone. Then promise me something, he said seriously. When stuff gets too much, come find me. I'll always have your back. Victoria's cheeks flushed, and she nodded slightly. On the other side, Isabella had regained her composure. She was well aware that Theodore and Victoria weren't the type to drop something easily. Waiting around wasn't an option. She had someone tailing the Ellis family for a while and knew that today, Hannah Mills was headed to the hospital for a checkup. An idea sparked in her eyes. At the hospital, people bustled in and out. Isabella slipped in behind the scenes, having arranged for William Ellis to be briefly pulled away, giving her a chance to be alone with Hannah. Lately, Hannah's mental state had gotten worse. She didn't even register who Isabella was at first, just stared at her like she was vaguely familiar. Mom, don't you recognize me? Isabella's voice broke and her eyes shimmered with fake tears. Hannah's expression shifted from puzzled to stunned. Gina? Are you my baby girl, Gina? Her voice rose with emotion. Isabella nodded quickly, and a flicker of triumph crossed her eyes. She'd watched clips of Gina and Victoria arguing, studied Gina's outfits and makeup down to the smallest detail. And now, the results showed. Hannah was out of touch enough to fall for it. My sweet girl, I've missed you so much. Where have you been? Why didn't you tell me anything? Hannah trembled with emotion, entirely convinced this woman in front of her was her beloved daughter, Gina. Isabella was thrilled her plan was unfolding so smoothly, but the second Hannah grabbed her in a hug, disgust flashed in her eyes. Still, she didn't flinch. She told herself it was worth it, because someday soon, Victoria would find out what had happened, and thinking about the look on her face in that moment made every second of this bearable. Mom, I really don't want to be apart from you, but... Isabella looked nervous, hesitating like she was scared to speak up. Gina, don't be scared. Did someone hurt you? Tell Mom what's going on. I'll protect you no matter what. Hannah Mills gently let go of her as she gave her a look full of worry. It's... Victoria. Never mind. I don't want to make things worse. Isabella purposely stopped mid-sentence, acting conflicted. I knew it. It's her again, isn't it? Tell me what she did. Don't hide it from me. Hannah's eyes filled with fury. I'm scared to say. Isabella bit her lip, looking pitiful like she'd been bullied for ages. Her fragile look totally broke Hannah's heart. She was now convinced more than ever that Victoria had been picking on her real daughter. Regret washed over her. She should have never adopted that girl. Raising Victoria all those years just to end up hurting her own child? What a terrible mistake. Don't be scared anymore. You've got me. You're not alone. Speak up, Gina. No one can hurt you now. I won't let anyone treat you like that. Hannah got more upset by the second, and her resentment toward Victoria deepened. Noticing Hannah's anger bubbling up, Isabella smiled to herself, satisfied with how things were unfolding. She told me only she deserves to be called an Ellis. That I'm just some outsider who's lucky to be here, but I'll never really belong. She said I don't look like a proper young lady anyway, and that I'm just dragging the family name down. Even told me to stay away from the house. Tears welled up in her eyes. As a seasoned actress, Isabella was putting on one hell of a show. Hannah's heart ached at every word. Her longing for her daughter mixed with this sudden depth of hate for Victoria. How dare she? You're the real Ellis here. She's the one who was brought in from the street. How dare she speak to you like that? Don't worry, sweetheart. Mom will make this right. Mom, please don't. You and Dad did raise her for over 20 years. There's love between you, I get it. I don't want to cause you pain, Isabella said, pretending to be the understanding daughter, all while gleefully watching Hannah fall deeper into her trap. Hannah, already seeing her as her long-lost daughter Gina, couldn't spot the lie even if it hit her in the face. In her eyes, everything Isabella did was right. Everyone else was just hurting her poor baby girl. Meanwhile, William Ellis had been led away, but halfway through, he felt something was off and rushed back. Hannah, are you all right? He hurried to her side, relief visible when he confirmed she was unharmed. I'm fine. But guess what, William? I found her. It's our daughter, Gina. Can you believe you didn't even notice your own daughter standing right here? Hannah teased, a faint smile on her face. William had been so focused on Hannah he hadn't noticed anyone else around. Now hearing her say that sent a chill through him. Gina had passed. He buried her himself. What on earth was Hannah talking about? Was her condition getting worse? Hannah, what are you saying? His voice trembled, unease growing. She pointed beyond him impatiently. She's right there. Look, can't you see your own daughter? Right there? William slowly turned around, slightly stiff as he turned his head, then saw Isabella. His breath caught for a second. The resemblance was haunting. Could two people really look this alike? He was seriously starting to doubt if he had another daughter out there somewhere. Or maybe, did they actually have twins back then? That just sounded too ridiculous. Unless, was there more to Gina's death? Was she actually still alive somehow? William Ellis felt like he was starting to question everything he knew. You are. His voice trembled ever so slightly. Even if it sounded impossible, deep down, he wanted to believe it could be true. Isabella hesitated for a moment. She had done her makeup to mimic Gina's features, but there were limits. She knew nothing about who Gina really was, or what she'd lived through. Fooling Hannah Mills was one thing. The woman's mind had clearly been messed up. But William? One wrong move, and she could easily blow her cover. Should she pretend she'd lost her memory? Or maybe just come clean and say she wasn't Gina, that Hannah had simply mistaken her identity? She hadn't quite decided which angle to go with. William Ellis, that's clearly our daughter, Gina. How could you not recognize your own child? Before Isabella could react, Hannah's voice shot up angrily, practically yelling at him. Isabella lowered her gaze and stood there, quiet and meek. William still had his doubts, but with Hannah being so adamant and not exactly stable lately, what choice did he have? If she insisted this girl was Gina and wanted to bring her home, there wasn't much he could do to stop it. And just like that, Isabella ended up living in the Ellis house. Hannah treated her like she was really her daughter, come back from the dead, barely letting her out of her sight. On the other hand, William stayed on high alert, never letting Isabella spend time alone with Hannah. It annoyed Isabella to no end, but for her own purposes, she had no choice but to put up with it. As long as it made things harder for Victoria, she figured it was all worth it. Call Victoria. Tell her to come home, Hannah suddenly told William. He looked at her in surprise. Ever since she saw that video, Hannah had thought Victoria was the one responsible for Gina's death and didn't want to lay eyes on her. Now, out of nowhere, she wanted her to come back? William glanced at Gina. Was it because she had returned that Hannah finally wanted to patch things up with Victoria? Hannah, why do you suddenly want to see Victoria now? She's probably still at work. Maybe we can talk to her later? William didn't agree right away, trying instead to reason gently. Everything about Gina showing up felt off. Until he figured out who this woman really was, he didn't want to rush anything. Besides, Gina and Victoria never got along. If Victoria came home and they clashed again, it could push Hannah even closer to the edge. "So now you're ignoring me too, William?" Hannah's temper flared as soon as he refused. Ever since her mental health declined, her mood had been like a ticking time bomb, set off by the tiniest spark. "I didn't mean it like that, Hannah." Afraid she might hurt herself again, William spoke quickly to calm her. "Then just call her and tell her to get home. Right now. If you won't do it, hand me your phone. I'll call her myself," Hannah snapped, not giving him any room to argue. What she meant was clear. Whatever Victoria was doing, however busy she might be, once Hannah Mills asked her to come home, she had to drop everything and rush back, no excuses. William Ellis didn't dare provoke her any further and just agreed. Ever since she saw that video on her phone, he hadn't let her use it again, terrified something similar might trigger her once more. He didn't even want to imagine what would happen if she got hit by another blow like that. He dialed Victoria's number, but no one picked up. Part of him hoped she'd answer, and another part didn't, because once she did, he had no idea what he should even say. "What, she's avoiding your calls now too?" Hannah sneered, her words full of contempt. Guilty conscience, obviously. Can't even own up to what she did. William kept quiet, no response, no agreement. Just when he was about to hang up, thinking she wasn't going to answer, the line finally connected. "Hey, Victoria, are you busy right now? Are you busy right now?" His voice had a nervous edge. Victoria's tone was flat, pausing a beat before she spoke. The call surprised her. She honestly couldn't imagine why William would reach out now. They didn't trust her anymore. They'd already decided she was the one who hurt Gina. So why contact her? Shouldn't they be wishing she'd disappeared for good? That bitter thought flicked through Victoria's mind. To William, her voice sounded so distant, colder than before. It made everything he wanted to say even harder to get out. But with Hannah staring him down, he had no choice but to keep going. "Victoria, can you come home for a bit? She wants to see you." He almost said, "Your mom wants to see you," but thought better of it, worried Hannah would take it the wrong way, so he changed it last second. Victoria noticed that pause, picked up on that word switch, and an ache settled in her chest. Yeah, what are we now, anyway? They probably stopped seeing her as their daughter a long time ago. So why pretend? Why ask her to come back now? I don't think that's a good idea. Let's wait until everything's cleared up. She held back the longing, made herself sound firm, but deep down, she wanted nothing more than for them to really want her back, for things to be like they used to be, just a normal, happy family. The moment Hannah heard her refuse, her face darkened. Sensing she was about to blow, William quickly stepped in. "Victoria, just treat this as me begging you, all right? Just come back, just this once. After all, we did raise you all those years. Please, just hear me out this one time." His voice dropped low, nearly pleading. He'd lowered himself so much, and Victoria felt something twist in her chest. When had things fallen apart this badly between them? "Okay, I'll go back," she finally said, giving in, her voice soft with emotion. Hearing that fragile tone, William couldn't even tell what he was feeling anymore, just this mess of emotions weighing on him. This girl used to be the apple of his eye, and now they were like strangers. How did things get so messed up? Why did life do this to them? He hung up, shoulders heavy with sadness. "She said she'll come," he told Hannah, not mentioning her reaction, though a trace of dissatisfaction laced his voice. "Humph, don't think I didn't hear that," Hannah scoffed. "Now you're actually begging her? Unreal." She didn't think for a second that she'd done anything wrong. She actually thought Victoria had grown a backbone now, having the guts to treat them like that. "Just wait till she gets back. I'll show her what happens when she steps out of line," Hannah said coldly. William's face changed instantly. "What are you trying to do?" He already wasn't comfortable with asking Victoria to come home, and now hearing what Hannah planned shook him even more. She bullied our Gina so badly she disappeared for God knows how long. Who knows what she's been through. Of course I'm going to teach her a lesson, make her pay for Gina's suffering, Hannah declared as if it were only right. You've lost your mind," William snapped, losing his temper. "Great, William. So that's how you really feel? You've been sick of me this whole time, haven't you? You're taking her side. You're with Victoria. Fine. If that's what you all want, I'll just jump off the balcony and leave you all in peace," Hannah shouted, heading upstairs in a blur of rage. William quickly reached out to stop her. But Hannah wasn't calming down at all. She fought against him like she'd completely lost it. "Let me go! Let me die! I'm clearly a burden to all of you." That's when William realized his loud outburst was a mistake. He regretted the words the moment they'd left his mouth. Glancing over at Gina, he quickly called out, "Aren't you going to help me out here?" Right now, it didn't matter if she was really Gina or not. What mattered was Hannah still saw her as her daughter. Isabella was annoyed deep down, but for her plan to go smoothly, she had no choice but to join William and try to calm Hannah down. Only Hannah had spun so far out of control that when Isabella got close, Hannah slapped her right across the face, hard. "Ah!" Isabella cried out, falling to the floor. That slap was no joke. Isabella's face swelled up in seconds. Lying there, pain surging through her body, her face felt like it was on fire. She instinctively clutched her cheek, panic flooding her system. Her face was her career. As an actress, it was everything. She scrambled clumsily to her feet, rushing off to find a mirror. When she saw the swollen mess in the reflection, her eyes filled with venom. None of the Ellis family would be spared. Once her mission was complete, they'd all pay, one by one. While Isabella was gone, Hannah finally started to cool down. "Did I just hit Gina by accident?" she asked, brows furrowed, voice full of worry. She'd worked so hard to get her real daughter back, there was no way she'd hurt her on purpose. "It was just an accident," William said quickly, trying to soothe her. "Don't think too much about it." "How can I not?" Hannah said, her guilt rising fast. "She's probably upset with me. What if she resents me now? I shouldn't have lost control. I didn't mean to. No, this is all Victoria's fault. None of this would have happened if it weren't for her." At first, Hannah blamed herself, scared Gina would hate her, but in the end, she piled all the blame onto Victoria. William gave up trying to reason with her at that point. By then, Isabella had pulled herself together and came back into the room. As soon as Hannah saw her, she rushed over and grabbed her hands, scanning her up and down. When she noticed Isabella's face was red and puffy, and her arms and legs were scraped and bruised, the guilt in her chest grew even heavier. How could she have used that much force? Just look at how badly Gina's hurt now. "Gina, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I don't even know what came over me. If someone has to be blamed, let it be me. You can be mad, hit me, whatever. Just don't shut me out, please," Hannah said softly, her voice trembling with guilt. Isabella quickly masked the resentment flashing in her eyes and forced a gentle smile. "Don't worry. I know you didn't do it on purpose. It was just an accident. It's not your fault. If we're pointing fingers, the real blame lies elsewhere." Though Isabella's words carried a hidden meaning, Hannah didn't catch it. She just felt her daughter was understanding and mature, and deep down, she agreed. This whole mess probably started with Victoria. Hearing Gina talk like that made William frown, but seeing Hannah finally calm down a bit, he chose to stay silent. Meanwhile, Victoria just sat there staring blankly after ending the call. Theodore had just changed and walked out, only to find her sitting stiffly on the couch, visibly troubled. "What happened?" he asked, settling next to her. "They called. They want me to come home," she said, voice low. Theodore paused for half a second before realizing who they referred to. Yeah, who else but the Ellis family could make her this torn up? But why now? Why suddenly call her and ask her to come back? Knowing the full story, Theodore didn't believe for 1 second they'd suddenly grown a heart. Something had to be up. "If you want to go, I'll go with you. If not, we're staying put. Don't worry, no one's going to force you while I'm here," he said firmly. With his reassurance, Victoria felt her nerves begin to settle. That lost feeling from earlier started to fade. "Theodore, if I say I still want to give them one more chance, still want to see them again, would you think that's pathetic?" she asked, uncertainly glancing at him. "Of course not. After everything you've been through with them, it makes sense you'd struggle to let go. That just means you still care, and honestly, that's a strength. Willing to trust again, it shows how brave and kind you are," he replied, gentle and sincere. His words made her blush a little. "Am I really that good? Since when did Theodore get so smooth with words?" It sort of caught her off guard. I'd say you're even better than what I could describe. Words just don't do you justice, he said, staring at her with a look that held only admiration. Feeling his gaze, she quickly looked away, a little flustered. Theodore felt a twinge of disappointment, but reminded himself this wasn't something to rush. She needed time. This is your barrier to break. Once you do, you'll feel so much lighter. Just follow your heart, he said gently. A barrier? Now that he said it, yeah, that's kind of what it was. If she didn't go see William and Hannah now, this would probably haunt her forever. Since that's how it is, then maybe it really is time to face it. Just like Theodore said, maybe things wouldn't turn out as bad as she feared. With Theodore by her side, Victoria made her way back to the Ellis family home. She'd finally worked up the nerve to come back, but the moment she arrived, her steps slowed. Maybe it's true what they say, going home is the hardest part. The closer she got, the heavier her heart felt. If you've changed your mind, we don't have to go in. No need to push yourself, Theodore said gently, catching on to her hesitation. Lately, he'd been putting her feelings first in everything. Victoria shook her head. No, I'm already here. I'm not backing down. I have to deal with this sooner or later. She exhaled deeply, trying to settle herself. Without a word, Theodore reached out and squeezed her hand. Just a small gesture, but it gave her the courage she needed. Victoria felt a warmth spread through her chest, like someone just lit a candle in her darkness. She glanced at Theodore, and they shared a brief smile. Still, she pulled her hand away as they approached the entrance. It wasn't like she could act close with her ex-husband in front of her family, especially not here. Originally, Victoria hadn't meant for him to come along, but Theodore insisted. He didn't trust her facing this mess alone. The moment they stepped up to the door, William Ellis spotted them. "You're here," he said stiffly, trying to force a smile, though his face wasn't really cooperating. Seeing the two of them made his gut twist with guilt. Victoria caught the coldness in his tone and felt a sting. Her own reply was just as distant. "So what did you bring me back for? We can talk now, right?" she asked directly. She used to think she wanted to be part of this family again. But standing here now, she realized this place no longer felt like home. William didn't treat her like his daughter, and honestly, she was near her limit. If staying meant pretending and forcing it, then maybe not seeing each other at all was better. "Really, Victoria? Can't we just have you home without a reason? Your mom's like this now, and you couldn't drop by even once," William said, sounding irritated by her bluntness. Victoria let out a soft, bitter laugh. "Wasn't it you two who told me to stay away? Now you're blaming me for not coming back? You really want it both ways, huh?" She wasn't trying to fight, but she couldn't keep swallowing it all down anymore. The injustice had piled up too high. William's face flushed with anger. "The way you talk now, this isn't you. You never used to be like this. So which is it? Were you always pretending, or have you really changed that much?" "I told you she's changed. You didn't believe me before. Maybe now you'll get it," came a voice from the stairs. Hearing Hannah Mills, Victoria looked up, then froze. The woman standing next to Hannah made her heart stop. Even Theodore's expression tightened. Gina was supposed to be gone. There was no way this was her, and sure enough, the more Victoria looked, the clearer it became. This wasn't Gina. Once shock wore off, she noticed the off things. Victoria had spent too much time around Gina not to recognize the difference. Even if back then Gina never passed up a chance to play the villain. That girl was always setting her up, always fighting her at every turn. To say Victoria had no resentment? That'd be lying. They'd been at odds for so long. No matter what, even if Gina turned to ashes, Victoria would still recognize her. This woman looked an awful lot like Gina, that's for sure. But she just wasn't her. Weird thing was, Victoria couldn't shake the feeling that she'd seen her somewhere before. Same with Theodore. There was something oddly familiar about the woman, but he couldn't quite place her yet. Isabella caught on fast that neither of them recognized her, and that smug look on her face said it all. All those years in the entertainment business hadn't gone to waste. She wasn't just born with some skills, her makeup and acting chops were basically on point enough to fool just about anyone. Please, just showing them Gina in the flesh was enough to rattle their nerves for a bit. And she definitely wasn't about to stop there. Letting them off that easily? No chance. What really got under her skin was Theodore, not even sparing her more than a glance before focusing right back on Victoria, made her grit her teeth in frustration. "Hannah, what are you?" William Ellis glanced at the woman beside his wife as he spoke. Hannah Mills might have lost her grip a bit, but he hadn't. Sure, the first time he laid eyes on Gina, he was thrown too. For a second, he actually started questioning everything. Maybe there had been a mix-up and their real daughter hadn't died. But once he came to, he knew better. His daughter was gone. A DNA test had confirmed it back then. There was no way she could be standing in front of them again. And this Gina girl, way too fishy. He'd been with Hannah during her checkup when a supposed doctor pulled him away for some cooperation, and by the time he realized something was off and rushed back, there Gina was, sitting right in front of a beaming Hannah. Hannah was convinced she'd gotten her daughter back, overjoyed without a second thought, and she insisted on bringing her home, even calling Victoria over just to, as she put it, put her in her place for the pain she caused Gina. So yeah, William had his guard up about this woman. He wasn't about to let someone like her just show up in front of Victoria and Theodore without knowing what she was really up to. "What's the issue? Our darling baby's been through hell. She deserves to have her say," Hannah said with a sharp tone. Truth be told, Isabella hadn't planned on facing Victoria and Theodore head-on, at least not right away. But Hannah didn't know who she really was. She assumed Isabella was just scared of facing Victoria and insisted she tag along, kept saying she'd never let anyone hurt Gina again. And Isabella? She wanted to witness Victoria being hurt by her own family. That alone made it worth it. "Victoria, bet you didn't see this one coming. My Gina is back, and she's the only true daughter of the Ellis family. You? Don't even dream of taking her place again," Hannah snapped, holding tight to Gina's hand as she glared at Victoria. Victoria hadn't expected Hannah to believe this lie so completely. She genuinely thought this woman was Gina. "She's not Gina," Victoria said, even though the words stung in her throat from all the misunderstandings and pain. She didn't know what this imposter wanted, but seeing how fragile Hannah's mental state already was, Victoria couldn't just stand around and let this go on. She didn't want her mother getting worse, or worse, being manipulated like this. "Stop spouting nonsense. She is Gina, no doubt about it," Hannah fired right back. Hannah Mills refused to believe a word Victoria said. She was clinging to the hope that her real daughter, Gina, was still alive. "Victoria, how could you be so heartless? We raised you for over 20 years. Even if you're not grateful, how could you keep hurting Gina like that? She suffered so much out there while you lived comfortably in our home. What more do you want? Do you really want to steal Gina's place forever?" Her words were sharp and cutting, each one slicing deep into Victoria's chest. Victoria instinctively turned to William Ellis, wanting to see if he felt the same way. But all she got in return was him avoiding her gaze. "If that's really how you see me, then why bring me back at all? Just to humiliate me?" Her hands balled into fists, eyes welling with tears. Watching all of this, Isabella felt nothing but satisfaction. She relished the sight of Victoria being abandoned. But that wasn't enough. She wanted Victoria to lose everything, to make up for all the grievances she had suffered. "We brought you back to stand up for Gina, to make sure she gets the justice she deserves. She ended up like this because of you. Shouldn't you at least apologize?" Hannah's voice was cold and piercing, as if she was looking at someone she despised. Victoria stared at her in disbelief. She had thought they asked her to come back because they finally realized she wasn't the one responsible for Gina's death. But now, not only did they believe a fake Gina was real, they also expected her to apologize to this imposter. It was honestly absurd. She felt like she didn't even know Hannah or William anymore. Had the past 2 decades all been fake? Were the people she once called family just an illusion? She used to think Hannah lost her mind because of the trauma. She believed William still had some sense left. But now she saw the truth. They'd both changed. Maybe it all started the day Gina was brought home. In their eyes, Victoria had become the one who stole their real daughter's life and hurt her. To them, she was already marked as the villain. Gina's death only blew the lid off what they'd been feeling all along. She never really had a home, did she? Victoria let out a bitter, silent laugh. But she was innocent. She never tried to take anything that wasn't hers. Before Gina came back, she truly believed she was a part of the Ellis family. Finding out the truth felt like being hit by a truck. After that, she tread so carefully, never asking for anything, always staying in the background. Gina wouldn't let her forget she wasn't family. Victoria was always just the outsider, always the one getting blamed and framed. But who would believe her? She tried so hard to hold on to her place, to keep her family safe. But in the end, it changed nothing. She lost everything anyway. "I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm not going to apologize," she said quietly, holding back the hurt. "It's just an apology, and you still think you can refuse?" Hannah was beyond furious now. "Don't think apologizing is enough to make up for what you did. Victoria, you owe the Ellis family, and one way or another, you're going to pay for it." Victoria's heart clenched. "Whatever I owe the Ellis family, I can repay in other ways, but I won't take the blame for something I didn't do, and I'm definitely not apologizing for it." "Oh? And how exactly are you planning to pay us back?" Hannah Mills sneered, arms crossed. "You think that's even possible? If we hadn't taken you in out of kindness back then, who knows where you'd even be now? Gina went through so much suffering. Even your life isn't enough to make up for hers." Standing to the side, Isabella feigned sympathy, but her eyes were practically gleaming with glee, like she was watching the best drama unfold. Every mean word Hannah said made her want to egg her on even more. "So, this is what you all really think?" Victoria suddenly felt all the strength drained from her. She didn't even feel like arguing anymore. She glanced at Hannah's face full of hatred, then at William Ellis, who stood mute, avoiding her gaze. It was laughable, honestly. Everything was just pathetic. So this was what family meant, a sham, a lie. In their eyes, her entire existence wasn't even worth a drop of Gina's sweat. "That's enough," Theodore finally stepped in, no longer able to hold back. "Back then, Victoria was just a kid who didn't know anything. You're the ones who decided to adopt her. Now you want to blame her for everything, like she owed you something? That's just disgusting. What exactly has she done to deserve this? For 20-odd years, she treated you like actual parents. Everything she gave you was real, and how do you repay her? From now on, I won't let any of you hurt her again. If you've got a problem, come at me. Just stay away from Victoria." He had promised to let Victoria handle it herself, but seeing this mess, Theodore couldn't just stand by anymore. If it weren't for the fact that the Ellis couple had raised her all those years, he wouldn't have let them off so easily. William Ellis looked down, some guilt creeping into his conscience. They did choose to bring Victoria into the family back then, but after finding their biological daughter again, everything changed. And since Victoria and Gina didn't exactly get along, naturally their bias was unavoidable. But Hannah had no such guilt. Her mind was a mess, completely reliant on her warped logic. Even Theodore meant nothing to her anymore. "Theodore, you're not married to Victoria anymore," she snapped. "No matter what, this is still our family business. Our house, our problem. You've got no right to interfere." "That's enough, Hannah," William blurted out, his face paling. Even he, who had always sided with her, couldn't take it. This was Theodore they were dealing with. Sure, he used to be their son-in-law, but not anymore. And the truth was, the Chambers family was on a completely different level. If Theodore really wanted to destroy the Ellis family, it would be like crushing an ant underfoot. With the way Hannah was acting, if she pushed him the wrong way, he might just do it, and then William wouldn't even be able to afford her treatment anymore. "Oh, so you're yelling at me now, huh?" Hannah wheeled around, her voice climbing. "I knew it. You've been sick of me for ages. After everything I've done for you all these years, this is how you repay me?" Hannah Mills was totally losing it. She felt like even William Ellis had turned his back on her, and that just made her feel even more wronged. "Come on, Hannah. How could I possibly be against you? Just calm down, okay?" William tried to soothe her, seeing how upset she was. But at that moment, everything he said sounded like a stab in the heart. When he told her to calm down, it just confirmed her worst fears, that he was fed up with her. "So now I'm the problem for not being calm? You think I chose to act like this? You didn't support me, and now you're siding against me too. You're just afraid of the Chambers family. You don't even have the guts to stand up for your own daughter. William Ellis, I was blind to ever trust you. If you won't protect her, then I will." Hannah shoved away his hand when he tried to comfort her. William felt defeated. He knew that no matter what he said now, Hannah wasn't going to hear it. "Let's get out of here, Victoria," Theodore said firmly. He'd had enough of the chaos and just wanted to leave with Victoria. "You're not going anywhere, Victoria," Hannah yelled after her. "You're not leaving until you apologize to Gina." "I'm never apologizing to her." Victoria turned back and met Hannah's furious gaze, her voice steady and unshaken. All she could see in Hannah's eyes was rage and resentment. At that moment, something in her shattered completely. Without another word, she turned to walk out with Theodore. "If you walk out that door without apologizing today, then you're done with this house. From this moment on, you're nothing to us. We might as well have never raised you." Hannah screamed, desperate, watching Victoria leave. Victoria paused, her shoulders stiffening. Theodore looked at her, worried. He was afraid she might still care too much about this place to leave it behind. But the pain they'd caused her, it was more than enough. He didn't want her to keep getting hurt by these people. Hannah, seeing Victoria hesitate, couldn't help the smug flash that crossed her face. See? No matter how tough she acted, she'd come crawling back. Without the Ellis family, Victoria was nothing. That girl was delusional if she thought Theodore would actually stick around. Sooner or later, he'd toss her aside like she was nothing. "Fine, if that's how it is, then let's end it. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Ellis family," Victoria said. This time, she didn't even glance back before walking right out. She really just left like that?" Hannah looked stunned. She hadn't expected Victoria to actually cut ties so cleanly. "She's always been stubborn. You should know that by now. Why did you have to push her with words like that?" "Now she really means it," William said, his tone heavy with regret. After all, they'd raised her for over 20 years. Even if she wasn't their flesh and blood, there were still memories that mattered. Watching her walk away like that, it hurt more than he wanted to admit. "Oh, so now it's my fault?" Hannah scoffed. "Everything I did was for our real daughter. As for that ungrateful brat, let her go. Good riddance. Someone like her never belonged in this family anyway." What Victoria did to her real daughter was unforgivable. Cutting ties with her was honestly letting her off easy. And then she had the nerve to say it first, to announce she was walking away from them. Who did she think she was? You? Sigh. William let out a tired breath, visibly worn down. He just didn't have the energy to argue anymore. This house was already falling apart, deaths, breakdowns, people leaving. Nothing he said mattered now. He wasn't in charge here, not anymore. He turned back to his study, his face full of defeat, and quietly shut the door behind him, shutting out the chaos outside. All he wanted was some peace for once. Meanwhile, seeing Theodore standing firmly by Victoria's side made Isabella fume inside. She was nearly losing control from the jealousy burning in her chest. When Victoria left and William disappeared into his study, Hannah was still going on, ranting about Victoria. A flicker of darkness passed through Isabella's eyes. "This is all my fault. I should have never come back," she murmured, looking wronged and pitiful. "Don't say that," Hannah replied, instantly trying to comfort her. "How could this ever be your fault? Honestly, I can't tell you how happy I am that you came back. But after what just happened, my sister decided to cut ties with this family. She must be heartbroken and furious. Do you think she blames me?" Isabella whispered, every inch of her pretending like she was terrified of what Victoria might do. "Blame you? She wouldn't dare," Hannah snapped. "She's the one who's been hurting you all this time. Gina, listen to me. I'll never let her hurt you again." The way Hannah spoke, it didn't sound fake at all. That finally made Isabella feel satisfied. This was exactly what she wanted, to isolate Victoria, to turn everyone against her. And that was only step one. She wasn't going to stop until Victoria hit rock bottom. She wanted to see her ruined, completely destroyed, preferably by the ones she trusted the most. Just the thought of it made Isabella practically tremble with anticipation. On the other side, Victoria hadn't said a single word since walking out of that house. She'd sounded so firm when she told them it was over, but inside, she was breaking. It was going to take a long time to even begin to process all of this. They raised you for over 20 years. Feeling hurt is normal, Theodore said gently, wrapping his arms around her. If you want to cry, then cry. You don't need to hold back with me. Crying might help release some of that pain. Victoria didn't say anything, just let him hold her. She rested her head on his chest, letting it hide her expression. His embrace felt warm and safe, and for once, her tense body began to relax. Theodore, I don't have a home anymore, she said, her voice barely holding together. Her family had always been what kept her grounded. No matter how hard life got, thinking of them gave her strength. But now, the people she called family didn't want her. She really was alone. Hannah and William despised her. Whatever bond they once had, it was gone. They were worse than strangers now. Vic, people who treat you like that, they stopped being family a long time ago. We don't know who your birth parents are yet, but I believe they must have loved you and probably still do. Don't waste your tears on those who hurt you. They're not worth it, Theodore said, his voice calm and sure. My real parents, Victoria whispered, a little lost. Right, she wasn't their biological child. Gina was. The Ellis family had found their daughter, but what about her? Where were her real parents? Were they looking for her too? Do you really think they love me? Victoria murmured. Like truly love me, the way Theodore said. Her voice was quiet, a touch of bitterness laced in. Do my birth parents even exist anymore? Why haven't I ever heard from them after all these years? Maybe, she chuckled dryly. Maybe they forgot I even existed. Or maybe they just gave up hunting for me a long time ago. Don't overthink it, Theodore said gently, his voice calm yet firm. There are billions of people in the world. Finding someone after all these years is like playing hide and seek in the dark. I really believe they've been looking for you all along. They just haven't managed to find you yet. You really think so? Victoria lifted her head slowly, eyes uncertain but hopeful. Theodore nodded without pause. Absolutely. I'm sure they've never stopped missing you. Just like you want to find them, they want to find you. Hearing that, something flickered back to life in Victoria's chest. Maybe. Maybe there really were people who had been searching for her all this time. Just because they didn't have the Ellis family's resources didn't mean they hadn't tried. Maybe they'd been doing their best all along and just kept running into dead ends. If that's the case, she couldn't keep spiraling anymore. Yeah, sitting around feeling sorry for herself wouldn't help. It was time for her to take the lead and start looking too. If she really found them one day, there were things she wanted to ask, why they left her, whether they even tried to come for her through the years. She looked a little steadier now, and seeing that, Theodore finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. You've still got me, Vic. Don't forget that, he said, his eyes warm. It's not the same, Victoria muttered, flustered by how straightforward he was being. Why not? He leaned in slightly, lips tugging into a half-serious smile. If what you want is family, I can be that for you. Heck, if you want, we could even make our own little family. His tone didn't budge. It was weirdly sincere. Clearly, he meant every word. Victoria blinked, finally catching the unspoken meaning in his words, especially that part about more family. Her cheeks immediately flushed crimson. And yet Theodore just stood there, straight-faced, like he had no clue how embarrassing that was to hear. I'm not doing that, she huffed, dodging the moment as she slipped out of his arms and climbed into the car, trying to hide her red face. Theodore chuckled quietly and followed, opening the car door on the other side. From that moment, he'd already decided. He would secretly start the search, quietly, carefully, without telling her. Not yet. What he said earlier had been mostly to comfort her, but the truth might not be that ideal. This whole thing could go a number of ways. Best case, he'd track down her biological parents and they'd be just like her, longing to reunite, never having stopped looking for their lost daughter. Or he might find them and learn they lost Victoria by mistake and just never bothered searching again, that they'd moved on, that they didn't care. Or worst of all, maybe there was no trace of them at all. That's why he wouldn't say anything to Victoria unless he knew for sure, giving her hope only to crush it later. That wasn't something he could let happen. And if the truth ended up being painful, well, maybe it was better if she never saw that side of it. Maybe he could bear it alone and preserve at least a sliver of beauty in her memory. Elsewhere, Henry was slowly waking up from his hangover, his temples still aching as he reached up and rubbed them with a groan. Last night, he clearly had one too many drinks, and then, that's when it hit Henry like a slap to the face. He and Grace had been drinking together. They ended up at a hotel with just one room left. He'd planned to let Grace take the bed while he crashed on the couch. But then, Henry rubbed his temples hard, frustrated he couldn't remember what happened next. Glancing around hesitantly, he froze when he realized he was lying in the bed, not on the couch, and the lump next to him under the blanket was clearly a person. Dread curling in his stomach, he lifted the blanket slightly and looked down. Just boxers. That's all he had on. Crap. That one term summed up his entire mental state. His brain was a total blank. No matter how hard he tried, last night's events just wouldn't come back. This wasn't him. Stuff like this didn't happen to him. This kind of messy, chaotic moment. He never thought he'd live it firsthand. He let out a quiet, frustrated breath and slowly turned toward the other person in bed. It had to be Grace. Who else could it be? But the truth? He was too afraid to check. He had absolutely no clue what to do from here. While his mind was crashing like a broken browser, the person next to him stirred a bit, pushing the blanket down to reveal an absolutely stunning face. Yup, Grace it was. Even after a night of drinking, she still looked ridiculously gorgeous. The kind of beauty that makes your brain short-circuit. Right now, her face was right up close to his, so close he could see the fine fuzz on her cheeks and feel her soft breath. When sober, she was all sharp edge and fire. But now, with flushed cheeks, a few press marks on her face, and completely out cold, she looked kind of cute, actually. Her lipstick had smudged to a mess, lips slightly swollen, made her seem even more alluring if that was possible. Henry held his breath, stunned and wired. He was just about to sneak out of bed and get dressed when her eyelashes fluttered. She was waking up. Panic spiked in his chest. Great. Just perfect. What kind of timing was this? He didn't know whether to move or freeze up, so he shut his eyes real quick and pretended he was still asleep, praying she wouldn't wake up fully yet. Nope, no such luck. Grace's voice broke the silence, low and raspy. Where am I? Then her eyes slowly opened. She blinked a few times, eyes finding Henry, her brain taking a moment to catch up. She cautiously lifted the covers, looked underneath, and sure enough, she was in underwear only. Groaning softly, she rubbed her forehead as fragments from the night came rushing back in pieces. She remembered getting drunk, Henry bringing her to the hotel, her lying on the bed. She was totally out of it, and at some point she'd confused Henry with Elijah, had clung to him and even kissed him. But what happened after that? Did they actually even? She didn't know. Not at all. Just trying to piece it together made her headache worse. With a frown, she turned and stared at Henry, remembering that he did seem somewhat sober last night, at least enough to get her to the hotel. Henry could clearly feel Grace's gaze glued to his face, making him even more on edge. Now he was stuck. Should he just keep faking sleep or pretend to have just woken up? His brain was in a total mess. Right now, he felt like one of those jerks who pretends nothing happened after messing up. But the thing was, he honestly remembered nothing from last night. Was it really possible to forget everything if something really did happen? All right, cut the act. You're awake, aren't you? Grace suddenly spoke up. All she wanted was to find out what really went down last night. Henry's heart skipped a beat, busted. He froze even more and kept his eyes shut, pretending not to hear her. But Grace noticed his fluttering lashes and couldn't help but want to mess with him a little. She leaned in close, so close their noses were practically touching. Henry couldn't keep the act up anymore and finally opened his eyes. In that second of eye contact, everything just froze. Seeing the panic in his eyes, Grace finally backed off. "You look like I was about to eat you alive or something," she said, clearly annoyed. "No, not at all," Henry blurted out, flustered. Last night I'm sorry." Even though he didn't remember a thing, he knew she had gotten drunk while with him. That alone was his mistake, never mind whatever might have happened after. "Last night, did we?" Grace, usually a firecracker who spoke her mind, suddenly found herself fumbling. Was she seriously about to straight up ask a guy if they'd slept together? Henry was absolutely at a loss for words. If he said he had zero memory, would she think he was ditching responsibility? "I'm really sorry. I'll take responsibility," he said, biting the bullet. Grace had every right to be upset. After all, she was the girl in this situation. No matter what happened, he felt he had to own up to it. "Take responsibility?" Grace frowned. "Who said I needed that? I don't remember much from last night either. We're both adults. Let's just pretend it never happened." With that, she grabbed her clothes off the floor and started getting dressed. Henry immediately averted his gaze. "Let's not see each other anymore," she said before walking out, cool and composed. The sound of the door closing snapped Henry's attention to it. He sat there, his expression unreadable. Dragging himself to the bathroom, he caught sight of the faint red marks on his lips and face. Staring at them, he couldn't help thinking about Grace's smeared lipstick and her swollen lips. His eyes shifted lower, landing on a reddish mark along his neck. He raised his hand to rub at it, but it wouldn't come off. Realization hit him like a truck. His ears turned bright red. Did something really happen between them last night? Grace rushed home in a taxi, her mind in total chaos the whole way. If she remembered correctly, she was the one who made the first move last night, and even forced a kiss on Henry. She'd finally made up her mind to move on from Elijah, yet somehow ended up entangled with Henry, who just happened to bear an uncanny resemblance to Elijah. That alone made Grace feel a little guilty. Part of it was toward Elijah, the rest probably toward Henry. She didn't want to treat Henry as some stand-in for Elijah. The smartest move now? Keep her distance. Act like nothing ever happened. As she got home, she ran straight into her mom. Panic flashed across Grace's face. She reeked of alcohol, and didn't even need to get close for that smell to hit. Should have freshened up and changed before coming back. Now she was regretting her decision to rush out just to escape that awkwardness. She'd only been focused on getting dressed and out of there, completely forgetting the grilling she'd face when she came home. "Hold it right there. Where the hell were you last night? You didn't come home and now you waltz in at this hour?" Davina stopped her from sneaking by. As the smell hit her, she waved her hand in front of her nose with a frown. "You reek of booze." "There was a business dinner last night. I had a bit too much and just crashed at the hotel," Grace responded vaguely, mixing lies with half-truths. "A hotel?" Davina squinted at her, clearly not buying it. Something about her daughter was definitely off tonight. "Mom, seriously, I'm not a kid anymore. Can you stop treating me like I am? I know what I'm doing." Not wanting more questions, Grace cut her off and quickly vanished into her room. The moment the door shut, Grace finally exhaled. She sniffed at her own sweater, scrunching her nose at the scent. Gross. She headed toward the bathroom. In the mirror, she noticed her lipstick was all smudged, lips still kinda swollen. Obviously, things had gone down, and not mildly either. Thinking back to that abrupt kiss, her heart raced. She recalled Henry's lips didn't look much better. Grace gave her head a good shake, trying to drive the memory out. Nope, not going there. She had to forget about all of it, him included. While showering, she checked herself over carefully. No marks, no bruises, no pain. That brought a bit of comfort. Maybe she'd just drunkenly kissed Henry and passed out cold. Hopefully, that was all. Over in a different part of town, Victoria and Theodore had a lot on their minds too. Someone showing up out of nowhere, looking almost exactly like Gina? That couldn't just be some twist of fate. Victoria wasn't buying the coincidence story for a second. And the idea that person actually was Gina? Yeah. No way. After that whole mess, there was a full investigation. Authorities confirmed Gina's ID, not to mention Victoria had seen her body with her own eyes. She'd even helped with the preparation. That was real. Gina couldn't still be alive, which left one explanation. Someone pretending to be Gina was messing with Hannah Mills, using her fragile mental state to pull strings. This came right after that anonymous video went viral, so someone impersonating Gina wasn't too far-fetched. Hannah had shut Victoria out completely after that breakdown. Then as soon as the fake Gina popped up, the Ellis family brought Victoria back just to scold her, probably stirred up by that imposter. That fake Gina clearly had her target set on her. And when Victoria thought about that anonymous video again, her mind jumped straight to Isabella. If she pictured Isabella in the role, the imposter's face started to line up way too well. Almost at the same time, Theodore realized exactly who the fake Gina reminded him of. "Does she look like someone familiar to you too?" Victoria turned to him and asked. They exchanged glances and said in unison, "Isabella." "So you noticed it too. Guess I wasn't imagining things," Victoria said, her suspicion confirmed. "She went this far just to get back at me? Pretending to be Gina? Using the Ellis family against me?" Victoria muttered under her breath. Theodore frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Isabella to lose it to this extent, sending anonymous videos, impersonating someone else, sneaking into the Ellis household. It was insane. He used to think she and Victoria were somewhat alike. He even believed she was kind and considerate, and all the drama between them was just misunderstanding. Looking back now, he just felt like a complete idiot, totally played. But seriously, going to such lengths just to make me return home and slap me in the face? Even if the Ellis family wanted to cut ties with me, it's not worth her pulling this whole act, right? Victoria said, puzzled. Something about it didn't sit right. It all felt too elaborate for such a simple grudge. Isabella must be after more than just payback. What else was she hiding? "I'll have someone keep close tabs on her and the Ellis family. Whatever she's planning, I won't let it succeed," Theodore said, his voice low and grim. Seeing him frown so hard, Victoria reached out and smoothed the crease between his brows. "Stop frowning so much, or you'll be carved with wrinkles." Theodore laughed lightly. "So if I end up wrinkled, are you saying you'll stop liking me? Did I ever say I liked you in the first place?" Victoria blinked at him playfully. That was all it took to set him off. "Oh, don't like me? You sure?" Theodore grinned and tickled her sides. Victoria was super ticklish and couldn't help laughing uncontrollably. Okay, Theodore, cut it out. I can't take it," she gasped between laughs, pleading. He paused and stared at her. "So, do you like me or not?" "Think before you speak," he added, just as she was about to answer. "Like, or not," she said dramatically between deep breaths, then tried to slip away. But she wasn't fast enough. He caught her again. Trying to escape, Theodore pulled her into his arms. "It's not happening." "Theodore, let me go. I'm not trying to run, okay? I give up." Victoria begged, laughing breathlessly, but he didn't fall for it and kept tickling. "Then say it. Do you like me or not?" "Yes, I do, okay?" she yelled, finally giving in. Doesn't sound too convincing. Kinda half-hearted," he said with a shrug. "Theodore, stop it already." Victoria whirled around and went on the counterattack, tickling him back. They tussled and laughed until suddenly they both toppled onto the couch. Victoria was the one who should have hit the cushions first, but Theodore twisted at the last second and took the fall for her, cushioning her with his own body. Good thing the couch was big and cushy. Theodore didn't get hurt too badly. Still, in trying to shield Victoria, he banged his arm against the corner of the coffee table. Not wanting her to panic, he bit back the pain and stayed quiet. Victoria had crashed on top of him. Once she realized what happened, she immediately tried to get up, but Theodore wrapped his arms tight around her to keep her from moving. "Theodore, let go. I need to check if you're hurt," she said in a panic. That loud thud just now, she hadn't hit anything, so it must have been Theodore who banged into something when he fell. "You care that much, huh?" He looked into her eyes. "I did get hurt. Think I need your expert medical attention." "Where? Let me see." Hearing that he was actually hurt, Victoria grew even more anxious. "Right here." Theodore pointed to his cheek. "This spot, one kiss and I bet it'll feel better." It only dawned on Victoria then. He was totally messing with her, and she actually fell for it. This guy was just waiting to make fun of her. Her face turned red with frustration. The amused glint in Theodore's eyes didn't help one bit. She gave him an annoyed pinch. Only. Her fingers happened to land right where his arm got banged up earlier. "Ouch!" Theodore gasped, unable to hide the pain. "Oh, come on. Quit faking. I'm not falling for it again." Victoria calmly pulled away from his arms and sat up. This time, Theodore didn't stop her. He sat up too, clutching his arm with a pitiful expression. Not joking this time. Seriously hurt. "Don't believe me? See for yourself." Victoria was skeptical. Was he pulling another prank? But deep down, she couldn't help herself. She worried, and that worry nudged her closer. Theodore couldn't help grinning when he saw that. Despite her doubts, she still cared. She noticed his smile and got even more suspicious. He quickly tried to wipe the smile off his face and let go of his arm so she could take a look. The bruised area had already turned purple. Definitely not fake. Victoria's eyes widened and she jumped up to grab the first aid kit. "Stay still, I'll get the meds." While Victoria rushed around, Theodore looked totally chill. A bruise like this? No big deal. He had way worse back in his days learning combat training. These little injuries didn't even make his top 10. But the real reason he made a fuss? Honestly, just wanted Victoria to panic a little, to dote on him. Still, seeing how flustered she got now, maybe he went a little overboard. "Here, let me get this on you first," Victoria said as she carefully dabbed medicine on his arm. "Might sting a bit, so hang in there." "You're already hurt. What were you thinking? Still goofing around," she scolded softly as she applied the ointment. No wonder the sound had been so loud. The bruise looked nasty, and to think she'd just pinched that exact spot, believing he was faking. That had to hurt like crazy. Feeling guilty, her heart ached. Just as she leaned in to bandage it, a teardrop landed on Theodore's arm and slid quietly down his skin. He froze, completely caught off guard. "Why are you crying?" "I'm fine, seriously. I was just messing with you earlier," Theodore said, caught off guard by the sight of Victoria in tears. "Liar. You're all banged up and still saying you're fine?" Victoria shot him a glare, clearly not having it. Her eyes were still red from crying, looking all soft and pitiful like a little bunny. Honestly, it was enough to make someone's heart melt. Theodore caught her stare and suddenly felt this weird ache in his chest, soft and warm. "It doesn't even hurt. It's just a scratch," he said, puffing up a little like he was proud of being tough. Victoria didn't say anything back. She just pressed the cotton ball down a little harder while applying the ointment. "Ow! Are you trying to kill me?" Theodore winced hard, his face twisting from the sharp sting. That press had landed right on the sore spot. Probably deserved it. Note to self, don't push her buttons too much, he thought silently. "Humph, let's see if you still fool around next time," Victoria huffed. But the second she saw how he was grimacing in pain, she eased her hand and went gentle again. Once the medicine was on, she instinctively leaned in to blow on the wound. A soft breeze brushed over his skin, cooling him down. For a moment there, Theodore forgot it even hurt. It actually felt kind of nice. If getting hurt meant being taken care of like this, he wouldn't mind collecting a few more bruises. All done. Victoria looked up just as Theodore's intense gaze locked onto her. In his eyes, reflected plainly, was just her, like his entire world had narrowed down to one person. Victoria froze, a little caught off guard. They stayed locked like that for a while, the vibe in the room shifting, going quiet and thick with something unspoken. Then slowly, Theodore leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. This time, Victoria didn't dodge. She closed her eyes and let the moment wash over her. His kiss was different now, not forceful but so incredibly gentle, like he was putting all his care into it. They kissed like time didn't matter anymore, like they couldn't get enough. The heat between them rose, and Theodore slid an arm around her waist, pulling her close. Victoria rested her hand on his chest. Their bodies sank into the couch, still tangled in that deep kiss. As it grew more intense, Theodore's hands started to wander, one holding her close, the other tracing over her curves. Victoria let out a soft sound, not loud, but clear enough to make Theodore's heartbeat stutter. It was like a green light. He deepened the kiss, and the atmosphere grew hotter, almost too much to handle. Theodore?" Victoria's breathy voice slipped out between kisses, trying to tell him to slow down. But that sweet, shaky tone only made him lose control faster, turning up the heat instead of dialing it down. "Victoria, is this okay?" he finally asked, breathing heavily, still holding back even as he was close to snapping. She was clearly dazed, kissed into a daze really, but she still managed to shake her head. A hint of disappointment flickered in Theodore's eyes, but he didn't push. He just backed off without complaint. He left kisses all over her face, her cheeks, her nose, then softly back to her lips. "Theodore," Victoria murmured, half out of breath. "Just let me hold you a bit longer. I promise I won't do anything else," he whispered, hugging her tightly, like it was the only thing keeping him grounded. Victoria felt something change and instantly blushed. She froze, not daring to move, worried that if she even shifted a little, Theodore might lose control. Sensing the sudden tension in her body, Theodore's heart sank a little. He couldn't help but ask, "Do you hate me?" Victoria was caught off guard and quickly shook her head. "Of course not. Why would I hate you? What makes you think that?" Even when they weren't on the best of terms, when they'd misunderstood each other or argued, she never once truly hated him. She was just hurt and upset, but her feelings for him never changed. She loved him, even if her emotions were all over the place. Hearing her so quickly deny hating him eased his worry a bit, but he still pushed slightly, asking softly, "So it's just that you don't hate me?" This time Victoria hesitated. How was she supposed to say it? Should she just blurt out that she liked him? "It's not just that I don't hate you," she mumbled, cheeks pink, eyes flicking away. "Can't you tell? Do I really have to spell it out?" Seeing her bashful reaction, Theodore finally smiled. "So what you're saying is, you like me?" "Who said that?" Victoria tried to wiggle free, attempting to get up. But Theodore held her steady, not letting her move an inch. "Fine, then I'll say it. I like you, Victoria. You've always been on my mind." His gaze locked on hers as he said it, tender and sincere. Somehow, even the cheesiest lines didn't feel cringy when they came from him. They just felt real. Victoria flushed from head to toe. "Then, do you like me too?" Theodore asked, not missing a beat. This time, she gave a firm little nod. Her feelings for him were real, deep and completely hers. In that moment, Theodore couldn't help himself. He leaned in, wanting to kiss her, but when he was just inches away, he stopped. Victoria had already closed her eyes, her heart pounding, waiting for the kiss that never came. She opened them, confused, her eyes meeting his, and at that second, without even realizing it, she looked unbelievably alluring. Theodore stared, struggling to hold himself together. The closer he got, the harder it was to resist. Then Victoria seemed to catch on to what was going through his mind, and suddenly, she had an urge to tease him. Holding back a laugh, she leaned in and quickly pecked his lips. "Victoria!" Theodore stared at her, totally stunned. But as soon as he saw the mischievous glint in her expression, he knew she was messing with him on purpose. Even if he wanted to be mad, he just couldn't. Yep, he was definitely wrapped around her finger. "Don't test me like that. Next time I might not be able to hold back," he warned with a helpless look. Seriously, if this kept up, he might really lose it. Victoria hunched her shoulders a bit, deciding she better play nice. She had to work tomorrow, definitely didn't want to be completely wiped out. "I'm hungry," she said in a pitiful tone. "I'll make something," Theodore said as he helped her up and gently eased her back onto the couch. "Just relax and wait, I got it." "You can cook?" She blinked at him, clearly shocked. She honestly didn't remember Theodore being the cooking type. She always figured neither of them had much kitchen skill. "It's just a meal, not rocket science. Don't worry, it'll be quick," Theodore said confidently. "Don't push yourself, I'm not starving or anything." Victoria still looked skeptical. She was genuinely worried Theodore might not just mess up the food, but burn down the whole kitchen. "You really don't trust me that much?" Seeing her so anxious only made Theodore more determined to prove himself. Victoria opened her mouth to argue, then hesitated and finally stayed quiet, afraid saying too much might actually make things worse. "Just make something simple, like noodles." She usually just boiled noodles herself, maybe tossed in some greens or cracked an egg in. She figured noodles weren't that hard, shouldn't be a big deal. Victoria got up, tempted to peek into the kitchen. She really didn't believe he wouldn't set something on fire. Theodore stopped her in her tracks. "Just chill here, I got this." She gave up, but her expression clearly said she still wasn't convinced. Theodore pulled some steak and veggies from the fridge. He decided to go with pan-seared steak. Boiling noodles felt too basic. He couldn't just make her eat noodles forever. Cooking steak sounded a lot more legit. Back when Victoria cooked, he'd watched from the side. He wasn't a total stranger in the kitchen. Plus, the internet was packed with cooking tutorials. Whatever recipe you want, you could find it in seconds. He pulled up a steak recipe on his phone, watched the video twice, memorized the steps, and jumped right in. First task, let the steak thaw. While waiting, he threw himself into a vegetable salad. Salads were easy enough. Wash the greens, soak them in ice water, tear into bite-sized pieces, chop cherry tomatoes and cucumbers, toss everything in a bowl and mix with dressing. Theodore took a bite. Pretty decent, actually. He nodded to himself, feeling a bit accomplished. Maybe he did have a knack for this. Just watched a couple videos and already got something edible. Meanwhile, Victoria stayed in the living room, ears pricked up for any signs of chaos. But all she heard for a while was running water, and that made her more puzzled. Wait, is he still just washing the veggies? Can he really cook? The question popped back into her head. She started pacing back and forth without realizing it, slowly inching closer to the kitchen. Inside, the steak had thawed. Following the steps from the recipe, Theodore patted it dry with a paper towel, sprinkled both sides with salt, black pepper, and olive oil, and started massaging the seasoning in with his hands. That part grossed him out a bit. He dug out some disposable gloves from the drawer, put them on before continuing the massage session. Then came the pan. He heated it up, added olive oil, tossed in the steak, 60 seconds each side, then added butter and gave it another 30 seconds per side. Theodore stayed calm and focused the whole time, sticking close to the recipe. Everything went fine, except one little hiccup. The tutorial didn't mention heat levels. He overdid it a bit, and some parts of the steak came out a little scorched. Eyeing the uneven sear, he frowned, not quite the result he was hoping for. "Is it done?" Victoria had quietly shown up at the kitchen door without him noticing. She'd already caught a whiff of that steak aroma. Never in a million years would she have guessed that his first attempt at cooking would be steak, and it smelled pretty legit. "What are you doing here?" "It's smoky in here. Go wait in the dining room. Almost done." Theodore quickly stepped in front of the pan, like trying to hide the steak from view. After Victoria left, Theodore quietly trimmed the burnt edges and cut the steak into smaller pieces. Now it looked way better, and he finally felt somewhat satisfied. He brought the steak and salad to the dining room. When Victoria saw the dishes Theodore made, her expression shifted. Had he secretly learned to cook without her knowing? And for whom exactly? Just the thought made her feel a little uneasy inside. "When did you learn to cook?" she asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. Theodore caught the subtle jealousy in her tone and chuckled. "I just started, obviously. Do I look like someone who usually cooks?" In both the Chambers family's old estate and his villa, there were always chefs around. He'd never needed to cook himself. "Seriously?" Victoria still looked skeptical. "Totally," he nodded. "Why don't you try it and give me some feedback? Maybe I'll do even better next time." Even though both dishes looked decent, Victoria was still a bit hesitant. Appearance could be deceiving. What if it tasted awful? Theodore had already tasted everything earlier, so he wasn't worried. Not wanting to disappoint him, Victoria squared her shoulders and picked up her chopsticks. To be safe, she reached for the salad first. As she brought it close, the aroma hit her. It actually smelled pretty good. Hopefully it tasted just as nice. She took a careful bite and her eyes widened in surprise. Wait, he made this? It was insanely good. The veggies were super crisp, the dressing tangy and just sweet enough, totally on point. Confident now, she moved on to the steak and tried a piece. Yup, not bad either. The steak wasn't cooked evenly, parts were a little overdone with a hint of burnt flavor, but overall it was all right. Overcooked was still better than undercooked, so she could live with that. Now she believed it really was his first time, and honestly, he did a solid job. After swallowing the bite, Victoria gave him a thumbs up. Pretty impressive. Theodore's face lit up hearing her praise. "If you like it, I'll cook for you more often." He was already thinking about trying out more recipes and leveling up his skills. While things were light and warm between them, over on the other side, Isabella just couldn't fall asleep. To keep up the act in front of Hannah Mills, she had to stay at the Ellis home, specifically in Gina's old room. Part of the problem was she was really picky when it came to sleeping arrangements. Whenever she filmed in other cities, she always booked the same hotel and room. Staying in someone else's room, especially a dead person's, creeped her out. And then there was this nagging feeling, like someone was watching her. After all, this was a dead girl's room. That thought gave her chills. She told herself to stop overthinking. Gina was gone. There was no such thing as ghosts. And even if there were, Gina shouldn't have a reason to hurt her. If anything, she should be grateful. In a way, Isabella was helping her get revenge. They all shared a common enemy, Victoria. Today, Isabella used Hannah Mills to strike hard at Victoria. Just thinking back to her pained expression made Isabella feel a bit better. But it wasn't enough, not even close. Isabella didn't just want her hurt, she wanted her ruined, completely. An idea came to her quickly. The very next day, social media blew up with explosive news about the Ellis family. Apparently, Theodore's ex-wife wasn't actually their biological daughter, but just someone they had adopted. Turns out they raised her for over 20 years, only to be stabbed in the back. A few years ago, the real daughter of the Ellis family was finally found, but tragically she was dead not long after, murdered, with the killer still out there. Mr. Ellis was so devastated that he let the family business go, leaving it to outsiders. Mrs. Ellis couldn't cope with the loss and had suffered a mental breakdown, no longer able to communicate normally. If it was just this, people might have just gossiped. Rich families switching kids type of stuff isn't exactly new, but the person who dropped the news also leaked a vague video, hinting that Victoria had an argument with the real daughter, Gina, just before she died. The whole tone was clearly pushing suspicion toward Victoria. With all the elements, Theodore, Victoria, secrets about her background, and now a possible murder, the story went viral in no time. So Theodore's ex-wife isn't only from a nobody background, she's not even legit, just a foster kid pretending to be a rich girl. No wonder she was able to land someone like him. She's clearly got some sharp tricks. Forget the tricks, she might be the killer. Raising her was the Ellis family's biggest mistake. Nothing but betrayal for their kindness. Bet they regret it to death now. Seriously, a murder scandal tops all the usual celebrity drama. I mean, I kind of feel bad for the Ellis family. They finally got their real daughter back, and now she's dead? That's brutal. Come on, you guys don't know anything for sure. One sketchy video and some half-assed gossip proves what? People just say whatever online. If she really did it, wouldn't the cops have solved it by now? Wow, is that you, Victoria? You gotta work cleaning your image fast. No, I'm just sick of people playing detective over some random video. The whole thing is obviously slanted. If the person leaking this really knew the truth, why not spell it out clearly? Why all the vague half-truths? Sounds like they're trying to steer everyone in a certain direction. The comment section turned into a full-on war. Weirdly enough, any supportive comments for Victoria started disappearing. The ones who noticed this started calling it out online, but their voices were too quiet to make a dent. Victoria got a call from Chloe first thing in the morning. "Master, did you check the internet yet? Something big just happened. You shouldn't come to the studio today," Chloe said, clearly anxious. What happened? Victoria didn't usually check her phone right after waking up, so she had no idea what was going on online. It's just, I can't explain it all right now. You should check it yourself. Maybe you can clear things up, or worst case, call the police, Chloe said nervously. This wasn't like those random tabloid rumors from before. Those were just gossip-level stuff. But this time, it was serious. It involved a death. If this blew up, it could even lead to questioning at the police station. I got it, Chloe. I'll handle it as soon as I can. Don't worry. Victoria's voice stayed calm, and she took the time to reassure her. Chloe couldn't take it. Her master was such a good person. Why did people keep targeting her? And this time, it was downright brutal. Not only did they spill her background, but they also accused her of being involved in a murder. She knew Victoria would never do such a thing. Even now, when things were falling apart, she was still the one comforting others. After hanging up, Chloe jumped back into the war zone online. She even took the day off to fight back against those clueless trolls. No way was she letting people badmouth her kind, beautiful, gentle master. Victoria hung up, opened her push notifications, and saw the trending topic. As soon as she tapped the video, her brows furrowed deeply. The way the person in the video talked, it was all deliberately vague and misleading. Their goal was obvious: stir the pot, and they'd succeeded. The internet was already buzzing, and people were dragging her name through the mud. If she were to show up in public now, it'd turn into a full-blown circus. And the person most likely behind this was obvious. Looks like Isabella's really lost it this time. Crossing this line, that's not something you walk back from. Dragging someone into a case involving death, the cops were definitely going to step in. It was just a matter of time before they found out who did this. Still, this move could cause her serious problems. Victoria figured the police would be reaching out to her any minute now. What's going on? Theodore stepped out of the room and saw her pale face, looking genuinely worried. Victoria looked tired, but didn't hide anything from him. They had already cleared the air between them. No more secrets, especially not something this major. Someone leaked a video of me and Gina arguing, and they exposed my background online too. She let out a long sigh. She never wanted to drag anyone into anything. Why did someone insist on ruining her? Was it Isabella? Theodore asked right away. Victoria nodded slightly. Pretty sure it was. Who else would do something like this? I'll handle it. For now, don't go to work. All right, just stay home and rest, Theodore said firmly. Since her workplace wasn't a secret anymore, he was worried that some unstable person might show up there looking for trouble. Okay. Victoria didn't object. Heading to the repair shop might have shown she had nothing to hide, but honestly, she didn't think it was necessary. What others thought didn't bother her much, as long as no one close to her got hurt. Right then, the doorbell rang. Victoria glanced at Theodore. They both immediately had a pretty solid guess about who was on the other side. I'll go handle it, Theodore said, stepping toward the door. Victoria reached out and stopped him, shaking her head slightly. Let's go together. She knew how much influence the Chambers family held in Abindale and didn't want any trouble falling on him because of her. Besides, this was a murder investigation. You couldn't just dodge it. She had to face it head on. And honestly, the police were just doing their job. She wasn't looking to make things harder for them. Seeing she was firm on this, Theodore didn't argue. He just stuck by her side, quietly offering her the support she needed. Victoria opened the door. Just as they expected, 2 officers were standing outside. They gave her a serious look and said, "Miss Ellis, you're involved in a homicide case. We'll need you to come with us." "Sure," Victoria responded without hesitation, catching the officers a bit off guard. They already knew Victoria had deep connections with the Chambers family, and they'd braced themselves for pushback. She seemed surprisingly cooperative. They stole a quick glance at Theodore, standing beside her. His face was unreadable, his presence intense, radiating a "don't mess with me" vibe. Clearly the rumors were true. Theodore really did care about this woman. Theodore's aura was almost suffocating. The 2 officers had no choice but to grit their teeth and stick to protocol as they escorted Victoria. "I'm coming too," Theodore added in a tone that left no room for debate. "You lead the way. She'll come in my car. We'll follow." The 2 cops exchanged wary glances. Usually the suspect, well technically person of interest, was supposed to ride in the police vehicle. It wasn't normal to let someone else drive them to the station. But before they left for this assignment, they'd been told to treat Mr. Chambers and Miss Ellis with extra consideration. And now that Chambers himself was making the request, denying it would just complicate things. The fact that they even agreed to come without making a scene already surprised the officers. If they insisted too hard and the couple backed out, they wouldn't be able to forcibly bring her in, not with Chambers standing there. That would be a nightmare to report back. After weighing their options, the 2 officers nodded at each other. Fine. They'd go with it. They didn't believe Mr. Chambers was stupid enough to pull any tricks anyway. Victoria felt letting him handle it like this wasn't ideal. But since Theodore had made the call, and she knew it was all for her sake, she didn't say anything more. So, the cop car led the way while Theodore drove, following close behind en route to the station. What? Theodore went with her too? Isabella was on the phone, talking to one of her associates. The online rumors circling Victoria, totally her doing. Years in the entertainment industry had taught Isabella just how deadly gossip could be. When half-truths mixed with full-blown nonsense hit the internet, and people started parroting whatever they saw, even the dumbest stuff could suddenly seem believable. It didn't take much to shape public opinion. And if things went according to plan, Victoria would soon be remembered as that backstabbing murderer. Just like she'd guessed, the internet was exploding with hate directed at Victoria. Everyone was dragging her name through the mud, and Isabella? She was practically thrilled. Hearing that Victoria had been taken in by the police early in the morning had already made her day. But the moment she found out Theodore had gone with her, and even drove her there himself instead of letting her ride in a squad car, Isabella's good mood took a dive. She was furious, practically grinding her teeth. What exactly did Victoria have that she didn't? Why was Theodore so obsessed with her, willing to go to any lengths for her? Isabella had taken a risk pulling this stunt, banking on the fact that the cops still hadn't caught the killer. That video looked pretty solid, and she figured it would definitely shift all the focus onto Victoria. Even if it couldn't pin the murder on her directly, it was enough to throw her into serious trouble. And now that everyone already knew she was the one who sent the video to Hannah Mills, trying to play it safe wouldn't change a thing. Neither Victoria nor Theodore was the type to let it go easily. So if she was already in this deep, she might as well pull Victoria down with her. Meanwhile, at the police station, Theodore showed up with Victoria. Thanks to him, the officers actually treated Victoria with a fair amount of respect. Plus, they all knew who she was. Victoria had helped out on a bunch of body restoration cases for the police before. Her skills were insanely good, legendary even, so plenty of officers recognized her right away. "Mr. Chambers, if you don't mind waiting out here for a bit, we have a few questions for Ms. Ellis," one of the officers said politely. "I'm going in with her," Theodore replied, his voice flat and unreadable. The officer looked awkward. This kind of thing didn't usually happen. Actually, it pretty much never did. "It's fine, I've got this. They're just gonna ask me some stuff," Victoria said, turning back to ease Theodore's worry. She wasn't the type to need someone babysitting her every second. Come on, it was a police station, not a torture chamber. The officers weren't monsters, and she hadn't done anything wrong, so what was there to be afraid of? She was sure of her innocence. That was enough. After a bit of nudging from Victoria, Theodore finally gave in. But before she stepped in, he shot the officer a hard look that made the guy visibly uncomfortable, then silently watched her walk into the interrogation room. "Miss Ellis, reports online say you and Gina had a fierce argument that ended with her death. Care to explain?" one of the officers asked as they looked her straight in the eye. Victoria stayed calm and composed, her tone relaxed. "The video's real. I did argue with Gina, but after that, I left. We didn't see each other again." She kept her words steady and clear. The two officers exchanged a glance. They couldn't detect any lies in what she'd said. "Do you have an alibi for that time?" one of them followed up. Victoria frowned slightly, then shook her head. She hadn't been working that day, and after a fight with Theodore, she didn't go back to the villa. She just stayed in the dorms, totally alone. So, no one could confirm her whereabouts. The room went quiet. Right now, there were barely any solid leads on Gina's murder, but every piece of supposed evidence they did have, all traced back to Victoria. Her missing watch, the video with the fight, it all made her look bad. Things really weren't looking good for her. "We've also learned that your relationship with Gina wasn't exactly great," the officer added. "This doesn't really prove anything." Victoria stayed calm under the officer's questioning. She hadn't done what they accused her of, so there was no reason for her to feel guilty. "If you ask me, what you should really be focusing on is where that video came from and who posted it online. It's pretty obvious they had an agenda." Victoria pushed back, her tone calm but firm. The two officers looked at each other, unsure what to say next. "Are we done here? If there's nothing else, I'd like to leave." Since they didn't have any solid evidence against her, there was no reason to hold her. "Of course, you're free to go for now. As for your concerns, we'll be launching a full investigation into those leads," one of the cops replied, polite yet non-committal. As Victoria stepped out of the room, Theodore was already waiting in the hallway, his whole aura heavy and dark. The moment the officers exited, it felt like the air turned a few degrees colder. "It's fine now, Theodore. Let's go," Victoria said as she walked up beside him. Only then did his expression loosen up a bit. He wrapped an arm around her and led her away. This whole thing has Isabella written all over it. What's your plan? Theodore couldn't hold it in anymore. The video from before was too sensitive, showing the argument between Victoria and Gina. It would have stirred up trouble, so he didn't submit it to the police, which gave Isabella a free pass. But now that the video had leaked online, both the cops and the public knew about it. At this point, there was no reason to keep holding back. They had spared her once, but instead of laying low, Isabella doubled down and came after Victoria again. That was crossing the line. She wants to play dirty? Fine. Two can play that game. Victoria narrowed her eyes, her voice cool. If that was how Isabella wanted it, then she had no one to blame but herself. A few hours later, someone anonymously dropped a bomb online, dirt from Isabella's school days. With her level of fame, it didn't take long for the scandal to skyrocket to the top of the trending list, completely burying anything related to Victoria. Isabella Waters bullied schoolgirl to death. The tag shot straight to #1. By the time her agency noticed, it had already blown up. No way. I can't believe this. She seems so sweet and innocent. Right? I used to think she was this angelic good girl. Turns out she's a snake. I was totally fooled too. If this is real, I'm switching from fan to hater real quick. Well, no wonder she's a top actress. That acting's next level if it fooled us all. Come on, this has to be fake. No way she'd do something like that. Anyone can post stuff online these days. Who even knows if they're real people? Exactly. Some of y'all will fall for anything you read. If it's that easy, I could make stuff up too. At least post some decent proof. Wait, did y'all notice? The person who exposed her is Victoria? The comment section was a battlefield, with diehard fans defending Isabella, skeptical onlookers voicing doubt, and longtime haters finally feeling validated now that the angel had cracks in her halo. After a heated debate, someone suddenly pointed out that the whistleblower's name was actually Victoria. That was like dropping a bomb. Things exploded instantly, and netizens went wild. Those who had no idea what was going on were acting like headless chickens scrambling for the latest gossip. No way, you guys are just noticing now? I spotted that ages ago, but I wasn't sure. Could it really be that Victoria, or is it just someone with the same name? Who can tell for sure? But if it's really her, that's messed up. She's not even cleared herself yet, and she's already throwing shade at someone else. Sounds like she's trying to drag Isabella down with her. I bet she's using her popularity to deflect attention from herself. That's seriously twisted. Honestly, I believe she could be capable of murder. I just did a little digging. Guess what I found? Turns out Victoria and Isabella actually went to the same college. And get this, there was already drama between them and Mr. Chambers back in the day. Total soap opera vibes. You guys have to check this out. That comment skyrocketed in likes, and soon enough, the entire internet was buzzing over it. Guys, I'm back. I've read everything. Now I finally get the full picture. Victoria, Isabella, and Theodore were literally classmates. This drama is next level. Classic love triangle. He liked her, she liked him, she liked him too. Never thought someone like Isabella also had a one-sided crush once. So all those old dating rumors weren't just made-up nonsense? Looks like it was the other way around. Victoria was the legit one, and Isabella was the side chick. Okay, hold on. You're missing the point here. This isn't just about who liked who. The more serious thing is, we're talking 2 lives lost in these exposés. Maybe let's focus on that. Exactly. If both claims are true, that means we're dealing with 2 murderers. You can't lump them together like that. At least there's an actual video with Victoria's situation. It has solid evidence. But for Isabella, what do we even have? Couple of paragraphs? If that's all it takes to count as truth, then anyone could cook up a story. Honestly, feels like Victoria's just using this as a distraction tactic. Has no one noticed how that video of her magically vanished? Now Isabella's just the new target. Is Isabella really innocent? Just look at this. Someone posted a new link. People followed the link straight into the thread, detailing Isabella's college days. Specifically how she bullied a girl so badly, it led to the victim taking her own life. The thread was written by someone close to that girl. They'd actually shared it years ago, but for some reason, it barely gained any traction back then. They'd tried to get justice at the time, but hit a wall everywhere they turned. Now, with the topic back in the spotlight, the old post was dug up again. This time, it included actual proof tying Isabella to the bullying and the eventual suicide. The case finally felt like it was being properly addressed. Wow, I honestly didn't want to believe it, but it's all there in black and white. Isabella bullied someone to death in college, yet somehow went on to win Best Actress awards, playing characters who are sweet and innocent. What a joke. Come on, who doesn't know Isabella has a rich backer? Otherwise, how could a regular college girl waltz into showbiz and get top-tier resources handed to her? The entertainment world is seriously messy, and some people are just born actors. Another piece of gossip dropped like a bomb. No way, are you serious? I never thought Isabella would be tied to something as dark as bullying someone to death. The chatter exploded online. That trending topic wasn't just hot, it was about to combust. Isabella's PR team had jumped into action early on, but they were no match for the power of the internet masses. No matter how they tried to clean up her image, no one was buying it. Every time they tried to pull down the hashtags or delete critical comments, it backfired. Delete it once, netizens just put it back up. Try to spin it? People dragged her even harder. Instead of damage control, they ended up validating the very rumors they were trying to block. Before this, folks were on the fence. Now, the cover-up made it feel all the more real. Worse, internet sleuths dug up more dirt on Isabella, and things spiraled. Her public image crashed and burned. Even if she shows her face again with a full glam squad, people are still going to think bully caused a suicide. Of course, Isabella knew what was going on. Her name was plastered all over the internet. She was so furious she trashed her room. Hannah Mills tried to check in on her from outside, but Isabella didn't even blink. As far as she was concerned, the Ellis family was useless to her now. No more acting needed. And Victoria? She actually went on record, using her real name, to expose everything online. That was basically a declaration of war. Isabella's hatred for Victoria hit a whole new level. Her mind was spinning out, getting darker by the second. Meanwhile, Theodore was watching everything unfold online. To see Isabella fall from beloved A-lister to complete social pariah, it completely shifted how he saw Victoria. Noticing his expression, Victoria glanced over. "What? You think I went too far? Or maybe that I was too cold?" Theodore shook his head. "No, not at all. I'm just realizing, you really can stand up for yourself now. And not just that, you stood up for someone else too. You make it sound like this is new," Victoria replied calmly. "I've always been able to take care of myself." "Guess I underestimated you," Theodore admitted, a bit sheepishly. "You're tougher than I thought. I should have paid more attention." "The way you handled it was smart," he added, thinking out loud. She finally got a taste of what she deserved. Back then, he honestly believed Isabella was as innocent and kind as she acted. Over time, he started to see cracks, but it wasn't until now that he truly saw her for who she was. Still, Theodore felt grateful. Victoria's return had opened his eyes before it was too late, before he fell further for someone who'd been lying all along. Isabella's scandal had finally hit rock bottom. Her career plunged off a cliff. Brands she once endorsed rushed to cancel contracts and even demanded compensation. The internet was flooded with dirt about her. She had no choice but to keep hiding out at the Ellis residence under the name Gina. She didn't even dare go back to her own place, terrified she'd get ambushed by paparazzi. Now she was practically public enemy number one. She could only stay out of sight and off the radar. Meanwhile, Theodore had something big in mind. He was planning to propose to Victoria. "You're proposing?" Ryan nearly jumped out of his seat at the news, eyes about to pop out of his head. Seriously? Hell must have frozen over. Theodore, of all people, wanting to propose, and even coming to him for help? That just didn't sound like the Theo he knew. "Looks like you've really fallen hard for Victoria," Ryan teased. "Cut the crap, just tell me what she'd like," Theodore frowned, shutting down his theatrics quick. Ryan's eyes got even rounder. Theo didn't deny it, not even a little. Unbelievable. That Victoria must be something else to get someone like Theo wrapped around her finger. Ryan made a mental note to ask Victoria someday for tips. How exactly did she do it? "How would I know? I've never proposed," Ryan scratched the back of his head, looking genuinely stumped. Aren't you the so-called lady killer? Haven't you always boasted about knowing women inside out? Theodore narrowed his eyes dangerously. Ryan gave a sheepish grin. That was all just talk, man. Nothing serious. Your situation is on a whole other level. Truth was, Ryan might seem like a playboy, but he'd always treated women respectfully and kept things casual. He even dodged some women who came on too strong. Engagements? Now that was seriously outside his wheelhouse. Really now? Theodore's look grew darker, making Ryan sweat. Okay, I'll say something, all right? Ryan finally gave in. At the very least, he figured he was better than a block of wood like Theo when it came to this stuff. Girls like flowers and gifts. Total classics when it comes to proposals, Ryan suggested. That's way too basic, Theodore said, clearly unimpressed. He'd already gone the flowers and gifts route when he confessed before, and he worried Victoria would think he didn't put much effort into the proposal. Worse, that she'd feel like it was careless. Ryan shook his head mentally. Yeah, Theodore was hopelessly in deep. The guy even thought classic moves were too lame. He was seriously trying. Oh right, the ring! You can't forget the engagement ring, Ryan said suddenly, eyes lighting up. Girls always care about that. Go for a limited edition one, like a one-of-a-kind piece. Makes it super meaningful. With Theo's status, getting any ring in the world wouldn't be a problem. Still, Theodore didn't look impressed. Ryan's suggestions were all traditional go-tos. Sure, they were a must, but Theo wanted something more, something that really stood out and would mean something personal to both of them. He'd had high hopes Ryan might come through with something creative, but clearly, he'd set his expectations too high. Nope, these are all way too basic. Come up with something better, Theodore said, frowning. Ryan rolled his eyes so hard it was a miracle they didn't get stuck. He looked like he just lost the will to live. I've really got nothing, man. Why don't you just hire a pro wedding planner? They're trained for this kind of thing, creative, experienced, and they'll set everything up for you. All you have to do is show up on time. Suddenly, an idea popped into Ryan's head like a light bulb flicking on. He thought it was brilliant, absolutely genius. But when Theodore saw the smug look on his face, his frown deepened even more. Hiring a planner feels too stiff and formal, Theodore muttered. He really wanted the whole thing to be personal, something he poured his heart into for Victoria. He wanted it to be unforgettable. Ryan stared at him in disbelief. Seriously? So going to a planner's too formal, but bugging me for ideas is okay? Dude, if you're claiming this has to be heartfelt, then shouldn't you figure it out yourself? Even if it sucks, at least it came from you. You're right. Theodore's brows relaxed, and there was a faint warmth in his eyes as he looked at Ryan. After all these years, you finally said something that actually makes sense. Ryan was stunned. Wait, what? Did that actually work? He was just talking nonsense. Is Theodore really planning to do it all on his own? Ryan had serious doubts. The guy was a total blockhead when it came to romance. He could already imagine it. Victoria might get scared off, not touched. Poor girl. Maybe think it through a bit more, Ryan said quickly, a bit nervous now. This isn't just some random thing, man. It could literally change your whole life. What if she says no? You'll regret it forever. The thought of how bad it could go freaked Ryan out. If Theodore failed and decided to blame someone, he had a bad feeling that he'd be the punching bag. Wow, thanks for the encouragement, Theodore snapped, shooting him a look. You're right, I'll shut up. Ryan raised both hands in surrender. You go ahead and keep thinking. Just, if this blows up, don't come crying to me. Theodore gave him a sideways look and turned on his heel, walking off. Hey, you're just leaving like that? Ryan called out, reaching out a hand, not even staying for a bit. Watching Theodore walk away without so much as a backwards glance, Ryan felt a chill in his heart. Cold. This guy was so cold, only shows up when he needs help, and once that's done, gone like the wind. What was he? A hotline or something? Of course, he only dared to grumble that way in his head. He wasn't stupid. Theodore only needed to pull that cold-faced look, and Ryan might actually freeze to death on the spot. After leaving the Stewart's place, Theodore really did start thinking about how to propose to Victoria. He even spent hours browsing through online proposals for inspiration, but nothing felt right. Honestly, If he wasn't so dead set on keeping it a surprise, he would have hired a planner just to get it done properly. Even after work, the idea still haunted him. Totally stuck on this one thing. Victoria noticed Theodore was acting weird. She figured maybe something had gone wrong at work and got a bit worried, so she prepared a fruit platter and brought it over to the table in front of him, then sat down beside him. "What's wrong? Did something happen? If it's something tricky, you can talk to me. I might not be able to fix it, but at least I can share the load with you," she said gently. Her voice was unusually soft, and it warmed Theodore's heart more than he expected. But he couldn't tell her the truth. He was planning a surprise proposal for her. "It's nothing big. Don't worry. I've got it handled," Theodore replied vaguely. Victoria had always been sharp. She could tell he was hiding something, and on purpose too. The suspicion made her heart sink. "So he doesn't trust me enough to share everything now," she thought. "We're not at the no-secret stage yet." Maybe she had overestimated her place in his heart. Theodore, completely unaware that she had misunderstood, just wanted to keep up appearances. He grabbed a piece of fruit from the plate she made and took a bite. Then he raised an eyebrow and said casually, "Not bad. You should have some too." With that, he picked up a piece with a fork and offered it to her. Victoria didn't take it. She just said flatly, "It's better not to munch on sweet stuff at night. Not good for your teeth." Then she took the fruit plate away and stuck it back in the fridge. Theodore blinked. "Did I say something wrong?" He watched her as she walked off toward her room without even glancing back at him. He didn't have time to think too much and quickly followed. "Victoria, what's up with you?" Right before she could shut the door, he reached out quickly and held it open. "Nothing really. I'm just tired and want to sleep early. You too. Get some rest, Mr. Chambers," she said as she tried to push the door closed. At that point, it was pretty obvious to Theodore that she was mad. He pushed the door fully open, standing face to face with her. "What's going on with you? Why are you angry?" That only made her more upset. "Theodore, I told you I'm tired and want to sleep. What part of that don't you get?" she snapped. "You sure it's just that?" Theodore clearly didn't buy it. "So now you think I'm lying?" Her expression turned even colder. No, of course not," he quickly answered. "Then let me go rest. Let go." Her tone was still frosty. Not wanting to push her further, he finally let go of the door and watched as she calmly shut it in his face. Standing there, staring at the closed door, Theodore realized after thinking it over, Victoria must be upset because she thought he was hiding something. He felt a bit defeated. All he wanted was to surprise her with a proposal, but now before the surprise even happened, he'd already made her mad. Now he was stuck. If he told her, the surprise would be ruined. But if he didn't, she'd keep thinking he was keeping stuff from her. In the end, Theodore chose to keep it a secret from Victoria and started quietly planning the proposal. But during this time, Victoria had been brushing him off completely. Guess that was the price he had to pay. Thankfully, Theodore already had the proposal idea figured out. He just needed a bit more time to get everything ready. Once it was all set, he'd pop the question, and hopefully, when Victoria saw everything, she'd understand and stop being mad. Victoria, on the other hand, watched Theodore come and go every day, always leaving early and coming back late. He looked tired every time he got home, but it didn't seem like it was because of work. The more she thought about it, the colder she felt. They had just cleared up everything between them and were trying to start over, yet it barely took any time for Theodore to start acting like a stranger again. Was being with her really that hard for him? If so, why did he act like he was so heartbroken before, like she was the one person he didn't want to lose? Eventually, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Victoria went straight up to him and asked, "Theodore, what's going on with you lately? I know you're keeping something from me. Maybe it's something I'm not supposed to know, fine. But could you at least tell me that much? Why act like this?" Theodore was caught off guard and honestly kind of excited. Victoria had ignored him for days. Anytime he tried to talk to her, she just brushed him off. He'd been rushing out every day to get the proposal site ready, just wanting to finish it sooner so he could finally explain everything to her. But he didn't think she'd come to him first. For a moment, He was so surprised he missed what she actually said. "If you really think we're not meant to be together," Victoria said, forcing herself to stay calm, "then let's just break up peacefully. We're not kids anymore. We can end this with a little dignity." Her face didn't show much, but the way her hands trembled at her sides gave her away. That's when Theodore finally snapped out of it and realized what she'd said. He shot up, panic written all over his face. "Wait, who said I wanted to end things? Who said we're not right for each other?" "Victoria, you're misunderstanding everything. Please, just hear me out." He stepped closer, locking eyes with her. "Go on." Victoria softened a little at his gaze, deciding to give him another chance. "Victoria, I know what's bothering you. You feel like I'm hiding something, and you're right, I am. But it's not because I don't trust you or don't want to tell you." "Then what is it?" she asked, nervously rubbing her thumb against her finger. "Come with me. I'll tell you everything." Theodore gently took her hand and led her outside, his hand wrapped around hers, warm and steady. Victoria didn't pull away. He took her to the place he'd been secretly working on all this time. Everything was ready. As soon as Victoria stepped inside, she stopped in her tracks. This place. Theodore had rented a venue and filled it with her paintings, her entire personal art exhibition. And it wasn't just the paintings. There were so many photos too, full face, side profile, even ones of her back. Shots of her painting, laughing, running around, taking in a view, and even one where she'd fallen asleep on her desk. There were some photos of her and Theodore together, but all from their college days. Most shots were from Victoria's university years, mixed in with a few from after they got married. Some were posed, but plenty were clearly taken on the sly. Especially the ones from their marriage, every single one was candid. That's when it hit Victoria. During their entire marriage, they hadn't taken a single proper photo together. No wedding pictures, nothing. She remembered only one family portrait taken when Grandma was still around. Grandma had insisted on it, and while she smiled brightly in the photo, everyone else looked pretty miserable. Grandma wasn't happy with that one either and made them retake it, asking everyone to smile. The result? Their smiles looked more awkward than tears. She never imagined that Theodore had secretly taken all these pictures of her and kept them all this time. "When did you even take these?" Victoria's voice cracked, eyes stinging with tears. Turns out, while she thought she was the only one hopelessly in love, Theodore had been silently holding on just as tightly. "Hey, why are you crying? Don't cry." Theodore fumbled to wipe her tears, clearly flustered. "Why did you keep this from me?" Victoria sniffled, her eyes red. If she had known sooner, how much heartache they could have avoided. "I'm sorry, I won't hide things from you again. I just wanted to surprise you," he said, sounding genuinely remorseful. Victoria let out a laugh through her tears. "So this was the big surprise?" "Part of it," Theodore replied. Then, under her puzzled gaze, he slowly got down on one knee and opened a small ring box. A dazzling, uniquely designed diamond ring sparkled before her. "Victoria," he looked up at her, eyes full of emotion, "will you marry me again? Grow old with me?" Stunned and touched, Victoria realized why he'd been hiding all of this. It was all for this one moment. During that short stretch of silence, as she stood frozen, Theodore grew more and more anxious, a light sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. As the CEO of Chambers Group, he'd faced much bigger challenges without ever panicking. But right now, he was more nervous than ever. "I will," Victoria finally said, voice soft but firm. Overjoyed, Theodore took out the ring. It was a one-of-a-kind, limited edition he had specially bid for. If others had it, Victoria had to have it too. If no one else had it, she especially had to. The ring wasn't just rare, it stood for love and happiness, exactly what he wanted to give her. Victoria held out her hand, watching as Theodore, a little clumsy with nerves, slid the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly. They never had a proper wedding, never exchanged rings before. This was the first time Theodore had ever put a ring on her. Seeing it fit so snugly, he visibly relaxed. He had secretly measured her ring size before, planning to have it adjusted after getting it. Turns out, fate had made it a perfect match, right from the start. On the other side, things were going downhill fast for Isabella. The internet was in chaos with all the gossip about her bullying someone into suicide. Stuff was spreading like wildfire. And as if that wasn't enough, more dirt on her got dug up and posted everywhere. Overnight, her fan base turned against her. Former fans were now some of her loudest haters. Isabella's reputation was in tatters, her career completely wrecked. Her agent called her in a hurry, telling her that public opinion was out of control and, honestly, most of the accusations had solid evidence. They'd tried to deny everything, but it all got debunked instantly. There was no saving it now. The only thing left for Isabella to do was stay low and not show her face in public for a while. But everyone could see the writing on the wall. She was finished. No way back from this one. The fallout from what she did was way too huge. Even if she tried to make a comeback, netizens would never forgive her. And it wasn't just about the public backlash anymore. Some of her actions might have stepped into illegal territory. She could actually be facing jail time. Useless, bunch of useless idiots. Isabella screamed as she trashed her living room, throwing anything she could lay hands on. Her rage didn't ease one bit. This PR team was one she'd handpicked herself. She'd put it together to cut ties with Julian, to dodge his constant watch. It hadn't been easy to pull off. But now, this team was hopeless. Not one of them could fix this mess, and they were only making her more frustrated. She'd already lost Theodore, and now her career was gone too. Everything she'd worked day and night for had gone up in smoke overnight. How could she possibly accept that? No, this wasn't how it was supposed to end. There was no way that this was her fate. At the proposal venue, Theodore smiled while looking at the ring on Victoria's finger. It looked like it was meant for her all along. He stood up and gazed at Victoria with deep affection. "You can't get married." Just as Theodore and Victoria were leaning closer, a shout cut through the moment. They didn't even have to guess who it was. Theodore and Victoria exchanged a glance, then turned toward the person who had suddenly barged in, Isabella. Her state was clearly off. She looked unhinged, and her emotions were running wild. Theodore instinctively moved in front of Victoria, shielding her. Seeing Theodore stand there protectively made Victoria feel an overwhelming sense of security. But Isabella, seeing this, completely lost it. "Theodore, you can't marry her," she shouted, practically losing it. Theodore looked at her with pure disgust. "Isabella, you have no right to tell me what to do. Honestly, the only reason you're even here right now is because Victoria showed you mercy back then." "Mercy?" Isabella laughed bitterly. "If she really showed mercy, would I be like this now? I've lost everything. Lost you, my reputation, my career, my future. And it's all because of her." Her voice cracked as she screamed, her eyes full of hatred as she glared past Theodore at Victoria. "I was never yours to begin with, so there's nothing to lose," Theodore said coldly. "As for everything else, that's just the consequences of your own choices. Don't pin that on Victoria." He honestly hadn't expected that even now. Isabella still couldn't see her own faults. Instead of reflecting on herself, she blamed everything on Victoria. At this point, there was really no saving her. "Theodore, how could you treat me like this? I really love you. I love you more than anyone else. Why can't you see that? Why is it that your eyes are always on Victoria?" Isabella's voice trembled as she looked at Theodore, her gaze full of sorrow at his cold expression and words. She stared at him pleadingly, like some heartbroken girl who'd been unfairly abandoned. "Love? Do you even know what that means?" Theodore looked at her with a mocking smile. "Tell me, Isabella, do you love me or the fact that I'm the heir to Chambers Group? Stop lying to yourself. You don't love me. You only love yourself." Maybe in the past he would have believed her, but after knowing who she really was, that door had slammed shut for good. Back in college, she bullied someone to the point of suicide. More recently, she'd used a video of Gina before her death to push Hannah Mills even further into her breakdown. She faked being Gina and manipulated the Ellis parents so she could hurt Victoria, turning things upside down online to smear her. Somebody like that couldn't possibly understand what love even means. "Isabella, just stop already. It's not too late to change," Victoria said softly. She could tell Isabella was on the edge of a complete breakdown, and she was honestly scared about what she might do if she snapped entirely. "Shut up! Who do you think you are to lecture me?" Isabella suddenly exploded. "Just because Theodore proposed to you, you think you've won? Don't get ahead of yourself, Victoria. This isn't over, not by a long shot. I'm not quitting, and I don't think I've done anything wrong. So save your pity. Victoria really just didn't want to see her keep spiraling. That was it. But clearly, her concern only made Isabella more furious. At this point, nothing Victoria said would get through to her. Instead, Isabella saw it as some kind of gloating. It's true what they say, people always see others through the lens of their own mindset. If you don't leave right now, don't blame us for what happens next, Theodore warned, his tone colder than ever as he stepped protectively in front of Victoria, clearly done with Isabella's madness. Theo, you're seriously going to be that heartless to me? Isabella's voice softened instantly as she tried to flip the switch again, her expression changing in a blink. But Theodore didn't even bother answering. His silence said it all. And finally, she got it. In his eyes, she meant nothing anymore. Only Victoria mattered now. Watching how Theodore shielded Victoria so tightly, full of caution, as if Isabella were some dangerous monster, she felt her chest burn with jealousy. Why? Why was it that Victoria, who did nothing, got everything, while she, who'd done everything she possibly could, still ended up with nothing? The more Isabella thought about it, the more enraged she felt. She couldn't just walk away, beaten and disgraced, waiting to be dragged to court. Going from the top straight into the gutter, and then standing by while Victoria and Theodore lived happily ever after? No way. Not gonna happen. If she couldn't have it, no one else would either. Victoria, don't you want to know the truth about Gina's death? Isabella tilted her head, eyes gleaming as she looked at her. You know what happened to Gina? Who did it? Victoria sounded a little flustered. That question had been eating away at her ever since the day she'd learned Gina was gone. It was like a weight on her chest she could never shake off. If Isabella had that video of her and Gina arguing, maybe she really did know more than she let on. Want to know? The killer is. Isabella suddenly lowered her voice, a smirk playing on her lips as she looked at Victoria with a strange expression. What? Victoria instinctively stepped forward, slipping past Theodore to get closer. Victoria! Theodore grabbed her arm tightly. When she looked at him in confusion, he shook his head at her. Don't go over there. He didn't trust Isabella one bit. To him, she was nothing but trouble, too dangerous to let Victoria near. Victoria paused, catching the worry in his eyes. Her gaze drifted back to Isabella. She hesitated. This could be it. Maybe this was finally her chance to hear the truth. Victoria, don't you want to know how to help your foster mom get better? You probably figured it out already. I've been living in your house as Gina. And guess what? Hannah Mills completely trusts me, clings to me like I'm the real deal. She tells me everything, hands over anything. Honestly, I probably know her better than you do now, Isabella said casually. Hearing that made something twist uncomfortably in Victoria's chest. She bit her lip. She knew Isabella was likely saying this to mess with her, but that didn't stop it from hurting. What do you want in exchange? Victoria asked, unable to help herself. Isabella's eyes lit up the moment she heard that. She knew she'd hooked her. So what if Victoria had everything now? She was still so easy to toy with. Just a little push, and she'd dance to whatever tune Isabella played. Why should I tell you anything? If you want answers, show me what you're willing to give. I'll see how you perform, and maybe I'll consider it. Her mask had completely slipped off now. No more pretense. She wasn't even trying to play nice anymore. After all, it was all out in the open now. No point faking anything. Victoria looked uncertain. She wasn't sure what Isabella meant by willing to give. Was it asking her to walk away from Theodore, or to let Isabella off the hook for everything she'd done? Either way, it wasn't something she could stomach. Seeing her torn, Theodore stepped in, trying to ease her mind. You don't have to carry all this alone. Let the police do their job and find the killer. Let the doctors help Hannah. You're not supposed to handle everything by yourself. Victoria managed a weak smile at that, but her mind was still racing. She couldn't let it go. Watching the warmth between them, Isabella's face darkened. Victoria, you really don't want to know? This is your one shot. Just come here and I'll tell you. Victoria froze. That easy? Just walk over and she'd get the answer? She hesitated, and in that moment, Isabella was already sneering inside. Don't listen to her. She's dangerous. Theodore said again, pulling her back slightly, shaking his head at her. It'll be fine. You're right here, aren't you? Victoria glanced over at him as she spoke. Theodore looked like he wanted to argue, but seeing how determined she was, he just sighed. He figured that even though Isabella was a piece of work, she probably wouldn't dare go too far. As Victoria started walking toward Isabella, Theodore followed close behind, clearly uneasy. Isabella's face darkened the moment she saw them approaching. "Victoria, guess what your dear adoptive mom told me?" she sneered. "She said the biggest regret of her life was taking you in, that she should have just let you rot. Even said if trading your life for mine could bring me back, she'd do it in a heartbeat." Seriously, Victoria, do you realize how pathetic that is? Even the people who raised you can't stand you. You spent over 20 years with them and still ended up like this. Her words were sharp on purpose, designed to hit where it hurt most. And it worked. Victoria's expression faltered, eyes flickering with something close to pain. All of Theodore's focus shifted to her instantly, face tense with worry. Neither of them noticed how close Isabella had gotten. Within a single step, she lunged, too fast for either to react. The blade she'd been holding was suddenly pressed against Victoria's lower back. Theodore's eyes widened in horror. He froze, his body screaming to move, to shield her. Nothing else mattered, just her. In that split second, he realized how much she meant to him, how terrified he was of losing her. If he could switch places with her right then, he would have done it without hesitation. Luckily, Isabella didn't strike. She simply held the knife there, using Victoria as leverage. "Isabella, just breathe, okay? We can talk. Whatever you want, I'll make it happen," Theodore said, voice gentler than usual, as though even the wrong tone might set her off. He had no idea how stable or unstable she really was. "You really love her that much, huh?" Isabella laughed bitterly. "It makes me sick, honestly. Don't you worry, I might just stab her just to wipe that look off your face." "If you lay a finger on her, you'll wish you'd never been born," Theodore replied, his voice ice cold. The threat landed. Isabella flinched. He wasn't bluffing, and she knew it now. He wasn't someone to mess with, a ruthless powerhouse in the business world who didn't tolerate betrayal. "I've already lost everything. All my work down the drain. I'm not walking away empty-handed," Isabella said, eyeing him steadily. "You keep my career from crashing, fix everything, and I'll let her go." At first, she'd planned to make him leave Victoria and be with her. But after seeing what Theodore was really like, that plan was trashed. She could feel the disgust radiating off him. Even if he played along now, once Victoria was safe, he'd turn on her without batting an eye. And she didn't doubt for a second if he wanted her gone, no one would see her alive again. She bit her lip hard. If it had come to this, she'd rather save her career. A man like him? Whatever. He wasn't worth losing everything over. "All right, I'll do what you say. Just let her go first." Theodore kept his eyes locked on Isabella's hand, tension crawling up his spine. One wrong move and Victoria could get hurt. "Let her go now, me? You really think I'm that stupid? If I let her go, you'll crush me in seconds," Isabella scoffed, lips curling in contempt. Theodore's expression turned cold. "So what do you want then?" By now he had zero hope for Isabella. The look in his eyes had changed. She wasn't someone he used to know, just a stranger who'd completely lost it. "Get me a car. I need a way out of here. You show me you're serious, and I'll let her go," Isabella said with a tight grip on the knife, the blade pressing dangerously close to Victoria's waist. One bit further, and blood would spill. The always composed Theodore clenched his fists, panic bubbling beneath the surface. Victoria froze. Not daring to twitch, she could feel the threat in Isabella's trembling hand. One wrong move, and that knife wouldn't hesitate. "Isabella, calm down. Look, if you let me go now, there's still a chance to walk away from this. We won't press charges. But the second you try to leave with me like this, it becomes kidnapping. Don't do something you'll regret," Victoria said steadily, trying to sound more confident than she felt. "Shut up. Don't act like you're so forgiving. None of this would have happened if it weren't for you. I lost everything because of you. And now you want to play the victim? Kidnapping? So what? I'm already ruined. What's one more charge?" Isabella snapped, her voice bordering on hysterical. It was crazy how she refused to take responsibility for any of it, dumping all her misery onto Victoria like it was her fault. Seeing her losing it again, Victoria wisely went quiet. At this point, anything she said would just trigger Isabella more. "Hurry the hell up! Get me that car!" Isabella screamed at Theodore. That sweet, delicate face he once knew was now twisted with rage. Okay, just calm down. I'll handle it," Theodore soothed, pulling out his phone as if every movement might set off a bomb. "Put it on speaker," Isabella demanded. You had to admit she was still sharp, even in meltdown mode. She wasn't about to trust Theodore to make that call without a trick up his sleeve. Theodore's jaw tightened, but he hit speaker anyway. "Hello, Mr. Chambers. What can I do for you?" Marcus's voice came through instantly. "Get a car ready. The pickup's at—" Theodore gave the location and hung up. He looked back at Isabella, who seemed to ease up slightly, but she still hadn't let go of Victoria. Truth be told, she was running out of steam. Her wrist was sore, arm shaking from holding onto the knife so long. If she didn't bolt soon, she might literally drop it. Isabella might have been a popular actress, but a real criminal? No way. She barely had enough strength to stand straight, probably hadn't eaten properly in weeks to stay camera thin. Even Victoria could feel her grip getting weaker, the slight tremble betraying her exhaustion. Their eyes met briefly, Victoria and Theodore, silent understanding passing between them. Even without saying a word, they knew exactly what the other was thinking. Reading Victoria's expression, Theodore gave the tiniest shake of his head. No, it's too risky. When it came to Victoria, he couldn't afford even the smallest gamble. Victoria locked eyes with him, unshaken. They couldn't keep letting Isabella call the shots. If she got taken away, things would only spiral. Just like how Isabella didn't really believe Theodore would help fix things or save her career, Victoria didn't believe she'd hold up her end and let her go. This wasn't the same Isabella from before. She had lost everything, and there was no telling what she might do now. Theodore understood Victoria's choice. She was right. Still, the thought of her being in danger kept his mind from thinking straight. A sudden screech of tires from outside broke the silence. It was the car Theodore had arranged. The sound pulled Isabella's attention. She glanced toward the window. Maybe because she thought her plan was about to succeed and she'd be escaping with Victoria, the tension she carried finally slipped a bit. The grip she had on the knife loosened. Victoria felt the blade move slightly away from her. She turned to Theodore, eyes full of resolve. This is it. Now or never. There wouldn't be another chance. If they missed it now, that'd be the end. Under Victoria's increasingly urgent gaze, Theodore clenched his jaw. He made up his mind. In the split second that Isabella's focus wavered, he darted toward Victoria. At the same time, Victoria yanked herself out of Isabella's grasp and sprinted toward him. Earlier, Isabella had forced Theodore to stand further away for safety, so there was still a bit of distance between them. But their eyes only saw each other, running toward one another with everything they had. Thump, 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 thump. For a second, Victoria thought her heart was going to leap out of her chest. She knew this was dangerous. If Isabella reacted faster, even by a fraction, it could end horribly. The second Victoria broke free, Isabella snapped back to attention. She couldn't believe the girl had the nerve to try and escape right under her nose. Her fury exploded. Driven by rage, she instinctively thrust the knife forward. Only 2 seconds had passed. Victoria hadn't even made it out of reach. She was barely a step away. If Isabella was fast enough, Victoria would go down, right then and there. Isabella's eyes were bloodshot, and her face was twisted with fury as the knife inched closer. To Theodore, that knife seemed to stretch endlessly toward Victoria, like everything was happening in slow motion. Panic hit him like a freight train. He pushed his body harder, every muscle burning as he sprinted. Just as the blade was about to strike, he managed to grab Victoria's hand and yank her straight into his arms. But Isabella didn't stop. Without thinking, Theodore twisted his body, shielding Victoria behind him. Victoria hadn't even reacted when she saw the pain flash across Theodore's face. Something didn't feel right. Her gaze shot over his shoulder. Isabella had let go of the knife. She staggered back, horrified, staring at the blood on her hands, shaking her head like she was trying to deny reality. No, I didn't mean to. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Isabella's first instinct was to deny everything. She'd lost control trying to lash out at Victoria, but never thought Theodore would step in to take the hit for her. The knife had already clattered to the floor, but blood was still spilling from Theodore's wound. Isabella stood there frozen, panic written all over her face. If anything happened to Theodore, she'd be done for. No way the police or the Chambers family would let her off the hook. Instinctively, she turned to run, but wailing sirens rang out from outside. When Theodore had called Marcus earlier, he'd managed to get a quick SOS across. Marcus was sharp. He caught on immediately and took action, contacting both the cops and an ambulance. Cornered and out of options, Isabella dropped to the ground, completely crushed. She looked like her soul had left her body. She knew it. This time, she was really screwed. "Theo, are you okay? There's so much blood." Victoria turned around and saw the wound on him. Seeing the blood still flowing, she got flustered. Her hands trembled as she tried to stop the bleeding, pressing down on the wound with her palm, but the blood just kept seeping through her fingers. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Theo, hang in there. The cops are here, and we're heading to the hospital right away." "Don't cry. It's just a scratch. I'll be fine." Theodore, despite being the one hurt, still tried to soothe her. "How can you call this a scratch? Look at all the blood. Are you out of your mind? Why would you throw yourself in front of a knife? What did you think you were? Bulletproof?" Victoria was losing it, fear and frustration all over her face. Theodore gave a wry smile. In that situation, he didn't stop to think. It was pure instinct. If he hadn't stepped in, Victoria would have been the one hurt, and that was something he couldn't accept. He'd rather take the hit himself 1,000 times over than see her get hurt. The police showed up fast, yanking Isabella up from the floor and snapping cuffs on her wrists. "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. You've got it wrong. You can't arrest me." Isabella kept muttering, but the cops weren't moved. They shoved her into the back of a cruiser. "Theo, what the hell?" Marcus arrived right behind them. Seeing his boss bleeding, he momentarily blanked out. "I've got the ambulance team ready outside. I'll bring them in now." Marcus snapped out of it and dashed off again. Theodore didn't even have time to stop him. In no time, Marcus returned with a medical team and a stretcher. "I can walk. No need for that." Theodore frowned at the sight of the stretcher, clearly unhappy. He didn't think a minor injury called for this much fuss. "Sir, please, it's better to be safe. Moving around might make it worse." Marcus tried to reason with him. "Theo, stop being stubborn. You've lost so much blood. Just get on the stretcher, okay?" Victoria was clearly panicking. Not wanting to stress her out anymore, Theodore finally gave in and lay down. The medics quickly patched him up and carried him out. Sure, he felt awkward as hell, but if it helped ease Victoria's anxiety, he'd deal with it. Once inside the ambulance, the doctor checked him over and confirmed there was no internal damage. Both Victoria and Marcus finally let out a breath of relief. It seemed Isabella didn't have much strength left when she acted, so the wound wasn't too deep. It just bled a lot and looked scarier than it really was. The cops quickly restrained Isabella and took her to the station, while Victoria and Marcus rushed Theodore to the hospital. Once they arrived at Chambers Hospital, Theodore was placed in a VIP room. Marcus went to handle the paperwork, and Victoria stayed by Theodore's bedside. "When did you turn into such a crybaby?" Theodore raised his hand to wipe away Victoria's tears, trying to tease her even though she was still silently crying nonstop. Victoria shot him a red-eyed glare. "I am not a crybaby. This is all because of you, okay? And now you're seriously teasing me?" "My bad. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad," Theodore said immediately without trying to explain himself. Even though he was the one who got hurt, he was still doing everything to comfort her. Victoria's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "No more of this, all right?" she said, wiping her tears again. "I promise. I won't let anyone hurt you ever again," Theodore said as he gently held her hand resting beside the bed. "Now that everything's finally sorted, there's only one major life event left. Our wedding. Victoria, you agreed to marry me earlier. Even though we got interrupted, you're already wearing the ring. So no backing out," he said, locking eyes with her. Victoria rolled her eyes. "Theodore, seriously? You're still injured and this is what's on your mind?" "Can't help it. I'm worried someone might backtrack," he replied with a dramatic sigh. "Just focus on getting better. I'm not going to change my mind, she said, her voice trailing off by the end. What was that? I didn't quite catch it, Theodore teased, playing dumb. Annoyed and flustered, Victoria yanked her hand away. If you didn't hear it, then forget I said anything. That wasn't going to fly. Theodore quickly added, No, I definitely heard it. You said you wouldn't change your mind. As he spoke, he reached over to take her hand again, but she pulled back, not letting him touch her. Then Theodore's face twisted as if in pain. Alarmed, Victoria leaned closer. What's wrong? Did I hurt your wound just now? I'll go get the doctor. She regretted pushing him away so suddenly. He was still hurt, and now he looked like he was in real pain. As she tried to get up, Theodore grabbed her hand. Vicky, I'm fine. Don't go. But you just... Theodore gave a light cough, realizing he may have overacted and ended up scaring her. Seriously, I'm okay. Don't worry. I still plan to marry you soon, so I won't be reckless with myself, he said, trying his best to stay casual so she wouldn't suspect he was faking earlier. Luckily, Victoria didn't seem to catch on. Once she realized he was really all right, she finally relaxed. This is not the time to joke around, she muttered and tried to pull away, but he wouldn't let go. I'm not kidding. Once I'm better, let's get married, yeah? We'll have the most amazing wedding, the kind everyone will remember. I want the whole world to see how much I love you, Theodore said, practically ready to live stream the whole thing. Make sure you take your recovery seriously, all right? Don't keep pushing your body like it's nothing, Victoria said with a gentle tone. All right, I'll do whatever you say, Theodore replied with a grin, his gaze never leaving her face. Victoria felt a little awkward under his constant stare. Her cheeks started to warm up. Why do you keep staring at me like that? She asked, unable to hold it in any longer. Because looking at my girlfriend is the most natural thing in the world, he replied without missing a beat. Honestly, he wanted to replace girlfriend with wife, but he figured that might freak her out a bit. Better to wait until they tied the knot, and he'd have every reason to start calling her that. It'd be more special that way, too. You have an answer for everything, she muttered, blushing even more. The air in the room was thick with sweetness. It felt like soft pink bubbles were floating everywhere. But on the other side of things, Isabella was in a whole different world, practically night versus day. Footage of her being taken away by the cops was all over the internet, trending everywhere. Some people were cheering, some felt sorry, but no one could ignore it. Once a movie queen, now just an inmate. It was wild. Her old rivals in the industry were thrilled, jumping at the chance to snatch up the resources she used to hoard. The entertainment world had always been a jungle. Way too many people, not enough roles, and Isabella had taken more than her fair share. Now that she was down, everyone else was ready to feast. Even those who used to be tight with her were getting nervous, scared to get dragged down with her by association. Just like that, her career took a nosedive. Total collapse. At the station, Isabella kept insisting over and over that she didn't do it. Over and over again. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. But the evidence was damning. There was no room left to argue. The weapon had been tested, and the fingerprints said it all. Only hers were on it. The cops ran out of patience, so they locked her up for now, planning to question her again once she'd cooled off. The moment she was taken into the prison, everyone inside stopped what they were doing to stare. Even though she looked a bit rough around the edges, she still had that movie star glow. Stunning, really, and so out of place among these gray walls and even grayer inmates. A guard shoved her into one of the cells, slammed the door shut, and warned them not to cause any mess before walking off. Only then did Isabella snap back to reality. She grabbed the bars, banging on them like mad. Let me out of here. I don't belong in this place. I need to see Theodore. Let me out now. Forget it, a tall, built woman across the room said, chewing on a dry stem like she didn't have a care in the world. You're in here now. Dream on if you think you're walking out just like that. Shut up! I'm not like the rest of you! Isabella yelled back, like those words hit a nerve. I won't rot away in here. I'll find a way out. The outburst caught the others off guard. They exchanged glances, surprised but mostly silent. If anything, they just looked at her with quiet pity. Red Sister was the queen bee of the prison, Guards couldn't even deal with her and had shuffled her between cells more than a few times. She basically ruled the place with her fists, and no one had ever managed to stand up to her and win. So when this new girl who looked like she'd topple over in a breeze actually dared to challenge Red Sister, that was bold. Either she had no clue where she was, or she seriously overestimated herself. Well, this was going to be entertaining. Let's see what Red Sister had in mind for her. Everyone else had that popcorn-ready look in their eyes. Isabella felt a chill crawl up her spine. "What are you all staring at?" Red Sister stood up, smirking, obviously watching me teach a newbie her place. When Isabella saw her, this massive woman with a face that looked like it had lost the war with gravity, fear finally kicked in. "What are you going to do?" she stammered. Pressed against the metal door behind her, Isabella had nowhere to run, and Red Sister's oppressive aura was enough to make anyone tremble. "Oh, now you're scared? Bit late for that." Red Sister sneered, stepping in close. "Let me break it down for you. The rules in here? I make 'em." "Don't you dare." "The guard just said no fighting," Isabella said, trying hard not to sound as scared as she felt. Her voice wavered, and her pale face gave away just how rattled she was. Sure, she'd messed up in life, but compared to the hardened folks in here, she was a kitten in a wolf den. Red Sister let out a loud scoff. "Did you hear that? She's trying to threaten me with the guards. What do you think? Will she go bawling to them when I lay a hand on her?" The others burst out laughing, their chuckles sharp and cruel. In one swift move, Red Sister grabbed Isabella like she weighed nothing. Lifting her was a joke. "She's skin and bones. Think she can even take one punch?" Red Sister waved her other hand, curled into a fist, right in front of Isabella's face. Isabella went ghost white. "You wouldn't dare hit me. The guards will come down on you." Her voice was shaking. Red Sister leaned in, tone icy. "They do? So what? After they leave, I'll just go another round. I'm not bothered one bit. But you, skinny thing, I'm not so sure you'll survive it." Isabella's eyes welled up. Tears started to spill down her cheeks. "Ch-ch, seriously? Already crying?" Red Sister rolled her eyes. "I haven't even touched you yet. Quit bawling like you're some poor victim. Knock it off!" But Isabella only cried harder. "I'll cry if I want. What even tears are against the rules now?" "Keep crying and I really will punch you," Red Sister growled, holding her fist up again. "Go on then. Hit me if you're brave enough. Just wait till I'm out of here. I won't let this go." Isabella fired back. She was banking on the thought that Red Sister was just posturing. No way she'd really crossed the line. Isabella used to be someone, an actual award-winning actress. And now here she was, stuck in this hellhole, reduced to this humiliating mess. Her anger flared through the fear. "Oh? Got some spine? Think I won't do it?" Red Sister gave a mocking pat on Isabella's cheek. "No wonder you were a movie star. That face definitely high tier. Shame I'm not a guy, or I might have gone easy on you." Isabella recoiled and slapped her hand away. "Don't touch me with your filthy hands." God knows how long these women had gone without washing. It stank in here, toes and mildew kind of smell. Just the whiff of it made Isabella gag. Her reaction clearly hit a nerve. Red Sister's face darkened, all signs of her earlier amusement gone. That gag wasn't just a reflex anymore. It was personal. "You all, go beat her up. Don't hold back." Red Sister barked, her tone full of rage. Honestly, the rest had long been annoyed by Isabella and her high and mighty attitude. The moment they heard the order, they all surrounded her without hesitation. She barely had time to react before they pounced, holding her down and landing punches like a storm. Fists flew from all directions. But Isabella wasn't the kind to just take it lying down. Once she snapped out of it, she started fighting back like a wildcat, scratching faces, yanking hair, biting, stomping. Everything was fair game. She might have had no technique, but her ferocity caught everyone off guard. At first, the others were stunned. They had no clue how to deal with her sudden madness. No one wanted to be the unlucky one to get scratched up and end up missing a patch of skin. Truth be told, none of them had any personal beef with her. It was just Red Sister pulling the strings. A scuffle was one thing, but risking actual injury? Not worth it. One by one, they started to hesitate. "Useless. A bunch of cowards. Can't even take down one skinny girl? Looks like I've let you off easy for too long," Red Sister snapped, her eyes narrowing. Shamed into action, they rushed Isabella again. Some even mimicked her wild fighting style, pulling hair, clawing with their nails. Seeing that, the rest copied them too. The room quickly turned into chaos. Eventually, the brawl got so loud that guards had to step in and break it up. That's probably what saved Isabella's life. Not that she fared well, face bruised and swollen, hair a tangled mess, her body covered in injuries. She looked nothing like the former movie star she once was. And to top it off, all of them got hit with punishment for breaking the rules and fighting. They were ordered to clean the entire prison. "I'm hurt. I need a doctor. I should be in a hospital, not doing chores," Isabella cried out, not even caring about sitting in the dirt as she slumped weakly to the floor. "Aren't you the one who was just throwing punches like a pro? What happened to all that energy?" "First day here and already causing a scene," one guard said, arms crossed, clearly unimpressed. She'd seen the whole thing. Isabella looked beat up, sure, but the others didn't walk away unharmed either. "They ganged up on me. Can't you see that? You should punish them and let me see a doctor." Isabella shot back angrily, but the guard wasn't having it. "Get up and get to work, or I'll double your punishment and make you clean the entire block yourself." Realizing the guard meant business, Isabella bit her tongue and got up quietly to start scrubbing. The others laughed at her, only going quiet once the guard shot them a stern look. Meanwhile, over at Chambers Medical, Davina and Grace had rushed over as soon as they heard Theodore was in the hospital. "Theodore, are you okay? I heard you got hurt. How bad is it? Where are you hurt? Let me see." Davina burst into the room and marched straight to his bed, shoving Victoria aside without warning. Caught off guard, Victoria almost lost her balance. Thankfully, Grace quickly caught her before she fell. Victoria glanced at Grace gratefully while Grace gave her a gentle smile in return. Theodore finally relaxed once he saw that Victoria was fine, but he couldn't help frowning when he looked over at Davina. He got that she was worried about him. He did. But the way she went after Victoria just now, that was clearly on purpose. He was the one who wanted to be with her. Even if his mom didn't like it, she should be angry at him, not pin everything on Victoria. "Mom, I'm okay. It's just a minor injury. The doctors already checked and treated it. Nothing serious." Theodore stopped her from pulling back the blanket to take a look, keeping his voice calm. Davina wasn't having it. "How can I not worry? The second I heard you got stabbed, my heart nearly gave out. How does something like that even happen?" Her gaze then cut sharply to Victoria. "Don't tell me it's because of her again? I've told you so many times, she's a jinx, always bringing trouble. But no, you just won't listen. Gotta keep defending her. And now what? You're the one lying in a hospital bed." "Mom," Theodore's voice dropped, firm and serious. "Show Victoria some respect. I don't want to hear you speaking like that about her again. You just won't be told, will you? Keep on protecting her like this. One day you'll regret it." "She's only going to drag you down," Davina said, trying to sound patient, but it came off as nagging. "It wasn't her," he replied, letting out a breath and keeping his tone steady. "Actually, it's the opposite. I'm the one who keeps bringing trouble into her life. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have gone through all that. What I did, it's me trying to make things right." Davina scoffed. "You've totally fallen under her spell. I'm your mother. Why would I ever want to hurt you?" Theodore was quiet for a moment. Then he asked, "Mom, do you even know how I got hurt?" "What do you mean?" she asked, clearly clueless. "Isabella stabbed me," he said flatly, meeting her gaze without blinking. Davina froze. It hit her like a slap. That was the last thing she ever expected to hear. "But that doesn't make any sense," she said, her face filled with disbelief. "Isabella, she's always been so gentle, and she loved you so much." She hadn't kept up with anything online lately, and honestly hadn't even been thinking much about Isabella, just vaguely noticing she hadn't shown up to visit. But hearing that she stabbed Theodore, that didn't add up. The girl she remembered was polite, soft-spoken. It just didn't fit. Not even when the words came out of her own son's mouth. "She's not who you think she is," Theodore said, each word slow and steady. "Back in college, she bullied a girl so badly, the girl took her own life. And after that, she came after Victoria, sending anonymous videos just to mess with the Ellis family, making them think what happened to Gina was Victoria's fault. Everything she's done, she hid it well. But that's the real Isabella. Davina was stunned. She just stared at him, not sure what to say. Her brain couldn't catch up. Theodore, where are you getting all this from? Are you sure someone's not just trying to frame Isabella? She asked cautiously, her eyes flicking toward Victoria. That was the moment it really hit Theodore. His mom still didn't want to believe it. Even now, after everything, she'd rather doubt him or think Victoria had manipulated the story than question her old impression of Isabella. And that really stung. The whole internet is blowing up right now. All the evidence is out there plain as day. How could anyone say she was framed? Besides, the wound on me? Yeah, she did that herself. She's already been taken by the police. Unless you think I teamed up with the cops to take her down. Theodore didn't really want to get into a long explanation, but he couldn't stand the idea of Victoria being misunderstood. Theo, that's not what I meant, Davina said quickly. As much as she used to like Isabella, she was an outsider. There was no way she'd think her own son would lie, let alone plot something like that. Especially now, with everything out in the open, she couldn't believe she'd been so wrong about Isabella. I really didn't expect Isabella to go that far, Davina muttered with a sigh. She had really thought Isabella was a great match for her son. Turned out she'd completely misjudged her. But what's with her? Why is she even here? Is it because of her that Isabella accidentally hurt you? Davina still wasn't ready to let Victoria off the hook. Mom, Victoria had nothing to do with it. I'm tired. I'd like to rest. Maybe you should head home? Theodore said pointedly, annoyed that his mother kept targeting Victoria. You're really kicking me out after I just got here? Davina looked hurt. But seeing that he wasn't budging, staying any longer would only make things more awkward and embarrass her in front of that woman. So she got ready to leave. Right before walking out, Davina shot Victoria a sharp glare. Victoria, of course, noticed. She'd long known Davina didn't like her. That kind of reaction didn't exactly come as a surprise. If Davina ever smiled at her one day, that would be the day pigs fly. Vic, come here. Theodore reached out to her. Victoria walked over and let him take her hand in his. Their fingers laced together, warm and reassuring. I'm sorry, Theodore said out of the blue. Davina was still his mom. He couldn't just cut her off. But that didn't mean he wanted Victoria to deal with the brunt of it. Clearly, he hadn't handled things well enough, or Victoria wouldn't be caught in the middle like this. You're seriously saying that to me? Victoria teased, pretending to be annoyed. Theodore could tell she wasn't mad. His heart felt lighter, but at the same time, he ached for her. Meeting Victoria was the best thing that ever happened to him, though for her, maybe it didn't feel the same way. He hadn't meant for any of this to happen, but there was no denying she'd been hurt because of him. Don't give up on me, okay? After we get married, we don't have to visit my family. You don't want to see them? That's fine, Theodore said, a little anxious. He was really scared she'd decide not to marry him because of his family. What are you even talking about? Like I'd walk away from you over something like this. It's not like I didn't already know what I was getting into, Victoria replied, her voice calm. Theodore had literally risked his life for her. There was no way she'd let someone else wreck what they had. Her words gave Theodore a deep sense of comfort, and for the first time today, he smiled. You're probably tired, huh? Come lie down for a bit. Theodore slid over a little to make room for her. Victoria glanced at him, noticing the sincerity in his eyes. So, she laid down beside him, snuggling close. With their bodies leaned into each other, this quiet moment felt like the most peaceful kind of happiness. Grace had already checked on Theodore and felt relieved after confirming he was fine. For some reason, seeing Theodore and Victoria together made her instantly think of Henry. That guy had liked Victoria so much, but ended up with nothing. Must have been tough on him. This won't do. I really need to find someone decent for Theo to marry. Otherwise, I'm seriously worried he's going to want to get back with Victoria. I mean, there are so many amazing girls out there. Why is he so fixated on her? With our family's status, he could have anyone he wants. Why her of all people? On the drive back, Davina kept ranting nonstop. She talked about setting up a good marriage for Theodore and kept nitpicking about how Victoria was totally unworthy. Grace couldn't listen anymore. She finally cut in, You were all about Isabella before, thought she was perfect for Theo. And what happened? She stabbed him, literally, and got arrested by the cops. That hit a nerve. Davina's face clouded over. Well then, I'll make sure the next one's a proper lady from a respectable family. That kind of girl would never cause this kind of mess, she insisted, clearly convinced she had the perfect solution. Davina had always taken pride in her elite background and naturally felt that elegant, well-bred girls were the safest choice. If Isabella hadn't been so good at charming her, and the only one besides Victoria that Theo was willing to even consider back then, she would have preferred someone from a proper family all along. To her, matching social status had always been the key to a successful marriage. But Theo already loves someone. Why are you so dead set on tearing them apart? Wasn't one Isabella disaster enough? Grace said, unable to hold back. She believed in real love, and while she'd misjudged Victoria before, once she got the truth, her biases dissolved. Besides, during Elijah's worst moments, it was Victoria who was there for him. Grace had wished it was her, sure, but she was still thankful Victoria had been by his side. At least he hadn't faced that pain alone. Love? You mean Victoria? Davina sneered. With her background, what makes her think she deserves to marry into our family? Grace rolled her eyes. What? Like the Chambers family is that special? Davina turned to her, anger flaring up. Grace, are you seriously turning on me too? Aren't you my daughter? Everything you have now, every bit of it came from the Chambers family. Without us, do you really think you'd be where you are today? I want out. Stop the car, Grace said firmly, done with arguing. Ma'am, miss, the driver looked torn. Let her go. Let's see how long she lasts without the Chambers name, Davina snapped, still fuming. The driver did as told. Grace swung the door open and stepped out without even looking back. If you've got the guts, don't come back, Davina yelled at her retreating figure. As Grace walked away without a single glance back, Davina clenched her chest in frustration. Neither of her kids gave her peace. Honestly, some days she felt like they were here just to drive her mad. She gave them life. So why was it so hard for them to understand where her heart was at? Grace stormed out of the car after a heated argument with her mom, impulse taking the wheel. She didn't even know where she was heading. Going home? Not happening. Work? Definitely not in the mood. All she wanted was a place to cool off and breathe. Out of nowhere, the bar where she'd bumped into Henry last time popped into her mind. She hailed a cab and headed straight there. The bar was still the same. Loud music, flashing lights. Grace stepped in and immediately felt a hint of discomfort. Her eyes scanned the crowd almost instinctively. Unsurprisingly, he wasn't there. She felt a small pang of disappointment, followed by a strange sense of relief. Grace let out a bitter little smile. What was she even doing? She couldn't tell if she actually wanted to see Henry again, or if that idea freaked her out. After what happened last time, it'd be beyond awkward to run into him again. She sat quietly at the bar and ordered a drink. Same one as before, but this time it tasted bland and pointless. One glass down, she got another. Still nothing. The flavor, the mood, everything just felt off. She quickly lost interest in drinking alone. Hey there, gorgeous, all by yourself? A sleazy-looking guy suddenly slid over with a smirk. He'd been eyeing her the moment she walked in. Grace, with her striking features and unique aura, stood out in the sea of overly made-up women like a diamond in the rough. And it wasn't just him. Practically every guy near the bar had locked in on her. But her distant air made most back off, afraid she wasn't someone to mess with. Still, seeing her stand like she was about to leave, this guy couldn't resist trying his luck. Grace didn't even look at him. Guys like this? She'd encountered way too many to count. She could smell their intentions from miles away. This type didn't even qualify to talk to her. Drinking alone's kind of boring, right? Why don't I keep you company, babe? What do you say? The guy took her silence as playing hard to get and leaned in closer. Annoyed, Grace set her glass down and stood up to go. So much for chilling out. The last thing she needed was this kind of dumb interruption. Whoa, don't go so quick, the man said, reaching out, aiming to grab her hand. Grace's patience snapped. If he dared touch her, she was ready to break his hand. Just then, someone stepped up in between them, blocking the guy's path. She's not interested. Can't you take a hint? Henry said coldly, eyes locked on the man. "And who the hell are you? Mind your own business, man. She didn't say anything, so why the hell are you getting involved?" The guy sneered as he gave Henry a once-over. Henry, tall and lean, looked more like a white-collar guy than someone who could throw a punch. That misjudgment gave the man some nerve. He wasn't alone either. He had buddies in this part of town. If things blew up, he was sure Henry wouldn't stand a chance. "Who I am isn't something you're fit to know. Bottom line, she doesn't want to see you, so be smart and get lost." Henry's tone sharpened, clearly running out of patience with the man still trying to provoke him. "Oh, you talk pretty big for someone alone. Guess it's about time you found out who you're messing with. Guys, let's teach this loudmouth a lesson," the man sneered, waving his hand. A few of his cronies immediately stepped forward, surrounding Grace and Henry. "Can you even take them? If not, maybe we should just bolt." Grace lowered her voice, glancing at the gathering group. "Relax. Just a bunch of amateurs. I can handle this," Henry replied calmly. Watching his steady, broad-backed figure, Grace actually felt oddly safe. "Man, your mouth's really something. You'll be begging us for mercy in 5 minutes." The guy laughed obnoxiously. Then they all rushed straight at Henry like they had something to prove. Henry didn't flinch. Even outnumbered, he held his ground and fought back hard. One look, and he could tell none of them had any real training. Sloppy footwork, weak stances, pure show-off moves. Total joke. Grace got a bit anxious seeing so many gang up on him. She couldn't just stand there, so she jumped in now and then, throwing in a few well-timed hits. After all, she'd learned some basic self-defense as a kid, back when her mom hadn't yet decided that martial arts were too unladylike. Grace hadn't exactly loved it back then, and didn't fight to keep going, so she'd forgotten most of it, but it was enough to handle these street thugs. She and Henry synced up surprisingly well. With her backing him, he took them down quick. Lightning fast, clean hits, no hesitation. Soon enough, the men who'd been acting all cocky were groaning on the ground, their pride smashed along with their faces. And Henry? He hadn't gone easy on any of them. "Kneel and apologize, wasn't it?" Henry looked down at the main guy, eyes full of contempt. "I'm sorry, man. Really, I messed up. Totally overstepped. Please, just let us go. I'll kneel if that's what you want," the man blubbered, terrified. He honestly hadn't expected this clean-cut-looking guy to fight like a demon. Now their whole crew was wrecked, probably wouldn't even be able to get out of bed anytime soon. No way he was going to mess with him again, not even in his dreams. Henry looked at him like he was something stuck to the bottom of his shoe. A full-grown man taken down this easily and not an ounce of backbone left? Pathetic. "I don't want to see any of you again. Now get lost," he said coldly. "Yes, right away." The man nodded like crazy. The group stumbled to their feet, limping and bruised, totally wrecked. They all avoided looking at Henry, desperate to get away. But just as they were about to make their exit, "Hold it." The sharp voice made every one of them freeze in place, hearts pounding. The way their luck was going, they knew this wasn't over yet. "Anything else, sir?" The man turned slowly, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You're not setting foot in this place again. And if I see you bothering another woman, I won't be so nice." Henry's voice cut like ice. The group of guys quickly scrambled away, nodding frantically. Even if Henry hadn't said anything, there was no way they'd dare show their faces here again. They had no interest in running into him a second time. Watching them flee like that, Grace couldn't help but burst out laughing. Henry turned to look at her, and the sight of her bright smile made him freeze for a second. "Hey, did you zone out or something?" Grace noticed his gaze and narrowed her eyes with a mock stern look. That snapped Henry back to reality. He realized he'd been staring and looked slightly embarrassed. Grace and Victoria were complete opposites. Victoria had always been cool and distant, like a moon far out of reach. But Grace? She was all fire. Warm, open, radiant, impossible to ignore. Maybe, Henry thought, he was just caught in the glow for a moment. "Didn't expect to run into you here again. Thanks, by the way," Grace said with a light smile. "No need to thank me. Anyone would have stepped in back there," Henry replied, a little awkwardly. Ever since that last incident, seeing Grace again made him feel strangely uneasy. But for Grace, it was no big deal. Running into Henry again actually made her feel surprisingly good. She was the type to follow her instincts, letting her heart lead the way. "You know," Grace teased, tilting her head slightly, "I didn't realize you were kinda interesting." Henry gave her a puzzled look. "Interesting? What did he even say to earn that?" "Since we're both here, how about grabbing a drink together?" she offered casually. Henry's body tensed, and those memories from that day threatened to surface again. "Maybe not," he replied, lips slightly pursed. Then, without thinking, added, "You really shouldn't hang out in places like this alone. It's messy and honestly not safe." He'd started out soft, but by the end, his tone had gone serious. "Well then, why don't you keep me company next time?" Grace laughed, clearly amused by his reaction and playfully trying to get a rise out of him. Okay, I'll stop messing with you." Seeing that Henry looked a bit uncomfortable, Grace eased up. "If we're skipping drinks, how about just a cup of coffee?" She looked him straight in the eyes, completely sincere. Henry didn't have the heart to turn her down again, so he nodded. They left the bar and found a nearby cafe. "So, you and Victoria?" Grace stirred her coffee, unable to hold back her curiosity. She'd seen Victoria earlier with Theodore. Anyone could tell things were going great between them. But what about Henry? Was he still hung up on Victoria? Even though he'd told himself he was done, just hearing Victoria's name stirred something in him. "I'm sorry. Was that too much? You don't have to answer." "Just forget I said anything," Grace blurted out, panicking a little when he didn't say a word. "It's fine. Nothing's ever going to happen between us anyway. You can't force feelings. I've decided to let it go." Henry took a sip of his coffee, the bitterness spreading through his mouth, uncannily matching the heaviness in his chest. Some things in life can be fought for, worked for, but not feelings. Sometimes things just aren't meant to be. "So he already figured it out, huh?" Grace thought quietly. She looked at Henry, and for some reason, he just seemed fragile in that moment. It made her curious, made her want to understand him more. But then again, they weren't that close yet. It probably wasn't her place to start asking questions. "This coffee is insanely bitter." Grace took a careful sip, and her eyebrows scrunched instantly as she almost spat it out. Her expression twisted, her pretty face turning into a comical grimace. How could anyone drink something this bitter? She seriously questioned all her life choices right then. She was definitely a sweet tooth, the kind who'd choose bubble tea over espresso any day. Quickly she dumped 2 spoonfuls of sugar into the coffee, took another sip, and still not satisfied, added 1 more. She'd ordered the same thing as Henry without much thought, and obviously that had backfired. Who knew he liked his coffee this bitter? He really had. Unique taste. Seeing her dramatic reaction, Henry actually felt a little lighter inside. "If it's too bitter, you don't have to force yourself. We can get you another one," he offered gently. He, on the other hand, kind of liked the bitterness. It suited him. "It's okay. No need to waste it," Grace quickly waved her hand. "Just need some sugar, that's all." Her tone was casual, but with how much her face scrunched every time she took a sip, it was pretty clear she wasn't loving it. Henry blinked. He hadn't expected Grace to be the kind of person who didn't like wasting things. This little interaction left both of them with a slightly different view of each other. After spending a whole week stuck in the hospital, Theodore was about to lose it. Thankfully, Victoria had stayed by his side the whole time, otherwise he would have gone insane after just a day. "Finally getting discharged," Theodore said with a relieved sigh. Victoria glanced at him, clearly not impressed. "The doctor said you should stay a bit longer. You just had to act tough, didn't you? No care for your own health." Seeing she wasn't happy, Theodore rushed to defend himself. "I'm really fine, I swear. The wound's already closed up, nothing to worry about. The doctors just worry too much." "Oh yeah? It's healed?" Victoria raised her brow and poked lightly where he was hurt. Theodore couldn't hold back a grunt. "Busted. Still think they're overreacting?" she said, clearly annoyed. "They're just doing what's best for you, and you call them dramatic. You've changed, Victoria. You're on their side now, not mine." Theodore muttered, clutching his side, looking genuinely offended. He only ever acted this spoiled around her. Anyone else seeing this side of him would probably be stunned. "Fine, let's go home then, since that's what you want so badly," Victoria said with a sigh. She didn't know why, but lately Theodore had been acting more and more unfiltered in front of her. like he didn't care about putting on any fronts. He'd caught that word. Hearing it made his heart soar. He wasn't doing this alone anymore. Whatever came next, they'd face it together. "Victoria, let's get married. I can't wait anymore," he said all of a sudden, looking at her seriously. "After you're healed, we'll talk," she replied, cheeks turning slightly pink. "I'm fine now," Theodore said quickly, clearly itching to prove he was up and ready. But the second he tried to move, he accidentally pulled at his wound, and the sharp pain instantly twisted his expression. Victoria rushed forward, looking worried. Earlier, when she pressed near the wound, she'd barely dared to use any strength, just wanted to remind him not to mess around. But now, just one move and it flared up like that. It had to hurt bad. She knew his tolerance. If it wasn't serious, he'd never show it on his face. "What happened? Let me see. Did it tear open?" she asked anxiously, already reaching to lift his shirt. The injury was on his waist, so she had to pull his clothes up a bit to check. When she saw there was no blood, she finally let out a breath. "Okay, good. No bleeding. Looks like the wound's still in place," she said as she looked at him. "Still hurt a lot?" "It does," Theodore answered very simply. "I'll call the doctor then," and Victoria said and started to head out. But Theodore grabbed her hand. "No need. Just blow on it for me. That'll fix it." Only then did Victoria realize he didn't look like he was in pain anymore. The pain look was already gone from his face. She instantly got what was going on. He was messing with her. "If you keep teasing me like this, I'm seriously not marrying you," she warned. Yeah, she finally figured out how to handle him. Okay, I swear, no more jokes like this," Theodore quickly promised, looking all serious. "That's more like it." She didn't dwell on it, just let it go. Once they packed up, the two of them headed back to their little apartment. It wasn't as big or fancy as the villa, and definitely not as cozy, but here, it was just the two of them. This was the place where they'd found their way back to each other. The walls and corners held memories of them making up, coming close again. That made all the difference. Being back here made both of them feel something more. Theodore still wasn't healed completely, so he had to take it easy. Not wanting Victoria to tire herself out too much, he'd asked Mrs. Hart to cook and have the food delivered. "Mrs. Hart's cooking is just as amazing as ever," Victoria said while tasting a bite, eyes lighting up. She used to live at the villa and was obsessed with the food Mrs. Hart made. She'd even asked for cooking tips before. Same recipe, same methods, but when she made it, never quite tasted the same. She knew Mrs. Hart poured her love into every dish. Even though she was getting on in age, she insisted she enjoyed cooking, loved seeing people genuinely enjoy her food. It made her happy. Mrs. Hart was the type who couldn't stand sitting around, resting and playing all day, way too boring for her. Working in the Chambers house gave her a sense of purpose, and Theodore and Victoria were always super respectful to her. She felt valued there. "When we get married, let's move back to the villa," Theodore said suddenly. "That way, you can have Mrs. Hart's cooking every day." Victoria let out a half laugh. Ever since the proposal, he'd been bringing up marriage non-stop, like he was scared she'd change her mind and bail. It was kind of funny, kind of ridiculous, but also kind of sweet. "Okay," she agreed without hesitation, because if she didn't, he'd probably nag her all day long. Her poor ears would never catch a break. After dinner, the two of them curled up on the couch, each busy with their own thing. Theodore had his laptop open, taking care of work while Victoria was fully immersed in her book. Once Theodore wrapped up his tasks, he scooted over to her side, but Victoria didn't even glance up, still focused on the pages in front of her. Curious about what had her so glued, Theodore leaned in, their heads touching as he peeked at what she was reading. Turned out to be a book on post-mortem reconstruction. He skimmed a few lines and found it oddly fascinating. "Can you even understand that?" Victoria asked, spotting the interest in his eyes. "Of course," Theodore replied confidently, not even pretending to be modest. To be fair, he really was quick on the uptake, sharp enough to grasp stuff most people would need time to digest, so he wasn't exactly bluffing. "Then let me quiz you," she said, suddenly amused by how sure of himself he sounded. "Quiz me how?" Theodore arched an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "Just ask a question based on what you just read and see if you get it right," Victoria explained. "That's all?" he chuckled. She shot him a look. Too easy for you, huh? Theodore shrugged. If we're doing a quiz, just asking questions is kind of boring. Oh, Victoria raised a brow. Then what are you suggesting? If I get it right, I get a reward, he said with a grin. Before she could react, he added, like, you kiss me. Only then did Victoria realize this guy was totally setting her up. Well, if there's a reward, there should be a punishment too, she blurted out naturally, exactly what Theodore was hoping to hear. Fair point, so if I miss the question, I'll kiss you instead. His smile didn't falter. That's cheating. Who even makes rules like this? Victoria's eyes widened. How's that cheating? Sounds pretty fair to me, he responded like it was the most reasonable thing in the world. Forget it. Let's skip the punishment part. Victoria gave in. Theodore was still recovering from his injury, and honestly, she couldn't think of any fitting punishment. Since arguing was getting her nowhere, Victoria decided she'd just come up with a tough enough question that he wouldn't be able to answer. Problem solved. Given he'd only skimmed the page once, there had to be a few technical terms or tricky details he'd missed. She handpicked something she thought was decently challenging and asked it. Theodore didn't answer right away. He looked like he was genuinely trying to puzzle it out. You've got 10 seconds, by the way, Victoria added, upping the stakes with a sly smile. He sighed. Wow, did she hate the idea of kissing him that much? Time's up, she chimed smugly. He'd blanked on that one, and Victoria started to relax. Maybe he wasn't superhuman after all. Feeling a bit more confident, she lobbed a slightly easier question this time. Even though she'd lowered the difficulty, anyone who just skimmed the material wasn't likely to remember the answer. But before she could even finish reading the question, Theodore blurted out the correct answer. Theodore answered so fast that Victoria almost thought he had a peek at the answers. She flipped the book back and forth, double-checking that there was absolutely no way he could see anything from his side. Only then did she reluctantly accept the truth. Still looking skeptical, Victoria narrowed her eyes. Theodore let out a small, helpless chuckle. You really think I'd cheat? How did you pull that off? She remembered how long it took her to memorize all this stuff. Guess I'm just a bit smarter, he said smugly. Victoria rolled her eyes. As much as she wanted to call him arrogant, given his performance, he kind of earned the bragging rights. The guy wasn't just good, he was ridiculously sharp. Reward, Theodore said, tapping his cheek with a finger and giving her a pointed look. Victoria pressed her lips together, then leaned in quickly and gave him a peck. It was swift and light, barely a touch. She wasn't someone who couldn't take a loss. A deal was a deal. That was fair enough. Though the softness of that kiss faded fast, Theodore couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. Still, he didn't push her. After all, he had a feeling more rewards were in his future. Want to keep going? He teased, raising an eyebrow. With that smug grin, Victoria felt like he was trying to provoke her. Sure, she said after a moment's pause. She didn't believe he could get them all right forever. This time, she deliberately picked out the hardest question in the stack. Theodore's gaze shifted as he looked at her, not answering straight away like before. Thinking she finally had him, Victoria started to feel a thrill of victory bubble up inside. But just as she thought she had nailed it, Theodore casually dropped the correct answer right at the buzzer, word perfect too. It hit her then. He hadn't been stumped at all. From beginning to end, he knew it. He'd just been messing with her. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Victoria frowned. Just to see me flounder. Of course not, Theodore soothed. I just didn't expect you'd go that far just to beat me. That question was brutal. You almost got me. What, you really that desperate to avoid giving me a reward? He looked a bit put out, and that wiped the annoyance off her face. I just don't want to keep losing, okay? She muttered. She had some pride too. Watching him win nonstop didn't sit well. My bad. Then from now on, I'll let you win, he offered good-naturedly. That's not what I meant. Her voice dropped to a soft mumble, a little embarrassed. Seeing her mood lighten, Theodore leaned in again with a grin. Well, in that case, where's my reward? Victoria gave him a side glance, then moved quickly, hoping for a repeat of her quick getaway after the kiss. But Theodore had other plans. Just as she leaned in, he turned his head slightly, and her lips landed right on his. A smile tugged at his lips as he felt the soft warmth of hers. Shocked, Victoria instinctively tried to pull back. But Theodore gently held her there, catching her lower lip with his own, tasting her softly, carefully, like savoring something rare. Slowly, Victoria felt herself melting into the kiss, drawn in by him, unable to resist responding. Feeling Victoria's response, Theodore was instantly encouraged and deepened the kiss, drawing her in like a perfectly in-sync dance. The air between them was heating up, and what started out tender soon turned into something way more intense, his kiss growing stronger and more possessive by the second. Victoria let out a soft, muffled sound, her whole body going weak, like she was about to melt right into him. That sound? That was it, the spark that lit Theodore's fire. He gripped her slim waist, lifted her up and pulled her onto his lap so she was facing him, hands tracing the lines of her body, his breathing growing heavier. Theodore! Victoria whispered his name, catching on to how his movements were starting to get a bit rough. Snapping back just a little, Theodore eased up, brushing a light kiss on her slightly swollen lips, calming her down. You can't. Your wound isn't healed yet. Victoria blinked, regaining just enough clarity to stop him. It's fine. Almost there. Don't worry, Theodore murmured against her neck, lips brushing lightly as he spoke. He couldn't hold back anymore. Not after finally pulling off the proposal and then landing in the hospital. He'd waited long enough. Besides his injury, it wasn't even that bad. No, just wait a bit longer, okay? Victoria still pushed back, voice soft but firm. Then, how about you take the lead? Theodore paused and looked at her. Huh? What do you mean take the lead? She froze, completely confused, until it hit her what he meant. Her face turned crimson in a heartbeat. Theodore, what are you even saying? She scrambled to get off his lap, but her legs gave out, and she practically landed right back where she started. She couldn't even look him in the eye. The position they were in, plus what he just said, how could he? She wasn't that heartless, was she? His wound still hadn't fully healed, and there he was. Victoria shook her head hard, trying to erase the images that were popping into her head out of nowhere. What's running through that pretty head of yours? Theodore caught her little expression and couldn't help teasing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing, Victoria denied on instinct, not even blinking. Come on, you are thinking about it, I can tell, so why fight it? His breath tickled her ear as he whispered, every word dripping with temptation like he was some real-life siren. But Victoria wasn't about to fall for it. She wasn't some easily swayed fool. Quit it. Don't even think about it until that injury fully heals, she warned, giving him a little smack. Or I swear, I'll ignore you completely. To really drive the point home, she even tossed in a threat. So you mean, once I'm all better, it's game on? You'd better not take that back. Theodore grinned wickedly. Victoria, why did she feel like she just got played? And the way he said it made her really nervous. And when she caught that look in his eyes, like he wanted to devour her, Victoria didn't dare stick around. We'll talk later, she shot back over her shoulder, quickly darting out the room and even shut the door behind her. Theodore just stared at the closed door, helplessly. What, did she think he was some dangerous beast or something? Also, why were they still sleeping in separate rooms? Did they seriously have to wait till after the wedding for that too? All Theodore wanted now was for his wound to hurry up and heal, and for the wedding day to come sooner. The next morning, Victoria was already in the kitchen whipping up breakfast. Theodore followed closely behind, wrapping his arms around her waist from the back, taking in the familiar soft scent on her. Waking up and being able to hug the person he loved first thing in the morning, it felt unreal. He could hardly imagine how happy he'd be once they were married. Probably wouldn't even want to step into the office anymore. Vic, let's promise each other. No more separation, no more silly misunderstandings, okay? Theodore's voice came with a hint of unease. All that heartache they'd been through, it all started with misunderstandings and not trusting each other enough. If it hadn't been for that, they could have found their happiness a long time ago. He couldn't even bear the thought of going through that again. What's with you today? Victoria glanced at him, puzzled. He'd been totally fine yesterday, but now he was talking like this, with that nervous tone she picked up on immediately. Everything feels too good right now, too perfect. I keep worrying one day it'll all go away. That maybe, you might disappear again, he admitted, his voice low, arms tightening slightly. It won't happen, Victoria reassured him softly. I'm not going anywhere. Her words finally helped Theodore relax a little. Okay, now go wait outside for me. Stop clinging. I can't even cook properly like this. She playfully elbowed him. You're kicking me out already? Are you mad at me? He asked, sounding oddly sensitive. Victoria let out a silent sigh. I never said that. Lately, Theodore had become more emotionally delicate, almost overly focused on her reactions. It was clear that they needed a proper conversation sometime soon. This kind of tension could wear both of them down. Too much of anything was never good. Still, Theodore wasn't trying to get in her way on purpose. He was just being a bit extra for the moment. He reluctantly let go, but didn't actually leave the kitchen. Instead, he stayed nearby, quietly helping out where he could. He wasn't about to let her do everything alone. Breakfast was simple and didn't take long. The two of them sat facing each other as they ate, hearts full and content. Afterwards, the driver arrived to pick them up. First stop, the restoration studio for Victoria. Then Theodore headed to his office. Having spent so much time lately with Victoria, Theodore was in an unusually good mood, and he took that vibe with him to work. The moment he stepped into the company, he started greeting employees with smiles. Actual smiles. Did you guys see that? Mr. Chambers smiled at me just now. I swear, I'm not imagining it, am I? Somebody pinch me. Get over yourself. He was clearly smiling at me. We made eye contact. I saw it with my own eyes. No way I'm wrong. Someone scoffed in disbelief, while another coworker actually reached over and pinched her to prove a point. The employee who thought she was dreaming let out a yelp when pinched, but instead of getting angry, she got even more excited. Oh my God, I knew it was real. There's no way I'd dream something so detailed. Heck, I wouldn't even dare dream up something like this. Hey, did anyone notice what's going on with Mr. Chambers today? Did something amazing happen or what? What kind of good news would make someone like him, who usually looks like he'd never crack a smile, seem this cheerful? Man, I'd be happy if it meant a raise. One of the girls yawned while casually chiming in. A raise? That's all you can think about? Everyone turned to give her a look. Come on, why else do we work if not for promotions and pay bumps? She said without missing a beat. The others just shook their heads, clearly thinking she lacked ambition. Not that she cared. Whether Mr. Chambers smiled or not had nothing to do with her, as long as it didn't affect her paycheck. Actually, if it helped her get a raise, then sure, let it affect her. As soon as the department supervisor showed up, everyone scattered and got back to their desks, pretending like they hadn't just spent 5 minutes speculating. But of course, the gossip didn't die down. If anything, it shifted to the company chat group, blowing up with even wilder guesses. Theodore had no idea that his rare smile had sparked a wildfire of rumors online. He made his way back to the office in a perfectly good mood, humming a little tune here and there while tackling his workload. Good thing the CEO office was soundproof, otherwise his light mood would have caused another frenzy. The employee chat group was a mess of conspiracy theories at this point. Marcus knocked before stepping into the room, ready to give his daily report. Upon entering, he couldn't help stealing a glance at Theodore's face. Yep, he really did look unusually upbeat. Marcus began to think maybe the rumors weren't all that far off after all. As Theodore's PA, he'd never get invited to the company's casual group chats, but he had his ways. Like a backup account he used to sneak in. Honestly, he loved a bit of harmless gossip. He was the kind of guy who'd lurk in neighborhood chat groups just to catch up on the latest drama. Those old folks knew everything. It was wild. He always came away with the craziest stories. Of course, he couldn't miss out on the gold mine that was the employee chat room. Marcus, what are you spacing out for? Theodore's voice cut through his thoughts, dragging him back. Nothing. Marcus flinched, pulling himself together. Mr. Chambers, here's the recent project report. Just wanted to get your feedback. He handed over a stack of neatly organized docs. Theodore flipped through them quickly, signed them off one by one after confirming everything looked solid. Keep an eye on those old-timers in the office. They've been acting up lately. If they step out of line, don't be afraid to send a warning. Understood, sir. Marcus nodded and collected the signed papers. You seem like you've got something on your mind. Anything you want to ask? Theodore raised a brow at him. If Marcus could read his boss's mind right then, he'd probably scream internally, "Dude, the weird one here is clearly you." "Nope, nothing to ask," he replied, keeping a poker face. Even though Mr. Chambers seemed to be in a rare good mood, Marcus had zero plans to be nosy. He knew exactly what would happen if he tried to pry. The boss would probably ask if he was too free lately and suggest dumping more work on him. Yeah, no thanks. Theodore shot Marcus a look so sharp it made him sweat bullets. Only when Marcus was practically squirming under the pressure did Theodore finally look away. Marcus didn't dare breathe easy until he was out of the CEO's office. Gossip about the boss? Man, he really wasn't paid enough to stomach that kind of risk. Once Marcus left, Theodore picked up his phone, fingers hesitating over the screen. He really wanted to text Victoria, but just stared at the empty chat box, not sure what to say. She was probably working right now. When Victoria dived into her job, she was even more hardcore than he was. No way she had time to check her phone. Thinking that, he throttled down his impulse and typed only 2 lines. "I'll pick you up after work. Anything you feel like for dinner?" He knew she wouldn't reply anytime soon, yet he still sat there, eyes glued to the screen for way too long. When no message came through, he sighed and set the phone aside, forcing himself to focus on work. Easier said than done. His eyes kept drifting back toward the phone, like a teenager obsessed with their first crush. Get it together. He mentally scolded himself and tried refocusing on the documents in front of him. Problem was, he'd been so on top of everything lately, there wasn't even much work left to do. Funny, for once he actually wished he had a pile of things to handle. The more free time he had, the more his head filled up with thoughts of Victoria, what she was doing, whether she was tired, how much he just wanted to hear her voice or hold her tight. Every second without her, his bones ached with missing her. Just as Theodore forced himself to snap out of it, his phone rang. He grabbed it almost instantly, pulse jumping, only for his excitement to crash as soon as he saw the caller ID. "What is it?" he answered, voice chilly. On the other end, Ryan flinched. What the hell? He didn't remember doing anything to piss Theodore off lately. Judging by that tone, though, it was like he owed the guy millions. "Geez, who stepped on your tail?" Ryan asked, half joking, half serious. Whoever dared to tick off Theodore, he kind of wanted to meet that gutsy soul. "If you're just calling to waste time, I'm hanging up," Theodore said flatly, finger ready to end the call. "Whoa, wait! Ryan cut in fast. He knew Theodore was seconds from disconnecting. He had to talk quick, or that would be it. "Did you forget how I helped you out before? You promised you'd repay me big time. Don't tell me you've got amnesia now?" Ryan rushed out, lacing the reminder with fake disbelief. He knew the only way to stop Theodore from bailing was to get to the point, fast. "I remember. What's going on?" Theodore asked, eyeing the phone with a frown. "Not really. I've just been stuck at home too long, getting real bored. Thought I'd drag you out for a breather. I mean, I did do you a huge favor before. Don't tell me you're going to say no to this tiny ask." Ryan jumped in before Theodore even had the chance to say no. "You seriously want to use your favor for something like this?" Theodore raised an eyebrow in disbelief. He honestly couldn't figure out what went on in Ryan's head half the time. "Why not? Come on, it's you and me. If I really got into trouble, you'd totally have my back, right?" Ryan shrugged it off like it was no big deal. Truth be told, at first he thought of exploiting this to get Theo to do something he'd normally never agree to, just to mess with him a bit. But on second thought, there wasn't much worth asking for, and risking Theodore holding a grudge didn't seem all that smart. So, the prank idea was officially scrapped. Theodore let out a sigh. Ryan really was, well, a handful. But he wasn't wrong. If Ryan seriously landed in a mess, he wouldn't be able to ignore it. "Be honest. You're just stuck at home and want me to bail you out, isn't that it?" Theodore went straight for the truth. All that crap about wanting to get some fresh air? Sure, being stuck was legit. Wanting a break was also believable. But actively choosing to hang out with him? That'd be the day the sun rises from the west. Ryan wasn't some masochist. He wouldn't come to Theo to get roasted for no reason. On the other end of the call, Ryan was sitting cross-legged on his bed, scratching his head awkwardly after being called out. The awkwardness didn't last long, though. Theo had already seen way more embarrassing sides of him. "No wonder you get me so well," Ryan chuckled. "Come pick me up, will you? If you don't, my mom won't let me out that easy." "Nope," Theodore replied flat out. This punk was seriously pushing it lately. Actually wanted him to go pick him up. Not cool. Ryan was silently grumbling on the inside, but knew better than to say it out loud. If he pissed Theo off and got abandoned, his plan to escape home would be toast. Okay, don't come. Then hold on, I'll let you talk to my mom. Just tell her you need me to head out for something," Ryan compromised. He always knew how to play it both ways. This time, Theodore didn't refuse. Noticing his silence, Ryan lit up, grabbed his phone, and opened the door. "Mom, Theodore needs me for something. I'm heading out for a bit." Ryan waved his phone, still in the middle of a call, in front of his mom. Mrs. Stewart gave him a look. "You better not be lying again. That Theodore is always buried in work. Why'd he waste his time on you?" "Mom, don't you trust me at all? I'm on the phone with him. Ask him yourself if you don't believe me." Ryan handed over the phone. "Auntie," Theodore greeted politely from the other end. "Ah, Theodore, what's this troublemaker bothering you for now?" Mrs. Stewart knew her son all too well. Ryan rolled his eyes. "Mom, come on. He really does have something for me to help with. Besides, I'm not a kid anymore. Can you at least spare me a little dignity?" Mrs. Stewart gave him another eye roll but didn't say more. After all, they were still on the phone with Theodore. With a wave of her hand, she let him go. "Don't cause any trouble outside." Ryan darted out the door like the wind, leaving his mom yelling after him. "I got it." His voice echoed faintly from down the street. He was already long gone. Mrs. Stewart shook her head, totally helpless. This kid. She really didn't know who he took after. Neither she nor Mr. Stewart had that kind of personality. The two older boys were all about work, but her youngest was like a wild card altogether. "Appreciate it, bro. Come out and grab a drink with me. I owe you one," Ryan said, finally breathing in the sweet taste of freedom, clearly in a good mood. "No thanks. Go by yourself," Theodore replied, uninterested. He'd rather be drowning in meetings than going drinking with Ryan right now. Plus, he had to swing by the clinic later and pick up Victoria after her shift. No way he was showing up reeking of alcohol. "Aw, come on, let's go. I'm begging you, Theo. Just keep up the good bro act, okay? If my mom randomly calls to check on me, I need a plausible excuse." Theo was already itching to hang up, clearly not having it. "By the way, how's the proposal thing going? Did it happen already?" Ryan suddenly asked. He just remembered Theo asking for advice about proposing not too long ago. Knowing Theo, the guy probably had it all planned out and done by now. Instantly curious, Ryan perked up. "Yeah," Theo gave a short reply, but there was an unmistakable smirk tugging at his lips. "No way! For real! Spill! How'd you do it?" "I need the details," Ryan pressed eagerly. Theo had high standards, so the whole thing must have been top tier. Ryan was dying to know, partly out of pure nosiness, partly to maybe borrow some ideas for the future, even though he didn't even have a girlfriend yet. Still, no harm in taking notes early. "No comment," Theo said, still stingy with words. He glanced at the time. He'd been on the phone way too long already. Just as he was about to end the call, Ryan jumped in. Hey, hold up. You weren't this tight-lipped when you were asking for ideas. Don't tell me you think once the proposal's done, everything's smooth sailing?" "What's that supposed to mean?" Theo paused. Even though he suspected Ryan was just messing with him, it still hit a nerve. "You ever heard of pre-wedding jitters?" Ryan asked, his tone a bit smug. He could tell Theo was curious, and he was loving it. "Pre-wedding what now?" Theo repeated, a bit confused. He'd honestly never heard of it. From the term itself, it sounded like some kind of nervous breakdown before getting married. That didn't sound like something he or Victoria would run into. Things between them were solid. Besides, they'd already been married once before. Been there, done that. Ryan gave him a quick rundown of what pre-wedding jitters meant and quickly added, "Don't be so quick to brush it off. If something really comes up later, don't say I didn't warn you." "Crying won't help then. You guys were married once before, and it didn't exactly go well. She might still be carrying the baggage from that. Sure, she said yes now, but the more she thinks about it, the more it could freak her out. When the wedding day actually gets close, she might just back out. That's why they say, the longer the night, the more weird dreams you have, Ryan said, trying to sound earnest. Theodore felt like part of it was just Ryan rambling nonsense, but deep down, he couldn't ignore a faint sense of unease. Truth was, Victoria had been hurt a lot during their first marriage. What should I do then? How do I stop that from happening? Theodore cut him off, getting straight to the point. You serious? You come here and I'll tell you, Ryan said smugly. Already sent you the location. Theodore knew full well this guy was messing with him, but he still went. When it came to anything about Victoria, even if it felt like a stretch, he had to get to the bottom of it. But if Ryan didn't give him anything useful, he was definitely not letting him off easy. You're quick, I'll give you that, Ryan snorted, lounging on the couch with a drink in hand as Theodore walked in. Theodore didn't respond. Hey, you want to hear it or not? Ryan asked, slouched all over the couch like he owned it. Theodore shot him a cold, silent glare. In the buzzy atmosphere of the bar, he stood there like a walking freezer, chilling everything around him. Ryan sat up straighter in a second, jokes dying instantly. Honestly, it's not that complicated. Just talk to her more, understand where she's at emotionally, what she's thinking. If you guys can really open up to each other, that clears most of the mess, Ryan explained quickly. That's it? Theodore frowned. Ryan's heart skipped. He rushed to add, What do you mean, that's it? You think talking is easy? If it were that simple, would so many people still screw it up and keep getting misunderstood? He sounded way too serious for someone who totally winged it 5 minutes ago. If Theodore ever figured that out, Ryan might not get to leave this bar in one piece. At the mention of misunderstanding, Theodore really started thinking. Him and Victoria? Yeah, that's what caused their split to begin with. Maybe Ryan wasn't completely off. Communication really did matter. He'd been so focused on just being with her, he'd brushed off how important honest conversations were. He'd definitely have to work on that more. Last thing he wanted was for her to get cold feet because of something like that. Here, try this. The bartender just came up with this new mix. It's pretty damn good, Ryan said, sliding a glass toward him. No one outside the family knew about the stabbing incident during the proposal, and Theodore had no plans on telling Ryan. The guy would probably make a whole scene. No drinks. I'm driving to pick Victoria up from work later, Theodore replied. Not like he couldn't drive. Victoria just didn't like him taking any risks. Man, you are seriously whipped, Ryan clicked his tongue, teasing. And yeah, maybe he was a little jealous. You're not going to become one of those totally henpecked husbands, are you? Ryan stared at him, faking horror. It was damn near impossible to picture a guy like Theodore being bossed around, and just imagining it was wild. Thing was, Theodore really didn't mind the idea at all. When Ryan saw how Theodore didn't mind the nickname at all, in fact, he seemed to enjoy it, his face twisted like he'd just seen something out of a horror movie. Wait a second, did he just hit the nail on the head? Theodore seriously went that far? He must be head over heels for Victoria if he's fine with being labeled a wife-whipped guy. You really like her that much? Ryan couldn't help but ask. Even now, he couldn't wrap his head around it. Theodore gave a small nod. Man, you're done for. You've fallen hard, Ryan sighed with mock pity, shaking his head. He honestly didn't get the whole love thing. Like, is it supposed to be edible? Now even someone as self-disciplined as Theodore wasn't immune. Another top-tier bachelor taken off the market, just like that. Figures. Only Ryan stayed truly awake in this messed-up world, radiating that gloriously single vibe. Watching Ryan's expressions shift from fake pity to being dramatically absorbed in his own narrative, Theodore knew he was spiraling again. By now, he was more than used to this. Time's almost up. I gotta bounce, Theodore said after checking the time on his watch. Ryan rolled his eyes. Theodore had been checking the time every few minutes like he couldn't wait to make a break for it. Was hanging out with him really that unbearable? Such a traitor. Ryan grumbled in his head, sulking. No way was he going to let his best bro become a guy who ditched friends for romance. Come on, it's still early. It's barely past 3. Who clocks out at this hour? And seriously, it's rare for us to catch up like this. You're really okay with leaving me here all alone? Ryan gave him a wounded look and even dabbed an imaginary tear. Theodore's face stayed stone cold. Totally okay. It was already a little past 3. By the time he reached the restoration studio, it'd be pushing 4. Wait around another hour or so, and he could catch Victoria just as she clocked out. Sounded perfect to him. Not early at all. He'd rather loiter outside her workplace than keep wasting time here. If Ryan ever found out what was going through his head, his heart might just break. Oof, cruel much. Ryan faked a cry, sniffles and all. Exactly as expected, Theodore was visibly grossed out. Cut it out. Ugh, mood killer. Fine, whatever, just go. Look at you. Body's here, but your heart's long gone. Ryan waved him off. Theodore ignored his jab and stood up to leave, but just then a woman came barreling toward him out of the blue. With quick reflexes, he sidestepped her. She lost control and fell face first into a nearby sofa. Gasps rippled through the place, followed by laughter and murmurs. Ryan stared dumbfounded at the woman who'd crash-landed into the couch. Her skirt, already riding up, slid dangerously higher as she squirmed to get up. Quickly looking away, he grabbed a throw blanket off the sofa and tossed it over her. Theodore frowned, clearly irritated by the struggle that had just barged into his day. Lydia Bond clumsily climbed off the couch, yanking the blanket off herself and chucking it to the floor like it personally insulted her. She even stomped on it a few times, her face full of annoyance. Who just laughed? Who said that? Do you people even know who I am? Think it's funny messing with me? I'm telling you, piss me off and you'll regret it. Lydia Bond jabbed her finger at the small crowd around her, glaring with a face full of thunder. She was a regular at this bar ever since she got back to the country, and most of the folks here had already gotten the memo. This woman was not one to mess with. Earlier, no one had realized the person who took that epic fall was Lydia herself. Now that they did, everyone scattered like cockroaches when the lights came on. No way any sane person would stick around for her wrath. Hey, don't you dare run! Who said you could leave? Lydia stared at the fleeing backs, stomping her foot in frustration. Then she spun toward Ryan and Theodore, shooting daggers at them. Was it you two who tripped me up just now? Ryan took a good look at her like she was a bomb about to go off and immediately shook his head. Not a chance. Nothing about this woman screamed, safe to interact with. Seeing his cowardly reaction, Lydia threw him a look of disdain before setting her eyes on Theodore. She was just about to snap at him too when her gaze locked on his face. Oh, it's you. Her anger froze mid-burst, shock flashing across her expression, quickly giving way to surprise and then full-on glee. She'd only met Theodore once, but it'd been love at first sight. His face was permanently etched into her memory. So the moment she saw him again, she recognized him instantly. Ever since their first and only meeting, she hadn't run into him again, until now. Her excitement overflowed, and all her earlier fury vanished like it never existed. Clearly, there was no way he would have tripped her on purpose. Sorry about that. I just stumbled a bit and nearly fell. Hope I didn't make too big of a scene. Lydia's whole mood flipped. The fire and brimstone from earlier were gone as she spoke sweetly, nearly apologetic. Ryan's jaw practically hit the floor. Wow, talk about a 180. She really flipped the switch. Honestly, that was some Oscar-worthy stuff right there. But the guy behind her transformation, that was the real MVP. Ryan subtly gave Theodore a thumbs up. No wonder Theodore still had that magic touch. The dude never lost his charm. Women still threw themselves at him like moths to a flame. Not that Ryan thought he looked bad or anything. His parents still joked about how he looked like a little doll when he was a kid. But compared to Theodore, yeah, no competition. Anyway, a woman like Lydia? That was Theodore's battlefield. Ryan was more of the delicate flower type, not equipped to handle carnivorous plants. I like you. Be my boyfriend, Lydia blurted, unable to hold back anymore. Direct. No sugarcoating, no waiting around tactics. Subtlety? Not in Lydia Bond's vocabulary. She went after what she wanted, and so far she'd never been denied. Ryan's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Holy crap, he majorly underestimated her. This woman's bold move was not just gutsy, it was downright fearless. She just straight up told Theodore to be her boyfriend. Like it wasn't even a question, it was a declaration. Who even was this woman? And did she have any clue who she was talking to? Even if she'd never heard of Theodore, just his aura alone should have clued her in that he was no one to trifle with. Sure, everyone here had seemed terrified of her earlier, so maybe she had her own powerful connections. But in Avondale, who could possibly have more pull than Theodore? Ryan felt like his brain was about to short-circuit. All he wanted was a chill night out. Was that too much to ask? Instead, he'd landed smack in the middle of this soap opera-worthy mess. It wasn't just Ryan. Everyone nearby had crept closer, eager to watch the drama unfold. At first, they'd thought Theodore had really stepped in it. The whole place figured that fierce woman would tear him a new one, and they all kind of sympathized, but mainly, they just wanted a front row seat to the chaos. No one wanted to get dragged into it after all. But what did they end up seeing instead? Sure, Lydia Bond had blown up at first, but then her whole vibe flipped. She didn't lash out at him, she actually turned nice, as in, soft voice, gentle eyes kind of nice. Then came the kicker. She straight up confessed her feelings to him. Like, seriously? Everyone watching was stunned. Was this some kind of plot twist? But the more they looked at Theodore with that face, that figure, and the confidence practically oozing off him, the more they got it. A guy like that landing someone like Lydia? Yeah, not that wild after all. Still, no one had seen him around before. A man that attractive, he wouldn't go unnoticed. Maybe this was his first time at the bar? Talk about unlucky. First visit, and he ends up catching the attention of the so-called she-devil. By the way, that ridiculous nickname for Lydia? Total secret. No one dared say it to her face. They liked their bar standing, unsmashed. Theodore, you leaving or what? Theodore didn't even spare Lydia a glance. He just looked impatiently at Ryan and asked, "Yep, I'm coming," Ryan practically jumped to reply. Theodore was already making his move to leave. No way was he sticking around to deal with that woman. He breezed right past Lydia like she didn't even exist. Ryan hustled to catch up. "Hey, you stop right there." Lydia clearly wasn't letting this go. She darted in front of him to block his path. "Did you not hear me? I said I like you. I want you to be my boyfriend." And Theodore finally shot her a glance, all cold irritation. She'd already wasted over 10 minutes of his time. "So are you going to be my boyfriend or not?" Lydia wasn't taking the hint at all, acting like his answer could only be yes. To her, this wasn't really a question. She'd already mentally added him to her contact list under boyfriend. "No way in hell," Theodore said flatly. The crowd collectively sucked in a breath. Bold. This guy was bold. Who says no to Lydia Bond like that? Shaking their heads, the bystanders already figured Theodore was doomed. Ryan, though, wasn't surprised in the slightest. That was classic Theodore behavior. What? Lydia looked like she'd just short-circuited. Did he really just reject her? That couldn't be right. Theodore didn't waste another second responding. He turned and walked off even faster this time. Lydia finally snapped out of it and made a move to chase him. But halfway through, she realized how embarrassing that would be. Instead, she just stomped her foot in frustration. "Why are you all staring? Mind your business," she barked at the nosy onlookers. Everyone scrambled to get out of her rage radius. No one wanted to be caught in the crossfire. Once outside the bar, Ryan couldn't help but ask, "Theo, who was that lady just now? Talk about attitude. I've never seen anyone so full on. And picking a fight with you? Girl's got guts." "I don't know her," Theodore said flatly. "For real? The way that woman reacted, it sure looked like she knew you. Have you two met before?" Ryan looked skeptical. That woman's face had lit up the second she saw Theodore, like she'd recognized him on the spot. "When did you start caring this much about my business?" Theodore shot him a cold glance. "I'm just curious, geez." Ryan immediately shut up, not daring to press further. Thinking it over, it wasn't that strange. Maybe she'd seen Theodore somewhere before, but he hadn't noticed her, or maybe he just forgot. Either way, when it came to women, the only one Theodore saw now was Victoria. Find your own ride. As he opened the car door, Theodore tossed that sentence back and drove off without another glance. Ryan, why does he always get left in the dust? Theodore could be ridiculously heartless at times. Driving fast all the way, Theodore arrived outside the restoration studio, still an hour away from Victoria getting off work. He didn't mind the wait, though, just sat quietly in the car. At 5 o'clock sharp, the door opened and Victoria walked out, Spotting his car right away and seeing him get out, their eyes met naturally, both of them smiling without a word. "Chloe, I'll head off now. Be safe on your way home," Victoria called back. "Bye, Master. See you tomorrow." Chloe Rogers purposely raised her voice. Now that she knew about this guy and her teacher, she didn't like it. In her mind, no one deserved Victoria, and she wasn't about to let anyone waltz in and take her away. Yep, she said it loud just to annoy him. Like, sure, he's dating her, but so what? Victoria still spends her whole day with her, not him. She even threw a shameless look his way, clearly enjoying the moment. Victoria didn't notice any of that, though. Once she said goodbye to Chloe, she walked up to Theodore and realized he looked a bit off, face all dark. "What's wrong? Did someone piss you off?" she asked, a little confused. "He was fine earlier. What happened in just a short while? That apprentice of yours has a bit of an attitude. I'm not a fan." There was definitely a tone in his voice. "Don't be like that. Chloe's actually pretty sweet. She always sticks up for me and helps out a ton. Makes my life so much easier," Victoria defended her kindly. Chloe was still a student, for crying out loud. Could he actually be jealous of a college kid? Nah, that theory sounded too wild even to her. Whatever. As long as she's useful to you, I won't make a fuss. Theodore finally gave in. After all, he couldn't always be around Victoria. If someone could be there for her when he wasn't, that wasn't a bad thing. Besides, he could see it. Despite the brat constantly throwing him side eyes, she was sincere when it came to Victoria. That had to count for something. Just as long as she didn't cross the line, he'd let it slide. That's more like it. Now I don't have to worry. Victoria smiled, clearly satisfied. "Let's go, I'm kind of starving," she said, rubbing her stomach. It had been a crazy day, and she barely ate anything at lunch, just picked at some food. Now her stomach was absolutely protesting. "Let's eat out tonight," Theodore suggested. Victoria wasn't going to let him cook, and honestly, he didn't want her to tire herself out either. Eating out was just easier. "Sounds good. Let's keep it simple. I know a spot nearby that does pretty solid homemade food," Victoria agreed without hesitation. She was too tired to even think about cooking. The place was actually introduced to her by Chloe, but she chose not to mention that part. No need to stir up any jealousy again. Once they got in the car, Victoria gave him a disapproving look. "You seriously drove yourself here?" Lately, Theodore had been pretty obedient to her words, except for this. He was oddly stubborn about it and kept insisting he was fine. "Come on, Vic. I'm not made of glass. I'm just a guy with a mild injury that's already healed. I promise I'm totally okay now," he reassured her, trying to lighten her mood. He genuinely appreciated and enjoyed how much she cared, but sometimes it came with a side of exasperation. Truth be told, the wound had healed ages ago. Driving? Cooking? Heck, he could probably brawl with a mugger and be just fine. "I know," she mumbled. Victoria was well aware he was okay now, but the image of his blood soaking through his clothes haunted her. No matter how tightly she'd pressed down, it just kept flowing. That helpless, gut-wrenching moment had really shaken her. Thankfully, the ambulance had shown up in time, and he got treated quickly. Still, that moment left a scar on her memory. When they arrived at the small spot Victoria mentioned, it was clear the place was a hit. It was right around the post-work rush, and the place was buzzing. Luckily, one table opened up just as they walked in, perfect timing. "Looks like today's a full house," Victoria said, glancing at Theodore with slight hesitation. She knew he wasn't thrilled about loud crowds or packed spaces. The customers here were polite, but the chatter naturally picked up with so many people around. "It's fine," he said calmly. As long as he was with her, even a noisy restaurant felt like the perfect place to be. And knowing she liked it enough to bring him here? There's no way he'd let her down. Victoria relaxed a bit, her mood noticeably better in the laid-back atmosphere. She picked a few of her go-to dishes from the menu and handed it to Theodore. "Your turn. How'd you even find this place? It's kind of tucked away, but seems to have quite the crowd," Theodore said as he skimmed through the menu. He knew it wasn't really like her to go out hunting for hidden food gems. "Chloe actually found it. She brought me here a couple of times, and I thought it was pretty good," Victoria admitted after a short pause. They had already promised each other to be more upfront, no more secrets, no unnecessary misunderstandings. And honestly, she and Chloe just had a few meals here. It shouldn't be that big of a deal, right? After saying it, she watched him carefully to see how he'd react. When Theodore found out the real reason, his fingers tightened slightly around the menu. That cozy little restaurant and its menu, which had seemed fine just minutes ago, suddenly lost all appeal. He casually picked 2 dishes and set the menu aside. "You gotta try it later. The food here is honestly pretty decent," Victoria said, giving him a small smile of encouragement. "Yeah." Theodore couldn't help but smile back as he looked at her serious little face. People always say you get tired of someone the longer you're with them, but with Victoria, that never happened. To him, she was different every single moment, and he just wanted to see every version of her. Though the place was packed, the service moved pretty quickly. They didn't have to wait long before the food came out. Victoria took a bite of one of her favorites, nodded in satisfaction. Yup, tasted just like she remembered. Not a thing had changed. "Try this one. It's seriously so good," she said, leaning forward as she slid the dish toward him. Being a good sport, Theodore took a bite and nodded under her expectant gaze. Not bad at all. To be honest, after hearing this place was Chloe Rogers' suggestion, he nearly said it was just so-so. But seeing Victoria so eager, he couldn't bring himself to ruin it. More than that, knowing she liked it and wanted him to try it, that was enough to make him go along with it. Sure enough, seeing him agree made her even happier. After all, who doesn't like it when someone likes their recommendation? Maybe it was the exhaustion, or just that she hadn't eaten much recently, or maybe the place really did suit her taste, but Victoria was clearly enjoying her food today. She ate a lot and looked genuinely content. Seeing her that satisfied filled Theodore with a quiet happiness too. He even started seriously considering stealing the restaurant's chef. "Hey, between this place and Mrs. Hart's cooking, which one do you like more?" Theodore asked while they were driving back. Victoria blinked, caught off guard by the sudden comparison. "They're really different styles," she replied after thinking it through. "But if I had to pick, I'd say I prefer Mrs. Hart's cooking." This place had its charm, sure, but Mrs. Hart's food came with a feeling of home. "You think it's a good idea if I try to poach the chef here?" he asked casually, though in his mind, he was already evaluating if it might actually work. "No need for that." Victoria shook her head without hesitation. "The food here is great, but I feel like it's more of a once-in-a-while thing. And hey, so many people love this place. If you take away the chef, what are they supposed to do?" She did like the food, just not that much. "All right then, we'll leave it," Theodore said, easily letting it go. He'd only entertained the idea because of her. If she wasn't into it, then no point in forcing it. "It's been a while since we had Mrs. Hart's cooking. Miss it?" he asked. "Of course I do." Her face brightened instantly at the thought. "Not just her food, I really miss her too." Thinking back, Victoria smiled to herself. Back during those tough days, Mrs. Hart had always been there for her, offering kindness and comfort even in the loneliest corners of that silent house. Without her, Victoria might not have made it through. But the memories brought a quiet sadness that crept into her features, and her smile slowly faded. Theodore noticed the change right away. From her bright expression to the sudden dimming of her eyes, he knew she was remembering the past. Things were pretty rough between them during that time. Theodore had misunderstood Victoria and treated her coldly, even went so far as to hang around Isabella right in front of her. That must have hurt like hell. Thinking about it made Theodore feel terrible. He'd originally wanted to bring up moving back to the villa, but seeing Victoria like this, he figured it wasn't the right moment. He tried to speak, but his throat felt tight, like something was stuck there. He couldn't get the words out. "Let's go visit Mrs. Hart sometime soon," Victoria said, turning to look at him. The gloom in her eyes had faded a bit. Theodore felt instantly relieved. "Yeah, sure." After that, living together in the apartment, it was almost like they were newlyweds. Everything felt sweet and cozy, just the two of them. But once Theodore's injuries had fully healed, the guy started to misbehave again. He'd stick to Victoria whenever he could and clearly had no intention of sleeping apart anymore. That night after dinner, Victoria was on the couch snacking on fruit and reading, and Theodore slid right up next to her. He peeled an orange piece by piece, gently feeding her slices. It wasn't until she glanced at him, puzzled, that he finally stopped. "Vic, when are we getting married?" he asked, eyes full of hope. Honestly, he felt like he was shamelessly begging for a title. Ever since his recovery, Victoria hadn't brought up marriage at all. He had hinted a few times, but she just brushed it off. He really couldn't wait anymore. He had to ask outright. Victoria hesitated. "What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts?" Theodore picked up on her pause right away, sounding a little anxious. He was genuinely nervous. After all this time, what if she changed her mind? If she really didn't want it anymore, he couldn't force her. Then, he suddenly remembered Ryan once mentioning pre-wedding jitters. Now he was even more freaked out. "I was just thinking, we've already been married once. Just being together is enough. We don't really need a big wedding, right? It's a lot of hassle," she said slowly. When he realized she wasn't backing out, Theodore finally relaxed. But he was confused too. Weren't most women super into having a big wedding? Why didn't she want one? Was there something else bothering her? "Exactly because we had a marriage without a wedding last time. This time I want to make it right. Vic, I don't want us to have any regrets. I want to give you everything you deserve. A real wedding, one that leaves no room for anyone to question us, and make sure you never feel left out or wronged again," he explained. It wasn't just about the wedding. He wanted it to be official, to stand beside her proudly, without any doubt. But if she truly didn't want it, he wouldn't push. "Okay," she agreed. "Really?" Theodore lit up instantly. "How about the 6th of next month? Seems like a good date." "That's kind of last minute, don't you think?" Victoria said, sounding just a tad overwhelmed. Theodore was definitely rushing things. Next month on the 6th? That wasn't far off at all. "Weddings aren't that simple. There's a ton to prepare. You can't just speed through it." Victoria shot him a glance. "So what are you saying?" Theodore cooled down a bit. "Let's just hold off for a bit." Victoria didn't have a specific timeline. She just instinctively wanted to delay it. When it came to weddings, both families usually had to be there. A banquet had to be held. But with their situation, she knew all too well that the Chambers weren't fond of her, especially Davina. There was no way they'd willingly show up and support their wedding. And on her side, Hannah Mills was in a mental spiral, convinced that Victoria had hurt Gina. There was so much resentment there. She'd never come to the wedding peacefully. If she came at all, it'd probably just be to cause chaos. With both families like this, how were they supposed to have a proper wedding? It was exactly why Victoria just wanted them to get a marriage license quietly, skip the big fuss. But did she really not want a wedding at all? Of course not. Deep down, like any girl, she dreamed of that perfect moment with the person she loved. Theodore picked up on her hesitation. He wasn't clueless. The whole time is tight excuse wasn't the real reason. What Victoria was truly worried about was the family drama, plain and simple. He could pull off a grand wedding, no doubt, but getting both families to not only attend, but attend with genuine goodwill, that was a whole different challenge. "Vic, what if we just have a wedding that's all about us? A few close friends, no drama, no pressure to get anyone's blessing," Theodore offered gently. He honestly didn't care what others thought. As long as the two of them were together, that was home to him. Victoria didn't say anything, but Theodore could tell. This still bothered her. Letting out a quiet sigh, he said with a touch of resignation, "All right, we'll wait. I'll figure something out." Even if it wasn't going to be easy, he wasn't about to give up. In the meantime, he'd already started reaching out to wedding planners. If he got things moving now, they wouldn't be stuck planning last minute once the time was right. Conveniently, that weekend Davina called. They needed to talk, and she told him to come over to the old house. Theo figured it could be a good chance to feel out where she stood, maybe even get her on board with Victoria, so he agreed to go. But considering the tension, he knew better than to bring Victoria along right now. What he didn't expect was the mess waiting for him. The minute he stepped into the Chambers' old house, he spotted someone new, another woman beside Davina. His brows instantly pulled together. That spot next to Davina? It used to be Isabella. He couldn't help but wonder why she had someone new sitting there now. "Theo, you're just in time," "This is Lydia Bond from the Bond family. You probably haven't met her. She's been overseas and just got back. But that's no big deal. One meeting and you two can get to know each other," Davina said with a too-sweet smile. Of course, she'd been itching to match him up with some sophisticated lady from a good family. And the moment Lydia Bond returned, Davina pounced on what she clearly thought was fate. Wasting no time, she sprung her plan into motion. She had actually shown Theodore photos of other heiresses before, but none of them felt quite right. Especially when it came to family background, very few came close to matching the status of the Chambers. No matter how many profiles she reviewed, she just couldn't find one that satisfied all her boxes. Plenty of families caught wind of it and jumped at the chance to offer their daughters, but Davina didn't even bother looking at those. I mean, what kind of top-tier family goes around pushing their daughters like that? Zero dignity. That's when Lydia Bond popped up on the radar. Davina found out that the Bond family's daughter had recently returned from abroad, so she invited Mrs. Bond over for a visit. The two hit it off well enough during their chat. In Avondale, the Chambers were the #1 family, and the Bonds were undisputed #2. A marriage between them was the perfect game of power meets power. After just one meeting, Davina and Mrs. Bond had pretty much locked down the arrangement. They exchanged their children's photos just to let them take a glance and see if there was any initial interest before actually meeting face to face. After politely seeing Mrs. Bond off, Davina finally breathed a sigh of relief. She'd put in so much effort over the past weeks, and now she had finally found a match that ticked every box. She had seen Lydia's photo already and was genuinely pleased. You could tell at first glance this was a girl who'd grown up in luxury, radiating that calm confidence and elegance only a proper heiress carried. What Davina didn't know, though, was that photo. Total deception. Mrs. Bond had personally overseen the whole thing. No heavy makeup allowed, only a clean, natural look. She had a professional stylist create a refined image and even coached Lydia on her expressions and poses. The final shot, basically a masterpiece of photo trickery. In real life, Lydia was all about bold makeup, loud personality, and zero subtlety. If Davina ever saw the real version of her, she'd probably have a meltdown. But since she didn't know any of that, she just kept thinking how Lydia was impressive in every aspect. Definitely 100 times better than that Victoria girl Theodore was currently hung up on. Seriously, just based on family background alone, Lydia made Victoria look like a total nobody. Davina knew, though, with Theodore currently obsessed with Victoria, asking him to come home for a matchmaking meeting would be a no-go. And she definitely couldn't show him the photo either. Not yet. While she was still stressing over how to deal with it, Mrs. Bond reached out again to meet up, casually mentioning that her daughter was already on board with meeting Theodore and subtly trying to gauge where Davina stood. Of course, Davina said yes in a heartbeat. I mean, telling Theodore in advance was useless. He'd just say no. Better to make the decision for him and find some way to get him home. So that weekend, Davina called Theodore and just vaguely said there was something important and asked him to return to the Chambers estate. She was mentally prepared for him to push back, had even thought through how she'd talk him into it. After all, she was still his mother. He couldn't just ignore her completely. What she didn't expect was that Theodore actually said yes right away, no fuss. Davina was so surprised, she practically choked on her own breath. Even though she couldn't quite explain why things were going this smoothly, for Davina, the outcome was exactly what she hoped for. Step 1, officially complete. That just convinced her even more that Theodore and Lydia Bond were meant to be. Otherwise, how could it all go so well? She had a good feeling the rest would fall into place just as easily. At the Chambers family estate. The second Lydia laid eyes on Theodore, her face lit up. Back when Mrs. Bond brought home Theodore's photo, Lydia was in a foul mood, still annoyed about what happened at the bar. She didn't even glance at the picture before pushing it away. Lydia had always hated the idea of marrying for family ties. She loved her freedom way too much to be tied down like that. This one's different. Just take a look. I promise you'll change your mind, Mrs. Bond had coaxed her. She knew her daughter well. Lydia had a thing for good-looking guys. And Theodore? He was the whole package: powerful family, sharp mind, and drop-dead gorgeous. Mrs. Bond had no doubt Lydia was going to fall for him. What could be so different? Aren't they all the same? Lydia muttered disinterestedly, casually glancing over. But the moment she saw that photo, she froze. Snatching it from her mom's hand, she stared hard at the face in the picture. No mistake, this was the guy she'd seen twice already, the one she'd fallen for at first sight, and who had straight up rejected her when she tried to confess. Lydia's attitude changed instantly. "Mom, what did you say his name was again?" she asked, almost a little too eagerly. Mrs. Bond didn't need to ask. She knew right away. The kid was hooked. The hardest part of this match, already halfway done. She couldn't help but smile. "That, my dear, is Theodore, heir to the Chambers family. You know the Chambers, right? In Abindale, there's barely a soul who doesn't. Not only was he born into money, he's also crazy capable. I heard he started helping out with the family business while he was still in school and fully took over before he even graduated college. Since then, the Chambers group has only climbed higher under him." She might have laid it on thick, but honestly, none of it was exaggeration. Theodore really was that good. "Wow, so he's actually that impressive," Lydia murmured, clearly smitten. Her crush on him just deepened. "Well, of course," Mrs. Bond said affectionately. "I love you. There's no way I'd have you meet someone second-rate. I only want the best for you." She wasn't the type of parent who'd marry off their daughter for profit. What she wanted was someone who could truly treat Lydia well, even if their family wasn't richer than theirs, at least not worse. She just couldn't stand the idea of her precious daughter being lied to or suffering after marriage. Lydia had been spoiled her whole life. She wasn't built for hardship. Though truth be told, it was a bit ironic. With Lydia's temper, it was usually the other person who ended up crying. Anyone thinking of marrying her had to be nuts, or just really bold. "Thanks, Mom. I know you love me most." Lydia leaned against her mother, voice full of sweetness. "So, when do I get to meet him?" Mrs. Bond chuckled, half amused, half exasperated. Just moments ago, the girl was totally against it. Now she couldn't wait. Her daughter really was something else. "Hold your horses. We're the girls' side, okay? Gotta play it cool at least a little." Mrs. Bond knew exactly how Mrs. Chambers thought. If they showed their eagerness too early, it'd probably make them look cheap. "Why are we still playing hard to get? Keep dragging it out and we'll lose him before we even get a shot," Lydia Bond said, visibly frustrated. She couldn't wait to see Theodore again. The way he treated her didn't turn her off. In fact, it made her want him more. This man had to be hers, no exceptions. Mrs. Bond had no way to deal with her daughter's stubbornness and eventually gave in under Lydia's constant pestering. She reached out to Mrs. Chambers to test the waters. Thankfully, Mrs. Chambers was surprisingly cooperative, and they eventually agreed to have the two meet over the weekend, which led to the moment at the Chambers' old estate where Theodore came face to face with Lydia. Lydia had toned down her usual style today. Light makeup, elegant dress, totally different from how she usually showed up. Theodore didn't even recognize her. Not that he ever really paid attention to what she looked like anyway. Lydia wasn't exactly thrilled that he didn't recognize her, but she held it in. She needed to keep up appearances, especially in front of Mrs. Chambers and Theodore. According to her mom, Mrs. Chambers liked the refined, well-mannered type. If she wanted a shot at Theodore, she had to play the part first. Acting wasn't that hard for Lydia. She could totally fool someone like Mrs. Chambers. It's not like they'd be spending time together all the time. She could fake it for now. "Hello, I'm Lydia Bond. Nice to meet you," she said sweetly, flashing a practiced smile at Theodore. He, of course, just stared at her, completely expressionless. Theodore was just now realizing something. Wasn't the girl who caused a scene last time also from the Bond family? How many daughters did they have? Were these two the same person? They didn't look alike at all. His mind flashed back to that night at the bar. Comparing that bold woman to the seemingly demure one in front of him, he really couldn't see the connection. "Theodore, what are you spacing out for?" "Lydia's greeting you. Don't be rude," Mrs. Chambers quickly chimed in. She had insisted he come back today, and while she knew he didn't want to, the least he could do was not embarrass her in public. Still frowning, Theodore gave Lydia a slight nod. "Theodore," he said curtly. "This boy has always been like that. Hope you can excuse his attitude," Mrs. Chambers said, trying to smooth things over. At least he wasn't flat-out hostile, so that was a small relief. "Being calm and focused is a good trait, especially with how busy he is," Mrs. Bond responded quickly. Though she found Theodore's attitude pretty cold, clearly uninterested in matchmaking, she had no choice. Her daughter was really into him. She'd have to wait and see. "Theodore, you two probably don't care for what we're saying here. Don't just sit around. Why don't you show Lydia around a bit?" Mrs. Chambers suggested after chatting with Mrs. Bond for a while. Theodore frowned, but didn't argue. It wasn't the time or place. Lydia, on the other hand, lit up. She was more than ready to get out of that room. Sitting still, listening to the moms chatter on and on. Her ears were about to fall off. Talk about boring. She was honestly worn out from putting on this whole proper lady act. Finally getting some fresh air, especially with Theodore. Yeah, she was all for it. Theodore and Lydia Bond walked outside. He paused, turned to her, and said bluntly, "We both know what today's about. But I'm not into the whole arranged marriage thing. Hopefully you feel the same." "What if I don't? What if I actually do want this marriage?" Lydia hadn't expected him to hit her with that straight off the bat. Her mood flipped instantly. Her pride felt like it had just been stepped on. Even with her light makeup, that familiar feisty spark on her face showed up again. Theodore saw straight through her act and didn't bother sugarcoating anything. "That's your business. Bottom line, I'm not doing it." With that, he turned, ready to leave the estate. Lydia wasn't having it. She went after him. "Wait, you don't get to just walk away, Theodore. This marriage would be a win-win for both of our families. What's so bad about that?" "I don't need it." His voice was ice cold. He was more than confident in taking the Chambers group to new heights all on his own. He didn't need a marriage to help him climb. "So you're not worried we might end up as rivals?" she shot back. "You threatening me?" His eyes narrowed, sharp and dangerous. All this time he hadn't taken her seriously, but now his cold pressure hit her like a slap. Lydia paled, clearly shaken. She started to respond, but he cut her off. "Do whatever you want. Be my guest." Then he turned and walked off without a second glance. At this point, Theodore was pretty sure this girl putting on a front today was the same as the one he'd met before. He had zero interest in playing nice with someone like that. "Theodore!" Lydia stomped her foot in frustration, glaring at his back, moving further away. Seriously, Lydia Bond, who had always had guys fawning over her, getting snubbed like this? Unheard of. No one had ever treated her like this before. No one but him. Logically, she should have taken revenge, but something about the guy kept pulling her back in. Even after how he treated her, she couldn't help but want him. Eyes locked on his retreating figure, Lydia's gaze burned with determination. No matter what it took, she was going to make this man fall for her. She lingered outside a while longer before finally heading back to the living room. Inside, Davina and Mrs. Bond were happily chatting away. The instant they noticed Lydia returning alone, both women paused mid-conversation. A heavy silence fell across the room. It felt awkward, to say the least. "Lydia, what's going on? Why are you back by yourself? Where's Theodore?" Davina asked. She was already guessing that her son must have sensed the matchmaking attempt and bolted. "He had a work emergency. Something urgent came up, so he had to leave right away," Lydia said smoothly. No way was she going to admit he'd basically brushed her off. Davina raised an eyebrow, not entirely convinced. Was it really a sudden work thing, or was Theodore just flat-out rejecting the idea of a blind date? She couldn't tell anymore. Theodore had left, and Lydia Bond didn't feel like staying any longer either. Davina liked well-mannered, gentle ladies. She was just putting on an act for now and had zero interest in keeping up the show. Keeping up the perfect lady routine? Yeah, no thanks. Way too exhausting. No one knew Lydia better than her own mother. Mrs. Bond could tell right away her daughter was faking it. She wasn't mad about the lie. What ticked her off was that after all their effort, Theodore just got up and left without warning. That was plain rude. Sure, the Chambers family had power, but the Bonds weren't ones to mess with either. If they really wanted to stir things up, the Chambers family wouldn't get off easy. Fed up, and noticing her daughter was clearly done too, Mrs. Bond decided to leave. She kept it civil on the surface and said to Davina, "Mrs. Chambers, we won't take up any more of your time today. We'll be heading out now." Davina picked up on Mrs. Bond's displeasure, but since her son had indeed left without saying a word, the Chambers family was clearly in the wrong this time. She had no excuse, so she kept things polite and saw them out with forced smiles. Once the Bonds had gone, Davina immediately called Theodore. "Theodore, what the hell was that about? How could you just ditch the girl? How am I supposed to explain this to them? The Bonds might not be at our level, but they're no pushovers. Aren't you worried they'll come after you for this? So you brought me back just for this?" Theodore's voice was calm as ever, but that single line instantly made Davina's heart skip a beat. "You're not getting any younger. You should be thinking about settling down. Lydia's a good match. I just asked you to meet her. What's the big deal?" Davina tried to stand her ground. After all, she was his mother. "I've got my wedding plans sorted. You just need to show up." Theodore stayed calm. He'd been wondering how to bring up the wedding. Turns out Davina handed him the perfect excuse. "What wedding?" she asked, confused at first. Then her expression froze as something clicked. Her voice shot up. "You can't mean Victoria again? Are you seriously marrying her? And now you're planning a ceremony? And you expect me to attend?" Who else could it be but Victoria? Davina was stunned. She knew Theodore had started seeing Victoria again, but she never imagined he'd actually planned to marry her again. Weren't they already divorced? And now he wanted to make it official again and even throw a big ceremony? This was insane. "Yes," he answered with zero hesitation. "I'm marrying Victoria." Davina nearly passed out from fury. It took everything she had to keep it together. "I don't agree," she snapped. "No way am I letting that woman step foot in this family again. And don't even think about me attending that wedding. Theodore, wake up. There are tons of decent girls out there. Why are you so hung up on her?" Davina was desperate now, hoping something she said would knock some sense into him. "Mom, I'm an adult. Who I marry, who I spend my life with, that's my call, not yours. Whether you agree or not, I'm going to marry Victoria, and she's the only one I'll ever marry. As for the wedding, I'll make it up to her with a grand one. I hope you'll be there, but if not, I'm not changing my mind." Theodore's voice was calm but firm, showing no room for negotiation. "You?" Davina's lips trembled, but she couldn't get a word out. There really wasn't anything more to say. Theodore had made himself crystal clear. He was marrying Victoria no matter what. Wedding plans already in motion, and he didn't even insist on her attendance. What else could she possibly do? Like he said, he's an independent grown-up now. She had no say in his choices anymore. Davina felt her energy drain away. She had always kept both kids under strict discipline, raised them to be strong, independent, and successful, something she used to be proud of. But now, they had become people she couldn't control even if she tried. At some point, the call had ended. Davina stared at the empty house around her, suddenly lost in thought. Could she really be wrong? Should she stop interfering and just let them have their freedom? No, that couldn't be right. She did everything out of love, didn't she? All she ever wanted was for them to have a good life. She pushed them because she cared. Wasn't it that strictness that shaped them into who they are today? She was trying to help. They didn't understand her intentions yet, that's all. Thinking that way brought her a little comfort, like she'd found a way to justify herself. But the second Victoria popped into her mind, that comfort vanished. Come to think of it, things started to get messy with both kids when Victoria showed up. After Victoria came along, Theodore refused to listen to her, demanded to be with that girl, insisted on marrying her. And Grace? She ran away from home. All that chaos linked to one person? That couldn't be coincidence. The more Davina thought about it, the more unsettled she felt. Her resentment toward Victoria turned into suspicion. Back at the apartment he shared with Victoria, Theodore stepped inside and saw her curled up on the couch, reading, sunlight pouring over her. The moment hit him in the chest, warming up all the frustration he'd carried home. "You're back," Victoria said, glancing up. She always had a way of noticing him right away. "Yeah." He walked over, stood behind the couch, and gently reached out to touch her hair. "Everything okay today?" "You say that like it's been forever," Victoria chuckled. "You all right?" I think I blocked your sunlight just now, he murmured. It wasn't just the sunlight in the room. He started to wonder if he'd been a sort of roadblock in her life. Sunlight can be a little harsh sometimes. Maybe you just gave me some shade. She lifted her book as if to explain, like how you can't read properly in dim lighting, but direct sun can be too much too. Balance matters. He paused, caught off guard by what she said. You really think that? Of course, she said without missing a beat. That one answer eased something in him. What's wrong? Things didn't go well when you went back. Victoria looked at him with concern. Theodore had already mentioned his mom had something to talk about, which is why he went back. He didn't want Victoria to suffer through any awkwardness, so he let her stay in the apartment. She hadn't minded. Him going alone wasn't a big deal, but deep down she'd been worried that his mother might cause trouble, and now it seemed like her concern wasn't for nothing. Victoria, Theodore hesitated. If our wedding only included just us and a few friends, would you still marry me, even without family blessings? He knew she had always wanted a proper wedding with their family's approval. He just might not be able to make that happen. It's okay, really. Just having you is enough. Don't stress out about it, she said softly, trying to comfort him. Victoria hadn't expected him to take away her earlier words so heavily. To her, that was just a nice thought, a wish she knew probably wouldn't come true anyway. A bit disappointing, sure, but what mattered most was being with him. As Theodore looked into her eyes, searching for any sign of hesitation and finding none, he finally let out the breath he'd been holding. Then let's get married soon, okay? I don't want to wait anymore. Every day of delay made him uneasy, as if something unexpected might throw them off course. Victoria nodded. Okay. Really? His eyes lit up. Then I'll get on it right away. If not for wanting to plan things properly, he'd marry her tomorrow, or heck, even today. Wait, the wedding will take time to organize, but they could definitely register their marriage first. As long as they had the license, it'd be official. They'd really be husband and wife. But dang it, today was the weekend. The civil affairs office was closed. They couldn't register today. That realization made Theodore visibly deflate. How about Monday we go get the certificate? He asked excitedly. Seeing him so thrilled, like a kid who just got his favorite toy, Victoria couldn't help but chuckle. Sure. In his excitement, Theodore suddenly scooped her up, catching her off guard. Her book tumbled from her hands as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck tightly. Theodore, she yelped, half laughing, half scolding. He spun her around twice, his laughter echoing through the room, light and infectious. Victoria, I'm so happy, he said, locking eyes with her, his voice full of emotion. Me too. She watched him lean in closer. Her eyes slowly drifted shut. Their kiss lingered, full of emotion, and before long, Theodore carried her to the bedroom, gently laying her down before leaning in again. Theo, it's still daytime, she whispered, a bit flustered. So what? It's not like anyone's watching, he said with a slight grin, the kind that meant he'd already made up his mind. He'd held back long enough. He just didn't want to wait anymore. Let's wait, at least until after the wedding. Her voice was quickly silenced. Theodore didn't give her a chance to argue, lowering his head and kissing her deeply. His intensity made it impossible for her to resist. By the time morning rolled around, Theodore woke up looking completely satisfied. Lying beside him, Victoria was still asleep, breathing softly. He leaned over and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. Stop messing around. Victoria mumbled, still deep in sleep. She was way too exhausted. Her whole body felt heavy, and she couldn't even open her eyes. Theodore really went overboard yesterday, starting in the afternoon, not stopping even when night fell, and then dragging it on into the early hours. The only time he gave her a break was when she said she was starving. That's when he paused to let her eat. But how could she have known? A man who's been holding back is basically a starving wolf. No way he'd let her off so easily. Feeding her was just a halftime pit stop, letting her recharge before continuing his madness. She had no idea how this man had so much energy. She was completely drained, even blacked out at some point. Now she couldn't even get herself out of bed. Seeing her like this, Theodore felt a rush of guilt and regret. Yeah, he might have gotten way too carried away last night. Really didn't hold back at all. Poor Victoria got totally wrecked. "Get some more rest. I'll go make you breakfast," he said, already up and refreshed, brushing his teeth while practically humming like he'd just gotten promoted or something. As he prepped breakfast in the kitchen, he even hummed a random tune to himself, clearly in a good mood. Once he was done, he walked over and gently called her, "Vic, time to get up. Just eat a little something first, then you can go back to resting." No doubt she must be starving after all that. He knew he'd pushed her way too far yesterday. Though she didn't want to move, Victoria really was hungry. Whatever she'd eaten last night was long gone, and now she didn't even have the strength to lift her arms. Opening her eyes groggily, she saw Theodore's freshly groomed face and instantly got annoyed. This man had no shame. She tried to get up, but her body felt like it had been run over. Everything was sore, even her bones ached. How was he still looking so fresh, like none of that had even fazed him? It was seriously unfair. The more she thought about it, the more pissed off she got. She made up her mind. He was definitely banned from her room for a while. "Does it hurt?" Theodore noticed her frown and asked, a little worried. Victoria shot him a look. Oh, now he knew to worry? Where was that concern last night? "What do you think?" she snapped back. Feeling guilty, Theodore scratched the side of his nose awkwardly. Try to take it easier next time." "You're already planning a next time?" Wait, is she saying there won't be a next time? Dang, he really screwed up this time. If she shuts him out for good, he's doomed. He suddenly felt his heart drop at the thought. Man, why didn't he pace himself last night? He got one good run in, but now, who knows when round 2 will happen. "I'm hungry," Victoria said, staring directly at him. "I'll bring it to you," Theodore said immediately. Before she even had the chance to protest, he'd already turned around to get the tray. He came back with milk, toast, and a sunny side-up egg. "I haven't brushed my teeth yet," she finally managed to say. "I'll carry you there," he offered, moving to pick her up without hesitation. Victoria's face turned completely red, utterly mortified. "I can walk myself," she protested, barely convincing him to drop the idea. She didn't even want to picture how that'd look. The thought alone made her want to bury her head under the covers. Seriously, how could he suggest that with a straight face? Honestly, if she hadn't stopped him, he probably would have done it without missing a beat. After freshening up, Theodore still tried to feed Victoria himself, but she was firm about doing it on her own. Seeing her insist, he finally gave in. She didn't want him hovering, yet he even wanted to give her a massage, only to be gently pushed out of the room. She said she needed more rest. Theodore waited outside, pacing anxiously, completely helpless. That's when the regret hit. He really shouldn't have been so reckless last night. What if she actually got hurt? At noon, he made a nutrient-packed lunch especially for her. Just as Victoria came out and they were about to eat, his phone rang. Marcus was calling. "Mr. Chambers, there's a problem with the Blue Ocean project." Marcus sounded a bit flustered. It was a major deal, and no one but Theodore had the authority to make the call on it. He listened carefully without showing much reaction, then replied calmly, "Got it." As soon as he ended the call, a frown crept between his brows. Victoria noticed the change in his expression and asked, concerned, "What happened?" "Nothing big, just some work stuff I need to handle," he said lightly, clearly not wanting her to worry. "But I won't be able to eat with you. Take care of yourself, all right? Actually, don't wait for me tonight." He stood up as he spoke. She stood up too, worry written all over her face. Theodore might have said it was nothing, but how could she not sense something was wrong? He looked too serious, too rushed. Skipping even one meal? There was no way this was just a minor issue. Still, even if he did open up, what could she really do to help with his work troubles? What she could do was make things easier. Be his emotional support, so at least he wouldn't be distracted worrying about her. As long as he needed her, she'd be there, no questions asked. "Is it really that urgent? Can't you just eat first, then go?" she tried asking, clearly still uneasy. This morning, he was so focused on taking care of her, she doubted he even had breakfast. Now he was running off without lunch too? She worried about his health. "It's pretty urgent. I need to go now. But don't worry, nothing too serious. I'll handle it and come back as soon as I can." His tone was steady and gentle, trying to reassure her. All right, I'll be fine, don't worry about me. Make sure you eat something, though, she reminded him softly. I will. Just call me if you need anything. Before stepping out, he paused and kissed her on the forehead. He gave her one last look, full of emotion, and then walked away as she watched him go. As his figure disappeared from sight, a heavy feeling settled in her chest. Right now, she wished more than anything that she could do something, anything, to shoulder some of his load. Theodore rushed to the office without wasting a second, and the first thing he did was call Marcus into his office for a briefing. As Marcus laid out the situation, Theodore's face darkened. Turned out, some of the past projects under the Chambers Group had serious issues, cutting corners and using substandard materials. And just as they were vying for the Blue Ocean project, these skeletons conveniently fell out of the closet. Talk about terrible timing. Bagging the Blue Ocean deal was supposed to be a walk in the park, practically guaranteed. Who would have thought a 1 in a million chance of failure would just happen to land now? And to make things worse, a new player had suddenly entered the scene, fighting them for the project. This company had come out of nowhere. It wasn't just aiming for Blue Ocean. They were popping up in nearly every deal the Chambers Group was involved in. Past, present, even future ones. It was pretty obvious they weren't just coincidentally overlapping. It looked like they were going after the Chambers Group on purpose. Have we looked into that company? Theodore frowned, his voice serious. In Abendale, there were only a couple of companies that could actually compete with them. But this one, he'd never even heard the name before. And the way they were going all in? Yeah, no way they were simple. Yes, sir, it's a foreign company, used to operate mostly in Halden Ridge. Not sure why they've suddenly shifted over to Abendale, but they've been butting heads with us at every turn, Marcus answered quickly. A foreign firm? That didn't sit right with Theodore. His brows knit tighter. Have we found out who was responsible for the subpar work? He asked next, tone low. Right now, it looks like Mr. Reese was behind it, but there are still a lot of loose ends. We'll need to dig deeper, Marcus replied. Theodore didn't look the least bit surprised. This was pretty much what he expected. Check all of those old execs, he said calmly. No way he acted alone. None of their hands are clean. He'd seen through those old foxes a long time ago. That's why he'd already taken the main projects away from them, leaving just the fluff to keep them busy, all to bait them into slipping up. And sure enough, they'd started slipping fast. He didn't even have to lift a finger. Now that the rats had started running around, it was time to clear them out before they ruined anything major. But those guys weren't newbies. They were crafty, more holes in their stories than a sieve. Flushing them out was going to take real effort. Don't make a move until we've got everything solid. We don't want to spook them, Theodore warned. If they caught wind, he was onto them and started working together. Cleaning them out would be a way bigger headache. And keep a close eye on that foreign company too. Dig deeper. I want to know exactly who we're up against, Theodore said sharply, locking eyes with Marcus. Got it, sir, Marcus answered, heart thumping. Clearly, that company was now enemy number one. All right, get going. As Marcus stepped out, Theodore pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling the weight of it all settle in. Internal chaos, external threats. The Chambers Group needed a serious cleanup. Those so-called veterans, lounging around and pulling shady things behind the scenes just to line their pockets, they should have been gone long ago. Back when he first took over, they challenged every move he made, always pointing fingers and trying to push him out of the picture. That fight had cost him a lot in time and energy. Now, years later, he knew it was finally time to sweep those leeches out for good. He wasn't the same Theodore he used to be. Not anymore. Marcus quickly dug up the names of those stirring trouble inside the Chambers Group. As expected, along with Mr. Reese, there were others secretly scheming, like Mr. Mason, and even some members of the Chambers family. After all, the company started as a family business, and as it grew, more and more family members joined the ranks. Take Theodore's uncle, Sebastian, for example. He was definitely involved in this mess. A lot of the Chambers' relatives had been getting restless, eyeing the company like it was their birthright. But Theodore couldn't care less. In his eyes, these people had more ambition than ability. They couldn't even manage their own little corner of responsibility, yet dreamed of replacing him? What a joke. Even if the company were handed to them on a silver platter, they'd just run it into the ground. So Theodore decided it was time to act, no more playing nice. Now that Marcus had gathered all the necessary evidence, there was no reason to keep tolerating them. Clear out the internal chaos before dealing with outside threats. That was his priority. The only downside? Work had him completely tied up. Originally, he and Victoria planned to get their marriage license around this time, but now the timeline was in limbo. That had been bugging him. By the time Theodore wrapped up everything, it was already late at night. As much as he missed Victoria, he stopped himself from calling. She had probably gone to bed already, and he didn't want to disturb her. Knowing she had work in the morning, he drove home in silence and quietly slipped back into his room. The next morning, Victoria woke up to a quiet, empty apartment and felt a pang of disappointment. But she knew he had important things on his plate and couldn't be with her all the time. She told herself to be understanding. Still, that didn't stop her from worrying. Had he eaten properly? Was he taking care of himself? Morning, a familiar voice behind her cut through her thoughts. For a second, she thought she was imagining things, but when she turned and actually saw Theodore standing there, it felt unreal. "You're staring. Am I really that hard to look away from?" Theodore teased, flashing a smile. "When did you get back?" Victoria asked, her surprise clear in her voice. She didn't even register the teasing. Last night, he never came home. She didn't want to disturb him, so she held back from calling. Still, she couldn't sleep, waiting up for him late into the night. Eventually, she had no choice but to rest, assuming he'd chosen to stay at the office instead. She definitely hadn't expected to see him first thing in the morning. "Late last night. I didn't want to wake you, so I slipped in quietly," he said. "It was really that late. Why not just stay at the office? Driving back so late isn't safe." She couldn't help but scold him a little. His office had a comfortable lounge. There was really no need to drive home at that hour. "I didn't feel right leaving you here alone," Theodore said softly. "Now come on, let's eat. I'll drive you to work after." Victoria's heart melted. So that's why he'd still made the trip home in the dead of night. Just for her. To make sure she was safe. To be there to take her to work in the morning. "Did you even eat lunch or dinner yesterday?" Victoria asked Theodore at the table. He was just about to lie and say he had, when his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Caught off guard, Theodore looked a bit embarrassed and avoided her gaze. "Are you kidding me? You skipped 2 meals and worked into the night, then drove all the way back? Are you trying to kill yourself?" Victoria couldn't help but scold him. "I'm fine, seriously. Don't worry about me. I've got a long life ahead, still planning to grow old with you, remember?" He gave her a crooked smile. "Who said I want to grow old with you?" she muttered under her breath. "What, planning to back out? Too late for that. I'm not letting you go," Theodore replied, his tone suddenly serious. Victoria couldn't tell whether to laugh or sigh. "Just eat," she said, rolling her eyes. After breakfast, per usual, Theodore drove Victoria to the restoration studio before heading into work. Lately, his schedule was basically a loop. Pick her up, drop her off, and bury himself in work. He barely had a second to breathe. When those shady board members realized he was coming for them, they panicked and started pushing back. But honestly, their little tricks weren't worth a dime to Theodore. He crushed them without breaking a sweat. Still, dealing with all that chaos left him zero downtime. Victoria saw how much he was juggling and couldn't bear to add to his stress. She insisted that he didn't need to drive her every day or come back just to see her. She told him to focus on the company. Theodore finally agreed, but only if she texted him daily to check in. Now staying at the office, he was enduring the long-distance ache just to wrap things up faster and get back to her. And those schemers? They were clearly starting to fall apart. His methods were getting sharper by the day, and they knew it. Marcus was completely confused. Things were going well, so why was Mr. Chambers' temper getting darker by the hour? As for Grace, she had long opted out of the family drama and the corporate hustle. She had zero interest in babysitting boardroom egos or running the massive Chambers group. Honestly, she found it all exhausting. Design was her true passion. She had built her own brand, launched her own company, and was much happier doing her own thing. Running her life on her own terms beat wrestling for family power any day. Her overachieving brother let him deal with that mess. Right now, she was fully wrapped up in a design expo. And there, surprisingly, she bumped into Henry again. She remembered how he'd once said he liked her designs, but she had brushed him off as just another smooth-talking businessman. But after spending more time around him, she realized he wasn't like that at all. So he really did appreciate her work. That thought brought a subtle glow to her face. What a coincidence! You came to the expo too? Grace took the lead in greeting him. Caught off guard, Henry looked a little awkward for a second. But since she didn't seem bothered, he quickly steadied himself. If she could be chill about it, so could he. Hey, I heard your work is on display too, Henry said, trying hard to sound casual. But come on, who was he fooling? He didn't just hear about it, he had been following Grace's work for a while. The second he found out she'd be showing her pieces at this exhibit, he marked his calendar. What he didn't expect, though, was running into her the moment he stepped in, even before catching a glimpse of her artwork. Just tagging along for the fun, Grace shrugged, totally unfazed. She'd attended a ton of exhibitions both at home and abroad. In the design world, her name was basically common knowledge. Still, Grace kept a pretty low profile, rarely showed up in person, never did interviews, and barely anyone knew her real name, let alone what she looked like. The fact that Henry knew she was the designer behind Crystal's name, that definitely placed him in the very few. Since we bumped into each other, want to check out the rest together? Henry offered, doing his best not to sound too eager. Spending time with his favorite designer while touring an exhibit? That was bucket list level stuff. No way he was going to miss this shot. Whatever awkwardness he'd felt earlier, already tossed in the back seat. Grace noticed the shift in his vibe. He wasn't keeping his distance anymore, actually invited her to walk around with him. That alone made her raise an eyebrow in amusement. Sure, she answered without hesitation. They didn't single out any specific piece, just started from the beginning and slowly made their way through. As they wandered, chatting softly, they found themselves getting more in sync with every conversation. It started to feel like they'd known each other for ages, like maybe, just maybe, they were on the same wavelength. Wait, you saw it that way too? Grace suddenly said as they stopped in front of a piece, surprised. This wasn't the first time this artwork had been displayed, and she'd heard all kinds of takes on it. But what Henry just said, it was like he'd reached into her head and pulled out her thoughts, word for word. If it weren't so unreal, she might have thought he was reading her mind. That's really how you saw it? Henry's tone was light, but he could already tell from her expression that they were on the same page. Grace nodded. Guess we're more in sync than I thought. Those words hung there for a moment, adding an almost unspoken tension to the air. Mine's up next, Grace said as she moved ahead. Henry followed closely, his eyes tracing the outline of her figure, and when he finally stood in front of Grace's piece, it stopped him cold. It was her latest work, one he hadn't seen before. The piece featured a delicate fawn in a misty forest clearing, its soulful eyes meeting his with stunning clarity. It looked so lifelike, so full of quiet energy, that it hit him right in the chest. In that moment, Henry felt like he wasn't even in a gallery anymore, but there in the mountains, face to face with that gentle creature. He stood there, spellbound, unable to look away. Hey, snap out of it! Grace glanced at him after he'd been staring for a good while. She couldn't help calling him back. If she didn't, he might just stand there gawking until the exhibit wrapped. Henry still hadn't fully recovered from the moment. Hearing her voice snapped him out of it a bit, and he instinctively turned his head toward her. But when those bright, vivid eyes of Grace met his, Henry froze again for a beat. They reminded him so much of the little deer in her artwork, only hers were even more alive, more real, like they could see right through a person. So beautiful, he murmured without thinking, not even sure himself if he was talking about the piece, the deer, or just her eyes. What did you say? Grace cocked her head slightly, not sure she caught what he said. Henry blinked rapidly, snapping himself fully back. Realizing he'd almost drowned in her gaze, he quickly looked away, trying to collect himself. I just meant, Your work's evolved a lot. This piece has way more life than the previous ones." He tried to sound casual, though he meant every word. Grace's smile was small but genuine. Creating is what she loved most. As long as she could keep doing it, she was already happy. Praise and recognition were just extras, neither here nor there for her. Still, coming from Henry, who actually seemed to get her work, the compliment did hold a different kind of weight. They kept wandering through the exhibition a bit longer, and before long it was close to noon. Henry took the initiative, suggesting they grab lunch together. Grace didn't say no. He'd done his homework, even picking a restaurant he thought she'd like, based on her tastes. But the thing was, Grace had always been picky when it came to food. Not just a little, we're talking high standards. Her mother, Davina, ran a tight ship, especially around meals. The Chamber household only had chefs chosen through strict selection. Their cooking was top tier. So Grace basically grew up with a gourmet palate. Regular meals just didn't cut it. If the food wasn't right, she'd just nibble a few bites to be polite. That picky streak had eased up a bit during her time abroad, especially after she ran away from home. Living on her own in a foreign country, settling for whatever you could find, kind of became the norm. Getting full took priority over taste. So yeah, she ended up eating a lot of stuff she'd probably never touch back home, and she'd lost quite a bit of weight during that time, almost unrecognizably so. Henry really had tried to pick a place up to her standard, but let's face it, restaurants out here didn't exactly match what she'd grown up with. Grace pushed her food around more than she ate it, barely picking up her chopsticks. "Not your thing?" Henry asked gently, noticing right away. "No, I'm just not a big eater." She didn't want to make him feel bad. He did go out of his way, after all. But Henry wasn't buying it. He could tell she wasn't into the food. "It was kind of last minute, and I'm not too familiar with places around here. How about this? Next time, I'll cook. Let you try my skills in the kitchen." Henry grinned, trying to lighten the mood. "You cook?" Grace raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. She gave him a quick once-over. He didn't really strike her as the cooking for fun type. "A bit, yeah. I just really enjoy it. It's kind of a hobby," Henry said modestly. Grace didn't take it too seriously, figuring he was half joking anyway. One day, Grace tasted a dish made by Henry, and that changed everything. But right now, Grace had no idea what was coming. She totally bought into Henry's modesty, thinking he just knew how to make a meal edible, basically good enough not to blow up the kitchen. To be fair, Grace herself was completely hopeless in the kitchen. She was the type to cause an actual fire, so in her eyes, not burning the house down already counted as impressive. After dinner, neither of them brought up heading back. Instead, they just naturally walked side by side, looking like some casual couple out on an evening stroll. "Take a walk after eating and you'll live to 100. Henry finally broke the silence. Grace laughed at that. "Can't believe that kind of line came out of your mouth." "Why not?" Henry looked at her confused. "Haven't you lived abroad your whole life? How do you even know sayings like that?" Grace turned to glance his way. To be honest, his Mandarin was surprisingly fluent, so much so that you'd never guess he'd grown up overseas. "My mom's Chinese. I had a pretty traditional upbringing, and I heard those phrases all the time." Henry replied seriously. Grace found it kind of charming how he answered every one of her questions so earnestly. "Want to grab a coffee?" The prolonged walk was getting slightly awkward, so she threw out a suggestion. "Sure." There happened to be a cafe across the street. As Grace stepped off the sidewalk, she didn't notice a car speeding toward her. Luckily, Henry hadn't taken his eyes off her. He reacted fast, yanking her out of the car's path in the nick of time. As a result, she ended up falling right into his arms, close enough to hear his heartbeat and feel his breath. For a moment, time just stopped. Grace stayed there, leaning against his chest. Her heart was pounding, though whether from fear or something else, she couldn't tell. Henry's embrace was warm and reassuring, oddly familiar, and yet completely new. That feeling made her want to stay there a little longer. Henry, too, wasn't feeling so calm. His heart was racing, and not just from the near miss. With her curled up in his arms, small and delicate against his tall frame, she looked so fragile it tugged at something inside him. She smelled nice, fresh and soft, like her whole vibe. Neither of them knew how long they stayed like that, or who pulled away first. But when they finally did, there was an unspoken reluctance neither of them noticed. Grace looked up at him, at that face that was painfully familiar yet not the same. For a second she was dazed. The resemblance, it was just too much. No matter how many times she saw him, she couldn't get over how incredibly alike they looked. Was this some kind of cosmic consolation? Like, the universe couldn't stand seeing her so heartbroken and sent someone like him into her life? But no matter how much he resembled Elijah, he wasn't Elijah. They were two different people. She really shouldn't be thinking like that. It wasn't fair to either of them. Henry caught the look in Grace's eyes. He knew that kind of look way too well, the kind that saw past him, like she was looking at someone else entirely. Victoria had looked at him like that before, a lot of times. But Grace's expression was different somehow. Victoria's eyes had always been filled with sorrow and longing. Grace's, though, her gaze had something more tangled in it, so complicated he couldn't even pin it down. What's on her mind right now? From what Victoria had told him before, Henry could piece together some of the story. That guy must have meant a lot to Grace. No, scratch that, he probably still did. That thought weighed down on Henry like a stone in his chest. And the more he thought about it, the more he found himself wondering about that man. Who was he? Who could be so unforgettable that both Victoria and Grace still seemed hung up on him? And just how much did he really look like him? Do we really look that much alike? Henry finally asked, half to himself. Grace froze for a second when she heard that. Then, thinking back to his connection with Victoria, it clicked. Of course, Victoria must have noticed how much Henry looked like Elijah and brought it up to him before. Yeah, scarily similar, actually. If you don't look carefully, it's almost impossible to tell you apart, she said, studying his face and letting out a quiet sigh. She'd never seen two unrelated people, especially not twins, who looked this identical. If she didn't know Elijah like the back of her hand, she might have mistaken Henry for him. You sure you guys aren't long-lost brothers or something? She joked lightly. She meant it as a casual comment, but it hit Henry hard. He knew Catherine and Simon weren't his biological parents. He'd been adopted. So then, could it actually be? The idea dug deeper into his thoughts, leaving him visibly distracted. You okay? Grace asked, not realizing how much her offhand remark had shaken him. I'm fine, he said quickly, brushing it off. Want to grab a coffee? This time, when they ordered, Henry got her a cappuccino without asking, her usual. He picked an iced Americano for himself. When Grace noticed he remembered her preference, her heart softened toward him a little more. Neither of them brought up Elijah after that. Instead, they fell into a natural rhythm, talking about the art exhibition, sharing views, swapping notes on their favorite artists. The longer they talked, the more they clicked. No awkward silences, no forcing a conversation. They kept discovering unexpected shared opinions, even favorite pieces that overlapped. It was rare for both of them, finding someone who just got you on this level. Soul-deep kind of rare. You know that saying, how some people feel like strangers no matter how long you've known them, and others just feel like old friends from the moment you meet? Yeah, they were definitely the second kind. That kind of bond, when you really click with someone's soul, it's worth everything. Grace and Henry were so caught up in their conversation, neither noticed how late it had gotten. The sun had long since dipped below the skyline. Eventually, it was Henry who checked the time and gently reminded her, It's getting late. It's not safe for you to head home alone. I'll walk you back. Grace hesitated before nodding, not really wanting the moment to end. Hearing that, Grace finally showed a hint of a smile again. Henry drove her back as per the address she gave, only to realize she was staying at a hotel. You're living here? Henry couldn't help but frown. Had a fight with my mom. Figured I'd rather stay out for a bit, Grace answered directly. She didn't feel like hiding anything in front of Henry. It felt easy, like she could just talk honestly without thinking twice. But Henry was a little caught off guard by her openness. Still, what really got to him was the idea of her staying alone at a hotel. It's not exactly the safest thing, you know, he said, a bit uneasy. It's fine, honestly. I'm at one of the nicest hotels in Avondale. It's not like anything bad's gonna happen. Grace didn't seem too bothered. but Henry wasn't convinced. No matter how high-end the place was, there were always risks. Having money didn't make people good. "Why don't you just stay at my place for now?" he blurted out before thinking it through. Grace blinked, a bit stunned. Was that an invitation? Wait, didn't Henry still live with his parents? Maybe she misunderstood. Better not. That might be a bit awkward, she replied after a beat. Sure, Catherine had taken her in before when she had nowhere else to go, but this time was different. She wasn't in trouble. She just needed a breather from home. Moving into someone else's house over that? Too much. Plus, the hotel wasn't bad. The buffet was decent, and she didn't have to worry about food, even if nothing actually tasted all that great. "They're traveling right now, just so you know," Henry said instinctively. But the second the words left his mouth, he realized how strange that sounded. He glanced at her, a little flustered, about to explain. Seeing how flustered he was, Grace didn't think too much of it. No way he meant anything shady. Still, if his parents weren't home, it'd be just him in that big house. Her moving in? Kinda weird. Just the two of them under one roof? Not the best look, and especially considering that night when She felt her cheeks warm up at the memory. "You've got it wrong. I meant you could stay at my place. I'll go find somewhere else to stay." "I mean, I'm a guy. It's easier for me," Henry said quickly. "That's not okay." Grace immediately pushed back. Henry opened his mouth to respond, but came up short. Yeah, maybe he was being too forward. Maybe they weren't quite at that level yet. "I mean, how could I take your home from you? That'd just feel wrong," she added. Henry looked at her with a bit of confusion in his eyes. "Hang on a sec. I'll just go grab my stuff," Grace said as she turned and headed back into the hotel. She'd left in a hurry, so most of her clothes were newly bought anyway. There really wasn't much to pack. She finished up pretty quickly. It wasn't until Grace walked out with her things packed that Henry finally accepted she'd actually agreed to stay at his place. Feeling that she trusted him, Henry felt something stir inside. Hard to explain, but definitely not a bad feeling. "Let's go. I'll crash at yours for a bit," she said, tossing her luggage into the back seat, then slipping into the front passenger seat and buckling up smoothly. Her casualness seemed to rub off on Henry too, making the whole situation feel a lot less awkward. Back at the Carter villa, as expected, Catherine and her husband weren't home, and the spacious house felt kind of empty. "I'll take this room. Cool with you?" Grace asked after checking out the options. She'd already set her sights on one of the guest rooms. Henry paused for a second when he saw which room she picked. Funny thing was, when Victoria had stayed here for a while, she'd chosen the guest room farthest away from his. But Grace, she picked the one just next to his. "Yeah, of course," he replied, snapping out of it. Then he nodded toward his own bedroom. "Mine's just over there. If you need anything, just knock. Long day too. Better get some rest." "All right," Grace replied, glancing in the direction he pointed. Once back in her room, Grace did a quick unpack, washed up, and then lay on the bed, replaying everything that had happened that day. Her opinion of Henry had obviously shifted. At first, she'd pegged him as just a businessman. Then she found out about his feelings for Victoria, unrequited but deep. Sounded familiar, but now she was starting to see who Henry really was. Not his status, not someone's admirer, just him. And somehow she realized just how much they had in common. Conversations with him felt easy and natural. For the first time ever, she felt like she might have found a kindred spirit. Maybe they could be friends, she thought sleepily before drifting off. If Henry knew what she was thinking, he'd probably be speechless. To him, after everything that's happened between them, being just friends felt like wishful thinking. Normally, he'd take responsibility. That's just who he was. But if Grace didn't want that, he couldn't force it on her. Only thing was, he wasn't even sure how he felt about her now. At first, he thought she was just this tough on the outside, soft on the inside girl. Then he realized she was actually the designer he admired most, someone he genuinely clicked with. And throw in their earlier intimacy. It was all such a mess that Henry couldn't figure out what they were to each other anymore, or what he felt for her, even now. His mind was all over the place. Lying in his room, knowing Grace was just a few steps away, only made it harder to quiet his thoughts. He couldn't help but recall everything that had happened between them. What was she thinking now? Was she awake too, lost in all this chaos, just like him? Would she have trouble sleeping in a new place? Henry lay in bed, tossing and turning. His brain just wouldn't quiet down. Over at Chambers' group, Theodore had barely left the office in days, swamped with work. Home felt like a distant memory. The only thing keeping him sane was the daily video calls with Victoria. That was the only thing easing the ache of missing her. But the one who's really been suffering these days? Marcus. Every day, he had to face the boss's cold glares and unpredictable moods, and honestly, it was enough to make any employee's heart skip a beat. Just giving a report felt like walking on eggshells, watching every word, every move. Only after realizing that Theodore's bad mood wasn't aimed at him did Marcus finally breathe a little easier. "Mr. Chambers, someone at reception says they want to see you," Marcus said as he knocked and stepped into the office. Not seeing anyone, Theodore replied without even looking up, already annoyed. "Didn't I say? I don't care who it is, I don't want to be disturbed right now." He shot Marcus an impatient glance, wondering when he'd gotten this clueless. "But she said her name is Victoria," Marcus added hesitantly, his back already damp with sweat. "What?" Theodore was on his feet in a second. "Why didn't you lead with that?" Without waiting, he strode out the door and headed straight downstairs. This was the first time Victoria had ever come to the office on her own. That had Theodore a little on edge. Knowing her, she wouldn't come unless something was up. That thought made his steps a little quicker, worries creeping in. Watching him rush off like that, Marcus was completely stunned. Right there and then, he realized just how much influence Victoria had over him. When Theodore reached the front desk, Victoria was standing there quietly, waiting. Thankfully, the company maintained high standards when it came to staff quality. Nobody had made things difficult for her. "Victoria, what brings you here today?" Theodore asked as he walked up to her with long strides, his voice softening immediately. He noticed the thermal container in her hand and instinctively reached out for it. Victoria caught the curious stares around them and whispered, "Let's talk upstairs." Theodore followed her gaze and instantly understood. She was shy. Without saying anything more, he reached for her hand and led her toward the elevator, not trying to hide their relationship one bit. Once they left, the lobby buzzed. "Damn, that was intense. Mr. Chambers' glare just now gave me chills. Note to self, don't act nosy around him." One employee exhaled hard, finally relaxing. "Did you see that? They were holding hands. Mr. Chambers reached out first. Can you believe it?" The ice-cold boss actually made the first move and walked into the elevator with her like it was no big deal. So that's the famous Victoria, huh? His ex-wife? The one he openly said he wanted back. Looks like the man's efforts paid off. Oh, come on. Have you seen Mr. Chambers? Tall, handsome, rich, and on top of all that, insanely capable. There's no way he can't win someone over. What kind of woman could resist that? And did y'all catch how he talked to her just now? He was seriously so soft. I mean, who wouldn't fall for that? If it were me, I'd say yes in a heartbeat. Can't believe Mr. Chambers actually has this soft side. It's like seeing a unicorn in broad daylight, totally different from his usual self. Well, that's probably how he is only in front of her. I bet he's always been this sweet when it comes to someone he likes. He even jumped in to carry her stuff right away, like zero hesitation. Super considerate, honestly. So that's how he behaves when he's dating, huh? Oh, it's too much. I'm melting over here. Somebody prop me up. I need more of this. One brave soul had even risked it all to snap a blurry picture and sent it straight into the company gossip chat. Even though the photo was all out of focus, their hands were clearly linked, which sent the chat into another frenzy. Holding hands like that? So freaking sweet. He was gripping her hand so tight, like he was afraid she'd vanish or something. Seriously though, did you guys see their hands? So pretty. Even the blurry pic couldn't hide it. Hand lovers rise. Who's the legend that took this photo? That's courage on another level. The messages kept flooding in like a tsunami. Meanwhile, Victoria had no idea that her spontaneous visit to see Theodore had created such a stir at the company. Thank goodness he had his own private elevator and office floor, or she would have gotten swarmed the second she walked in. Back in his office, Theodore gently shut the door behind them, set the thermal container on the desk, and pulled Victoria into a quick kiss. "I missed you," he murmured, voice slightly hoarse. Victoria started to pull away, but froze the moment she heard his voice. In the end, she just let him hold her. "Been dealing with something tough?" she asked softly, concern written all over her face. Theodore had been camping out at the office for a few days to handle a tricky situation. Sure, there was a lounge, but it wasn't exactly cozy like home. It hadn't even been that many days apart, but she could already tell he'd lost weight. He must have been skipping meals and barely sleeping. Which was exactly why she showed up, just to check on him. And of course, she brought homemade soup. "Don't worry, it'll be sorted out soon, and then I'll be back home with you," Theodore said gently, ruffling her hair. "All right." Seeing that, although he looked a bit tired, there was no real gloom in his eyes. Victoria finally relaxed a little. "Have you been eating properly? Getting any sleep?" That question made Theodore pause, his lips pressing together. Truth be told, he hadn't had much appetite. Even with a cafeteria at work, he usually skipped meals without noticing. And sleep? Let's just say insomnia had been his unwanted roommate lately. But he wasn't about to tell her all that. "Yeah, everything's fine," he replied smoothly. Victoria shot him a look. "Liar, I can see it on your face. You haven't been eating right or resting well." As she spoke, she opened the lid of the container. The smell hit immediately, rich and comforting, and Theodore suddenly realized just how hungry he actually was. "Come here, give it a taste." Victoria figured Theodore had probably been too swamped lately to properly eat, so she went out of her way to cook some chicken soup and bring it to his office. Theodore was surprised to see she had made it herself. "You made this?" he asked, raising a brow. "Of course I did. Try it and tell me what you think," Victoria urged, eyes lighting up with anticipation. It was actually her first time making chicken soup, and she'd even called Mrs. Hart for that secret recipe, one that was both nutritious and tasty. She'd followed it to the letter and gave it a quick taste after cooking. Though it didn't beat Mrs. Hart's, it turned out pretty decent. "Tastes great," Theodore said after taking a sip, nodding in approval. Hearing that made Victoria breathe a sigh of relief. In the end, the two shared the soup and finished it off together, though Theodore definitely had the bigger portion. "If you're all set, I'll head out. If you like it, I can make it for you again next time." Victoria screwed the lid back on the thermos, ready to take it with her. She knew how busy he was. She just wanted to check on him, make sure he was doing okay, and didn't really plan to stay and distract him. "You're leaving already?" Theodore grabbed her hand and gently pulled her into his arms, mumbling like a spoiled kid. "Stay a bit longer. I'll keep you company when you're done with work. For now, focus," Victoria said, trying to stand her ground. But Theodore suddenly lifted her up and started walking toward the lounge. "Theodore, what are you doing? Stop messing around. We're at your office." Victoria panicked, trying to get him to stop. It was broad daylight, and they were still in the middle of his workplace. Even though she didn't think he'd really pull anything crazy, his actions had her heart racing. Theodore chuckled, gaze dropping to look at her in his arms, voice low and teasing. "What are you imagining? That I'd actually try something here?" By now, they were already in the lounge. The door clicked shut behind them, and the blinds slowly drew down, casting a dim light over the room. His voice was deep and smooth, made even more suggestive by the setting. The atmosphere was intensely intimate. Victoria pressed her lips together, unsure how to respond. He hadn't crossed any lines, but now it felt like she'd overreacted. Gently, Theodore set her down on the couch. He braced himself above her, looking at her with an amused glint in his eye. "I wasn't thinking anything," she mumbled, sneaking a glance at him before looking away again. "Oh, not even a little?" he teased, leaning in closer, shrinking the space between them. The air felt thick with unspoken tension. "Theodore!" Victoria called his name, voice slightly flustered. That finally made him stop. He rolled onto his side and lay next to her. "All right, no more teasing. I wasn't planning on doing anything," he said, propping his head up and facing her. "I haven't been sleeping well lately. Just lie here with me for a bit." Only then did Victoria relax. She turned her head to look at him. He was quiet, simply watching her, so she shifted to lie face to face with him. Close your eyes. Let's rest for a while, Theodore said softly, his gaze gentle. If Victoria kept looking at him like that, Theodore honestly couldn't guarantee he'd be able to hold himself back. Victoria obediently shut her eyes. Theodore continued watching her quietly for a few seconds before finally closing his own. They were just going to lie down for a bit with their eyes closed. How did that turn into them accidentally falling asleep? Theodore only dozed off for a short while, but Victoria, on the other hand, was completely out cold. He didn't wake her. After watching her sleep peacefully for a while, he quietly slipped out of the room. When Victoria finally opened her eyes, she realized she was alone in the lounge. She glanced at the clock. 2 hours had already flown by. Panicking a little, Victoria jumped up and quickly walked out of the lounge. The sudden noise caught both people in the office off guard. Marcus turned and saw Victoria stepping out of Theodore's private room, eyes widening in shock. Spotting that her clothes were a bit rumpled, he immediately looked away in a hurry. So she hadn't actually left earlier, huh? She'd been in there this whole time, in the lounge, and now she comes out looking like that. Wait, no way, right? Marcus's gaze couldn't help sneaking a glance toward Theodore. Theodore's face darkened the moment he saw Victoria walk out looking like she just woke up, and noticed Marcus catching sight of it. Luckily, Marcus was smart enough to lower his head and avoid staring further, so Theodore's expression eased up slightly. "You can head back now," Theodore said to Marcus. Marcus practically ran out of the office like he'd been pardoned, even remembering to close the door behind him on the way out. Victoria, still groggy from her nap, was completely spaced out. Who am I? Where even am I? And what on earth just happened? Theodore walked over and gently adjusted her clothes, then examined her closely to make sure everything looked fine before backing off. To be fair, she was fully dressed. There was just a bit of wrinkling here and there. Nothing inappropriate. Still, for Theodore, even Victoria's just woken up look wasn't something he wanted anyone else to see. Once he was done tidying her up, Victoria finally snapped back to reality and realized what had just occurred. She had walked out from Theodore's private lounge, straight into a moment where his employee was in the middle of discussing work with him. That guy had seen her walking out of his boss's rest area, disheveled and everything. Oh no, did he think something happened between them? Her face burned with embarrassment. They truly hadn't done anything, but if people started speculating, what if this spread all over the office? She'd never be able to show her face here again. If Theodore knew what she was thinking, he'd absolutely have pulled Marcus aside just now for a stern warning not to open his mouth about a damn thing. But truth be told, Victoria needn't have worried. Marcus had the good sense to keep Theodore's private life under wraps. That's probably why he managed to hold on to his job as assistant for so long. Sure, he enjoyed hearing gossip, but he wasn't stupid enough to become the subject of it. "Did I interrupt something just now?" Victoria asked awkwardly. Still dazed from sleep, it hadn't even crossed her mind to check before walking out. The lounge was well soundproofed, so she hadn't heard any voices, and didn't think anyone else would be around. "Nope, I've said everything I need to." Theodore looked at her softly. "Why don't you try to sleep a bit more? If I sleep any longer, I won't be able to fall asleep tonight." Victoria shot him a playful glare as she replied, "Well, that's perfect. You can pull an all-nighter with me," Theodore chuckled, clearly amused by her reaction. "You're working overtime again tonight?" Worry crept into Victoria's expression. No wonder he mentioned he hadn't been sleeping well lately. "Yeah, but don't worry, I won't be up too late," he reassured her gently. Truth was, things weren't that urgent at work. He just wanted to get things done faster so he'd have more time to spend with Victoria. "Is there anything I can help with?" she asked, genuinely wanting to ease his load. Seeing him this tired made her heart ache, but she knew she couldn't really do much to help with his work. "Just take care of yourself. That's more than enough," Theodore said, looking straight at her. Victoria knew she couldn't do much in his professional world, and that left her feeling a bit helpless. It was only after Theodore repeatedly promised he'd look after himself that Victoria reluctantly agreed to leave. Over at the Carter Villa, Grace had slept like a baby the night before and felt totally refreshed the next morning. "Henry, on the other hand, hadn't caught a wink of sleep. His under-eye circles were pretty obvious. "Morning," Grace greeted cheerfully after she'd finished washing up, her smile bright as sunshine. "Morning," Henry replied with a soft smile. "Did you sleep okay? If anything feels off or uncomfortable, just let me know. I'll take care of it." That one sentence made him seem even more dependable in Grace's eyes. "Why do your dark circles look so serious?" she asked, just now noticing. "It's nothing," Henry said quickly, not wanting to mention his sleepless night. I mean, it'd be weird to say he lost sleep the moment she moved in. Grace noticed he didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't press further. Right then, her stomach let out a loud growl. She froze instantly, a bit flustered. She might not be too shy normally, but she was still a girl, and that sound was seriously embarrassing. "I made breakfast. Come eat," Henry said right away to ease the awkwardness. Grace assumed he'd picked something up from outside, but the moment she stepped into the dining room, she realized he'd actually made it himself. It wasn't anything fancy, just some toast with fried eggs and a glass of milk. Simple, sure, but it looked really good, and the scent made her stomach rumble again. The crispy toast, the savory egg, and the sweet scent of milk, it smelled amazing. She couldn't resist taking a bite of the toast, perfectly crisp on the outside and soft in the middle, with just the right flavor. The egg looked picture perfect and tasted even better. The only thing that didn't stand out was the milk, but even that had its own kind of comfort. She hadn't expected something so basic like toast and eggs to taste this delicious. Now she kind of believed it. Henry really could cook. After breakfast, since she was feeling pretty bored, Henry took her to check out his private hideout. Grace was totally stunned when she stepped into Henry's secret gaming den. She never expected the usually composed and mature Henry to be such a gaming nerd. The contrast was wild. "All of these are yours? And you actually play them all?" Grace asked curiously, her eyes wide. Henry nodded, a faint smile on his face. "I've been into games since I was a kid. I designed this whole setup myself. I gotta say, it's pretty cool." Grace looked around with interest. The room's design and vibe resonated with her more than she'd expected. "Mind if I give it a shot?" She turned to him, eyes lighting up as they scanned the rows of neatly arranged consoles and game cartridges. "Sure," Henry replied, switching on the console and handing her a controller. He sat beside her, ready to play. It was clear this was Grace's first time with this kind of game, but she picked up the controls surprisingly fast. Henry patiently explained as they went, and watching her learn gave him a strange sense of accomplishment. After a little while, she was skilled enough to go head-to-head with him, and she didn't even do half bad. They got completely immersed, laughing and competing, so caught up in the fun that neither realized how long they'd been playing. The room was filled with laughter and playful banter. Eventually, Grace began to feel a bit worn out and suggested a break. For Henry, it was the most relaxed and fun gaming session he'd had in ages. He couldn't help thinking to himself, turns out he and Grace not only clicked when it came to art, but gaming too. As it was getting late, Henry told Grace to go rest up while he went to the kitchen to make lunch. Lunch was more time-consuming than breakfast, but since it was just the two of them, he didn't need to cook too much. He even checked with Grace about what she liked to eat before getting started. Meanwhile, Grace had zero interest in hanging out near the kitchen. She had a bit of a cooking trauma, and just being near the kitchen made her uneasy. Even though no one expected her to cook, she still preferred to stay away. That is, until the smell of the food started drifting through the apartment. That savory aroma was way too tempting, and curiosity finally got the better of her. The closer she got to the kitchen, the stronger the smell became. It was honestly making her mouth water. Standing at the doorway, Grace saw Henry fully focused on stirring something on the stove. That famous saying, "A man looks his best when he's serious about his work," suddenly felt very real. Grace couldn't look away. Henry moved around the kitchen like he owned the place, every movement smooth and practiced, like he'd done this 1,000 times before. She never thought cooking could look artistic. Grace had only followed the scent into the kitchen, but now she was totally distracted by Henry himself. As someone who worked in the arts, she had a sharp eye for beauty, and right now, Henry in the kitchen looked like he was shining. Henry eventually noticed her gaze and turned his head, slightly surprised to find her there. He'd assumed she wasn't into this kind of stuff. Was she just hungry and came to take a look? "Just a few more minutes, it'll be ready," he quickly said. "No rush," Grace replied, trying to act cool even as her stomach growled. Soon enough, Henry plated the dishes and even whipped up a quick soup. Grace tried to help carry the dishes out, but he stopped her right away. "I've got it. The plates are hot. I don't want you to burn yourself," he said firmly. To him, there was no reason to let Grace lift a finger when he was there to do it. This guy's really something, so gentle. It was almost... Grace Chambers gave her head a shake, pulling herself back to reality. No matter how similar they seemed, she reminded herself they were still two completely different people. Gotta keep that line clear. "All right, time to eat. You must be starving," Henry Carter called out just in time, having finished setting the table. They'd gotten so wrapped up in their game that they completely overshot dinner time, and with him cooking afterward, it was way past meal time. Grace didn't waste another second. She plopped down across from him, eyes darting between the various dishes in front of her, not even sure where to start. The smell alone was enough to make her feel like she was floating. It all looked amazing, and she could already imagine how good it tasted. Given the time crunch, Henry had gone with simpler, quicker dishes. Not the complex kind. She decided to try the dish closest to her, a total classic, tomato scrambled eggs. She picked up a piece of tomato and popped it into her mouth. That bright, tangy sweet flavor instantly took over her taste buds, bursting like fireworks. It's actually the simple dishes that are the hardest to nail, because people know exactly how they should taste. But somehow, Henry made this super ordinary dish taste anything but. Yeah, it looked basic. But once you took a bite, it hit different. The heat was spot on, and the seasoning, perfect. There was even something a little unique in the flavor. Couldn't quite place it, but it definitely felt like some secret ingredient had been slipped in. All in all, this tomato scrambled egg dish totally won Grace over. Next, she went for the egg itself. It was soft and fluffy, coated in just the right amount of tomato juice. The texture, the flavor, both were on point. One bite led to another, and soon she was sampling all the other dishes. And wow, now she really got it. Henry saying his cooking was just all right? Talk about modest. Grace had eaten food from some seriously high-end chefs in her time, but honestly, Henry's skills didn't fall short at all. If he ever decided to ditch business and become a chef, he'd definitely make it, not even kidding. "So what do you think? How's the food?" Henry asked, a tiny bit nervous watching her eat in total silence. "Henry Carter." Grace looked at him seriously. "You really should open a restaurant. For real. If you do, I'll be there every day, no joke." At first, Henry thought her serious face meant she didn't like the food. He was low-key panicking until he heard her out and let out a quiet breath of relief. Still, once she was done talking, he couldn't help but laugh a little. He never thought of himself as that great at cooking, just figured she was being nice. "I'm being 100% real here, not just saying that," Grace said, totally sincere. "My taste buds are super picky. If there's even the tiniest flaw, I can tell instantly. But your food? Straight up perfect." Sure, she'd tasted dishes like that before, but those were all cooked by veteran chefs with years of experience. For someone who was basically doing this as a hobby, Henry was in a league of his own. "Thanks, but opening a restaurant's not really in my plans," Henry Carter said with a smile. Truth be told, he only cooked now and then. He never seriously considered becoming a full-time chef. Grace Chambers looked a little disappointed hearing that, but she got it. After all, Henry was doing just fine on his own path, already running his own business successfully. Asking a guy like him to open a restaurant? That was asking a bit much. Maybe investing in the food industry was more his lane, but standing in a kitchen every day? No way. Still, it bummed her out a bit. If Henry wasn't going to be cooking regularly, who knew when she'd get to taste something this good again? When she first came to the Carter house, she had her reservations. Now, though, she was starting to feel a little too comfortable. Thinking about leaving? Kind of a buzzkill. I mean, where else was she going to get food like this? If Davina Chambers ever found out her only daughter might be swayed by a few plates of food, she'd probably flip. Good thing she was still in the dark. Davina had people keeping tabs on Grace at work, though, and since things looked normal, she was still heading to the office every day. Davina didn't bother reaching out. She had her hands full trying to find a match for Theodore Chambers. That last setup, total flop. Theodore bailed halfway through, leaving Davina and the Bonds hanging in awkward silence. She thought that'd be it with them, bridges burned and all. What she didn't expect was for Lydia Bond to reach out again. But then it hit her. Probably Lydia's mom wasn't too thrilled with how Theo acted, so she backed off. Lydia, on the other hand, clearly smitten from the start and not about to let a cold shoulder stop her. Davina didn't actually know Lydia had run into Theo more than once already, but her guess wasn't far off. Lydia had fallen for him pretty much at first sight, just not during the visit to the old Chambers home that Davina remembered. Lydia making moves didn't bother Davina. Sure, she wasn't too keen on girls being overly forward. It wasn't the classy thing. Still, knowing how amazing her son was, she kind of got it. Girls couldn't help themselves. In fact, she felt a little proud. And come on, Lydia was the only daughter of the Bond family. That alone put her way ahead of someone like Victoria Ellis from a more modest background. It was because of that background bias that Davina was willing to cut Lydia some slack. Lydia wouldn't have come to Davina unless she was seriously out of options. It's not like she didn't try going straight to Theodore. She tried everything, but getting even a glimpse of him? Mission impossible. She couldn't figure him out. Rumor had it he was a workaholic, yet even staking out his office got her nowhere. The receptionist just kept shutting her down. No appointment, no entry, even after she dropped her name. She even waited downstairs like a fangirl. Nothing. Nada. Not even an accidental run-in. So which was it? Was the guy never there even though he supposedly lived for work? Or did he just hole up in his office 24/7 and never come out? If she had any other way, she wouldn't have gone through Davina. That woman was so old school it made Lydia's skin crawl. Yet here she was, smiling politely, playing the part of the refined lady, and hating every second of it. More than once, she almost quit altogether. But then she'd think of Theodore, and just like that, she'd talk herself into sticking it out. Aunt Davina, is Theo super busy these days? I heard he's been swamped with work, sometimes even camping out at the office, Lydia asked softly, pretending to sound curious and caring while carefully testing the waters. She had to play it slow, push too hard, and Davina might catch on to her act. Then all the work she'd done tiptoeing around would be for nothing. He really is busy most of the time, Davina replied, her tone carrying a hint of pride as she talked about Theodore. I've nagged him about it before, but you know how it is. Men chase their careers. And he's got that drive. I can't stand in the way of that. Lydia kept her face perfectly calm, although inside she was quietly rolling her eyes. All those words, and not a single piece of useful info. It's great that Theo is so driven, she said sweetly. But I hope he's taking care of himself too. I heard he sometimes doesn't even go home and just crashes at work. She threw it out there casually, just hoping Davina might confirm whether he was actually at the office right now. Davina paused, looking a little surprised. Truth was, she hadn't been keeping track of Theodore lately. No need to ask to know he was probably with Victoria. The thought alone annoyed her enough. No way was she about to poke her own sore spot and dig for details. What she really needed to do was find a way to end whatever was still lingering between Theodore and Victoria. Cut it all off clean, once and for all. And the easiest way to do that? Replace Victoria. Slot someone else into her place and leave no room for return. She'd banked on Isabella Waters being that person before, but that had turned out to be a bust. Still, Davina didn't doubt the plan itself, just the candidate. Isabella might be a famous actress now, but she was still rough around the edges, not really raised with high society manners. That's where Lydia came in. Lydia was the real deal. Breeding, manners, everything. No way Victoria or Isabella could measure up. With that thought, Davina cast another glance her way. Lydia caught the look and briefly panicked, heart skipping a beat. Did she say too much? Did she come off too eager? But Davina just gave her a warm smile and praised her for being thoughtful and considerate. She even dropped a casual line about how nice it would be if Lydia married into the Chambers family, said Theodore would definitely like her. Only then did Lydia relax. She didn't care much for empty compliments, but that last part, about Theo liking her if she married in, that was music to her ears. After all the pointless chatter, Davina had finally said something worth hearing. Lydia couldn't be more sure now. Davina was clearly on her side. That gave her a huge advantage. Of course, once she and Theodore got married, there was no way she'd share a roof with Davina. Living together? She'd lose her mind in a week. Not gonna lie, Lydia was getting way ahead of herself. The guy hadn't even looked her way yet, and she was already planning out her married life. But Aunt Davina, she hesitated, biting her lip and looking troubled. I heard Theo has someone he really cares about. If that's true, then what about me? She'd been digging up a lot lately. The stuff about Theodore Chambers, Victoria Ellis, and Isabella Waters had once spread all over the internet like wildfire. Theodore had even held a press conference because of it. Not only did he admit to being married to Victoria, but he also cleared up all the rumors, defended her publicly, and openly declared he was going to win her back. None of this was hidden. Lydia Bond had found out who he was, done a quick online search, and bam, everything was right there. She remembered her first run-in with Theodore at the mall. That woman who snatched the dress from her must have been Victoria Ellis, exactly the woman all the online gossip had talked about. Why was this woman always getting in her way? First the dress, now the man. What's next? The thought made Lydia boil inside. She hated Victoria to the core. What she conveniently ignored, though, was that she was the one crashing the party from the start. Victoria hadn't taken anything from her. Don't worry, that woman is never stepping foot into the Chambers family again, Davina Chambers said straight up, not hiding her disdain. A girl from some nobody family got into our house once. Already a disgrace. I won't let that happen again. She wasn't exactly trying to keep the whole Victoria thing a secret. It had been out in the open for a long time. Seeing Lydia's unfazed expression, Davina figured she already knew, and since she was still around, it meant she didn't care about Theodore's past. That was a good sign. I'll listen to whatever you say, Aunt Davina. Lydia replied sweetly, playing the part of the obedient, sensible girl. And just like that, Davina was basically glowing with approval, tossing compliments her way non-stop. Lydia got what she came for. Since Theodore wasn't showing up here, and she had no more patience for small talk with Davina, she brought up the idea of leaving. Aunt Davina, I really enjoyed chatting with you today. I love spending time with you, but I've been out for a while and my mom might be worried. I should head back. I'll definitely visit again soon, she said with a perfectly polite smile. Davina nodded, no hint of annoyance at all. On the contrary, she was even more impressed. In her eyes, Lydia truly was the right kind of girl, raised in a proper family, well-mannered, considerate. All right, come visit again when you can. I'll try to talk to Theodore more, she said with a warm smile. Lydia gave a shy little look, trying to keep the act going. But the second she stepped out of Davina's sight, her whole face dropped like a mask falling off. She sank into her car seat like a deflated balloon. If she'd stayed another minute, she would have cracked entirely. Playing that good girl act had drained her. If it weren't for how badly she wanted that man, she wouldn't have bothered with any of it. Who knows when she'd see Theodore again, or when she could finally make him hers. Patience had never been her thing. She didn't plan on waiting forever. Driver, take me to the nearest bar, Lydia snapped, voice laced with annoyance, her sweet image long gone. She'd been holding it all in today, playing nice all afternoon. Now she seriously needed to blow off steam before she lost it. At the bar, it was like someone hit a switch. Lydia went wild, smoking, drinking, getting way too close on the dance floor. The classy, ladylike outfit she had on looked more and more out of place by the second, her entire act unraveling fast. Whatever perfect daughter-in-law vibe she had before, totally gone. Meanwhile, back at Chambers Group, Theodore had been busy cleaning house. He'd identified every snake hiding in the dark, bold moves cutting them off at the knees. In no time, he stripped their power and sent a clear message. A lot of folks who'd been planning shady business quickly backed off. Scared quiet, the internal mess was finally under control. But now there was trouble from outside. A foreign enterprise had jumped into the game. and the other companies were just watching from the sidelines, waiting to see how it played out. Everybody wanted a piece of the pie. They were all hoping to swoop in and grab the benefits while the two sides fought it out. But that depended on whether Theodore Chambers would give them the chance. A bunch of opportunists couldn't beat him head-on, so now they were trying to fish in troubled waters. The foreign enterprise challenging Chambers group was led by a guy named Dong Shangrong. According to Marcus Brooks' investigation, this guy was just a puppet someone else pushed to the front. The real mastermind was hiding in the shadows. That mysterious person rarely showed up. Any communication was either online or through a middleman. Marcus had tried tracking the middleman and had made some headway, but he was quickly noticed. The other side was slick, not just secretive, but also really good at covering their tracks. Marcus hit a wall in the investigation. After his report, Theodore sat there, expression unreadable, giving nothing away. "Keep digging," he said calmly, without adding anything else. Marcus opened his mouth, hesitated like he wanted to ask for more instructions, but he ended up swallowing his words. He'd been with Theodore for years and knew how his boss operated. This definitely wasn't the whole plan. Theodore must have something else up his sleeve. Marcus didn't push. He chose to trust him and went off to do what he was told. Once Marcus left, Theodore stood up and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, staring out into the distance. He could sense Marcus's confusion, but he had no intention of explaining. It wasn't about distrust. This move had to be unconventional. The people they were dealing with were no amateurs. Now that they knew Marcus was looking into them, they could use that to keep them distracted while Theodore played his hidden cards. This couldn't be rushed. They had to be patient and wait for the other side to slip up. For now, Theodore needed to hold the fort at HQ, but at least his evenings were free enough to be with Victoria Ellis. He couldn't help texting her ahead of time to share the good news. He'd pick her up after work. He clocked out an hour early and drove to the repair center to meet her. Victoria wasn't off yet when he arrived, so he waited outside. Luckily, she came out not long after, chatting and laughing with Chloe Rogers as always. The moment he saw them together, Theodore felt a twinge of jealousy. He got out of the car and walked straight toward them. Spotting him, Victoria smiled and turned to Chloe. "See you tomorrow. Stay safe on your way home." "Will do, master," Chloe replied sweetly, then threw a glance at Theodore and teased. "See you tomorrow, master." Theodore walked over and casually pulled Victoria into his arms, his hand resting on her shoulder. He shot Chloe a look. Yep, there it was, the pouty, annoyed face he was waiting for. Feeling like he had just earned a small victory, he grinned as he led Victoria away, enjoying the moment. Once they were in the car, Victoria glanced at him sideways helplessly. Childish. Theodore just chuckled and didn't bother arguing. Immature? Whatever. As long as his girl was by his side, nothing else really mattered. They came back to their cozy little apartment in high spirits, even picking up a bunch of their favorite food on the way to celebrate. But as soon as they opened the door, boom, an unexpected guest was already there. So you really are living with her, Davina Chambers said coldly, frowning at the sight of them standing so close. Mom? What are you doing here? Theodore's smile vanished instantly. He knew her being here couldn't mean anything good. What, can't I stop by now? Davina arched an eyebrow, her tone full of judgment. You really plan on staying in a place like this long term? She gave the apartment a quick once-over, clear disdain in her eyes. Truth be told, the apartment was in a high-end complex, modern, spacious, totally decent. But Davina, used to her massive luxury estate, obviously saw it as beneath them. I'm actually really happy here, Mom. It's peaceful, Theodore said calmly, trying to avoid a head-on argument. Peaceful? Davina scoffed. What kind of peace can you have in a place like this? And don't tell me you're going to stay happy forever. She's living with you without a proper title, no commitment. What kind of woman does that? Do you actually take her seriously? Her eyes flicked to Victoria Ellis with contempt, clearly unwilling to even acknowledge her properly. Mom, Theodore's face darkened immediately. I've been keeping it civil out of respect, but if you keep talking like that, don't blame me for what comes next. You're seriously talking to me like this? Over her? Davina looked at him like she couldn't believe what she just heard. He didn't respond, but his silence spoke volumes. "Oh, that's just great," she said bitterly. "Guess my kids really are all grown up and ready to ditch their own mother." There was some genuine hurt in her voice, but it was mostly an act, meant to guilt him back to her side. Sadly for her, it wasn't working. Theodore didn't flinch, almost as if he didn't hear a thing. Left with no choice, she wiped at non-existent tears and switched tactics. "Come with me. I need to talk to you alone." Too bad for her, Theodore wasn't playing along. "Whatever it is, you can say it here. Victoria's not some outsider. I've got nothing to hide from her." He gave Victoria's hand a gentle squeeze, as if to comfort her. Victoria felt instantly warmed by his words. She'd been feeling a little tense, but now a wave of softness slipped into her chest. In return, she squeezed his hand back, eyes crinkling with a light, happy smile. They stood there, hands entwined, practically glowing with quiet joy. Compared to them, Davina looked like the villain out to wreck their fairy tale. Seeing their smiles and hearing what her son just said made Davina's chest tighten with anger. "Fine," she said through gritted teeth. "If she wants to hear it, then great. Might as well let her understand where she stands." She shot Victoria a sharp glance, her voice calm but loaded. "Theodore, you're the heir to the Chambers Group. You need to take some real responsibility now. You've already gone off track once. You can't afford to keep making the same mistake. As the heir to Chambers Group, you should be thinking about the company's future. A marriage alliance is what's best. You were young before, you didn't know any better. A wrong call back then is forgivable. But are you really going to make the same mistake twice?" Catherine Bond is an excellent young lady, very well bred. If she marries into our family, she could manage all the affairs at home and let you focus on your work without distractions. Davina Chambers tried to persuade him earnestly, as if she was doing it all for Theodore's sake. But Theodore Chambers didn't budge. "No matter what you say, I'm not marrying anyone else. The only person I want as my wife is Victoria." "You stubborn boy, why won't you just listen to me for once? Do you really think I'd harm you? In every way, Catherine is better than her. Your wife isn't just supposed to handle the house. She needs to hold her own socially, build connections for you. Catherine comes from a noble family. People respect her in any social setting. But Victoria, she's from a humble background, doesn't understand the rules of our circle, works in such an unlucky profession, and on top of that, her personality isn't exactly winning people over. Who would seriously take her seriously?" Davina was getting frustrated. Catherine clearly liked Theodore, and if he were to agree now, everything could be settled. But he just refused to go along with it. "My wife doesn't need to do anything for the company. She just needs to live her life the way she wants. Running Chambers Group is my responsibility, not hers. And I don't need a woman to help me navigate social circles," Theodore said firmly. You're going to be the death of me," Davina snapped. "I don't care what you say. I'll never accept her as part of this family. She can forget about stepping foot inside the Chambers household." She turned to look at Victoria, obviously hoping Victoria would have enough self-awareness to back off and leave voluntarily. But to her dismay, Victoria barely reacted. No change in expression, no words, as if Davina's words didn't even land. It felt like throwing a punch at air, pointless and frustrating. She couldn't do anything about her. If this had been the old Victoria, she would have been devastated by such words. Maybe even done exactly what Davina wanted and walked away. But she wasn't that girl anymore. She'd been through a lot and had grown into someone stronger, clearer about what she wanted. After everything Theodore had done for her, even risking his own life, how could she possibly leave him just because of someone else's opinion? You really think you can do whatever you want just because he's backing you? He's still young. He doesn't see your true intentions. But I do. I'm his mother, and I'm not going to watch him walk down the wrong path. You'd better give up on this right now. Stop hoping for something that was never meant to be. Davina directed her words straight at Victoria, since talking to her son was getting her nowhere. That's enough. Theodore's face darkened. I don't care if you approve or not. I'm marrying Victoria. We're going to get our marriage license soon, and Chambers' family status isn't something everyone's dying to have. If you won't let her come into our home, then I'll live with her outside of it. Now Davina Chambers was truly panicking. She really hadn't expected Theodore Chambers to stand so firm. Judging by what he just said, he was actually ready to cut ties with her and leave the Chambers family just so he could marry Victoria Ellis. Her lips trembled, words stuck in her throat. What had she done to end up like this? One after another, none of them gave her any peace of mind, and now they were all talking about walking away from the family? Had she really messed up somewhere? She couldn't help but start questioning herself. "I'll have someone drop you back," Theodore said, softening his tone a little when he saw how shaken she looked. He honestly didn't want things to get to this point with his mother, but she kept trying to force him to let go of the one he loved, insisting he marry someone he didn't even care about. If she wouldn't listen, then this was the only way left. "You're seriously going to throw away the whole Chambers family for that woman? Even your own parents?" Davina looked at him, hoping for a different answer. "If you leave me no choice, then yeah," Theodore pressed his lips together. His voice wasn't loud, but it was resolute. She could hear the finality in his words. Broken and unsure of what else to say, she gave up trying to convince him. All she could do was let Theodore arrange for her ride home. Once Davina left, Theodore turned toward Victoria, clearly uneasy, worried she might have been hurt by everything. "I'm sorry you had to go through that," he said, guilt flooding his eyes. He hadn't handled things well, hadn't protected her enough, and now she'd been dragged into this whole mess. Victoria just shook her head. "It's okay. Honestly, what people say is on them. It reflects who they are, not who I am. So why should I let it get to me?" Hearing that, Theodore looked at her in surprise. Somewhere along the way, she had grown so much. She was glowing now, absolutely radiant. He couldn't take his eyes off her. "I promise, nothing like that's going to happen again. After we get married, we can live elsewhere. You won't ever have to be around people or situations that make you uncomfortable," he said softly. No matter how brave Victoria seemed, he needed to care. He couldn't let her carry all that on her own. Even if she acted like it didn't bother her, knowing he cared only for her made her heart warm. "Okay," she replied with a small smile. "So does that mean you're saying yes?" Theodore perked up instantly, excitement lighting up his face. "Saying yes to what?" Victoria teased, raising her brows. He tensed for a second, then caught the playful glint in her eyes. She was messing with him. Without missing a beat, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her close. "You sure you want to play games right now? There's a price for guessing wrong," he murmured, eyes tracing from hers down to her nose, then her lips. Her lips were soft and pink, silently luring him in. Honestly, he didn't even want to wait for an answer. He just wanted to kiss her right then and there. Victoria picked up on his intention immediately and tried to back away. The last time he'd caught her like this, well, she remembered too well. She wasn't ready for a repeat. "Running? Too late," he grinned, lifting her clean off the floor with his hands gripping her waist. Feet dangling in the air, Victoria dared not move too much. To stop herself from falling, she wrapped her legs around his waist, clutching his neck tightly, which of course played right into Theodore's hands. "Theodore Chambers, cut it out!" Victoria Ellis struggled lightly, not daring to use too much force in case she fell. "Vicky, babe, been way too long." Theodore pulled her into his arms, refusing to let go. He'd been swamped with work since they last saw each other, and whether she was genuinely busy or just too shy, she hadn't shown up at the office once. He could only get by with texts, voice messages, and the occasional video chat to ease the constant longing. Finally seeing her again, he honestly felt like he'd been holding his breath this whole time. "Quit calling me that. Who's your babe?" Victoria turned red with frustration. Theodore grinned from ear to ear. Soon enough. Might as well get used to it early. With that, he scooped her up and strode into the bedroom. "You'd better stop right now. I have work tomorrow." Victoria quickly reached out, trying to stop him. The last thing she wanted was to be sore all day again. "I'll behave," he said, already laying her gently down on the bed before leaning over to kiss her. Victoria clutched his collar, the resistance in her hands slowly easing up. Theodore missed her like crazy, but honestly, hadn't she been missing him just as much? She was absolutely into this man. How could she really say no? Their kiss deepened, full of emotion from the days they'd spent apart. Neither wanted to pull away. Who knows how long it went on, but by the time it ended, Victoria's eyes were glossy and dazed, while Theodore's gaze burned with an intensity that hinted at just how tightly he was holding back. He still had enough self-control, though, to take things slow. No need to scare her. His kisses trailed lower, igniting her skin with heat, leaving a path from the corner of her mouth to her neck and down to her collarbone. His hand unfastened her shirt one button at a time, lips following closely behind. A cool breeze brushed her skin right before another warm kiss landed, making her shiver involuntarily. "Theo?" Her fingers slid into his hair as she breathed his name, unsure if she was asking him to stop or begging him to keep going. Hearing her trembling voice only spurred Theodore on. The contrast between her pale skin and the marks he left behind captivated him. That kind of contrast was downright intoxicating. "Don't be scared." His voice was low, soft, coaxing. Victoria's heart, once fluttering all over the place, finally settled as she let him guide her through the moment. Theodore had been holding back so long, but even then, he reminded himself of her early morning meeting. He restrained himself and only gave in to his desire twice before stopping. By the end, Victoria had fallen into a deep sleep. Theodore took a cold shower before returning to bed and pulling her into his arms. When morning came, Theodore opened his eyes to Victoria nestled quietly in his embrace. She looked peaceful, content, and he felt pure, simple joy. In that instant, he didn't want anything else. Just this moment of having her beside him was more than enough. Victoria slowly woke up, blinking as her eyes adjusted. The second she saw Theodore's face, everything from last night came crashing back. A rosy flush climbed up her face. Theodore looked at her shy expression and couldn't help but think she was absolutely adorable. After everything they'd shared, she still blushed like this every time. "I need to get up now or I'll be late," Victoria Ellis said as she glanced at Theodore Chambers. What she really meant was, he should step out for a bit so she could change. But Theodore acted like he didn't catch on at all, staying right where he was, looking at her calmly. "Theodore," her tone sharpened, clearly annoyed. She didn't buy that clueless act. He totally got her meaning. He was just playing dumb, that annoying man. Only when he noticed she was genuinely ticked off did Theodore lift both hands in mock surrender, finally getting up and heading out. His clothes were still in his own room anyway, so he needed to head back there to change. Victoria wasn't quite ready yet, so he figured he'd give her some space. She'd need time. Someday, she'd fully let him in. Watching Theodore saunter out so casually, Victoria muttered something under her breath, her ears flushing pink. She went to the bathroom first to freshen up before picking out her outfit and walking out of the bedroom. Theodore had already gotten himself ready and was in the kitchen making breakfast. Drawn by the smell and sound, Victoria trailed over to the kitchen doorway. As she saw Theodore busy flipping eggs, her eyes involuntarily softened with a hint of sweetness, even she didn't notice. "Just a sec. It'll be ready soon," he called out as he glanced back at her. With practiced ease, he slid the freshly fried egg onto a plate. He'd clearly gotten way more skilled in the kitchen compared to before. The eggs looked picture-perfect, golden and fragrant. The toast was just right too, crispy on the outside, soft on the inside. He made sure she didn't lift a finger, waving her over to wait at the dining table. "All right, it's been a while. See if I'm rusty," Theodore said, setting the nicely arranged breakfast down in front of her. Victoria took a bite of the egg first, the flavor rich but not greasy, a warm surprise that lit up her eyes. She nodded approvingly at him. Then she tried the toast, perfectly done. Crispy, warm, and just the right taste. "Not only are you not rusty, you've gotten better," she said, genuinely impressed. If she didn't know he'd been buried in work lately, barely getting any rest, she would have seriously suspected he'd been secretly practicing. Hearing her praise, Theodore smiled without holding back, the corners of his mouth lifting in quiet delight. After breakfast, he drove her to work like usual. Though reluctant to part, he finally went off to his office too. Life settled back into its gentle rhythm. Everything seemed perfect on the surface, peaceful and sweet, but neither of them noticed the shadows creeping quietly closer. At the Carter Villa, At first, Grace Chambers felt a little awkward crashing at someone else's house, but after tasting Henry Carter's cooking, yeah, that discomfort disappeared real quick. Now she kinda lived for dinner time. After eating, the two of them would head up to Henry's game room and chill with some games. They clicked surprisingly well, laughing and messing around like old friends. Partway through, Grace got thirsty, so she went to grab some drinks from the fridge. Thing was, Henry wasn't the kind to keep sugary drinks around. He was more of a coffee guy. The drinks in there had all been stocked by Catherine Bond. Grace randomly grabbed 2 bottles, handed one to Henry, and took a long gulp from hers. "Huh? What is this?" "It's actually really good," she said, then took another swig, clearly hooked. It had that perfect combo of sweet and tangy, totally her vibe. Seeing how much she liked it, Henry Carter took a sip too. It did taste pretty good, though it leaned a bit sweet for his usual taste. As someone who preferred bitter coffee, he thought it was just okay. "Where did you get this drink?" "I want to grab some for my office too," Grace Chambers asked, curious. But as she examined the bottle, she realized there wasn't a label on it. "Huh? Could this be homemade?" Grace muttered. She did know that Catherine Bond liked tinkering with this kind of stuff now and then. Henry guessed the same. Catherine must have brewed it herself and left it in the fridge. Since she'd gone on vacation, they ended up enjoying it instead. But now that they'd already opened it, there wasn't much they could do. He'd just have to make it up to her later. The two sat there sipping as they played video games. Between the excitement and the yelling, thirst kicked in fast, and before they knew it, they'd chugged down 2 whole bottles. "Wait, Henry, why do I see 2 of you?" Grace suddenly mumbled, staring slightly dazed. They were sitting on floor cushions barely a meter apart. Grace swayed as she tried to get up and leaned in to get a better look, but lost her balance and fell right into Henry's arms. Turns out what they had wasn't juice at all. It was Catherine's homemade wine. It tasted just like fruity soda at first. Sweet, tangy, no hint of alcohol, but it packed a major punch. Half a bottle could knock out a grown adult, let alone a whole one. Henry was drunk too, and had no time to react as Grace toppled onto him. The sudden weight made both of them collapse to the ground. Even half out of it, Henry instinctively reached out and cushioned her fall. A muffled grunt escaped him. Grace tried to scramble off in a panic, her limbs flailing, ending up landing on some places she really shouldn't have. "Stop moving," Henry said quickly, trying to keep the situation from spiraling. She looked up at him, her eyes glassy and hazy. From her angle, his lips looked like they were moving in slow motion, almost like they were calling to her. She swallowed hard, then leaned down and kissed him, completely on impulse. Henry wasn't so far gone that he'd lost all sense. Her sudden move hit him like a jolt, catching him completely off guard. But Grace didn't stop there. What started as a soft peck soon turned into her gently tugging on his lower lip, again and again, like she couldn't get enough. Henry was still a perfectly normal guy in his prime. There was no way he could just play dead during all this. And after everything that had happened between them lately, it wasn't like there weren't feelings under the surface already. Her kiss, plus the wine, it was like someone had just flipped the switch. That subtle crush between them, which they'd both been holding in, suddenly exploded. Before he knew it, Henry was kissing her back, really kissing her back. Things quickly got more intense, their arms wrapped tightly around each other, like they were trying to become one. Honestly, neither of them had planned for this. They'd been burying these feelings for a while, and now that the lid had finally popped off, it was like there was no stopping it. Just when things were getting out of hand, Henry Carter finally snapped back to his senses. Staring at Grace Chambers' closed eyes, he slowly ended the lingering kiss and gently pulled back. "Grace, do you even know who I am? Do you know what you're doing right now?" Grace opened her eyes slowly, still looking a little annoyed, like she was unhappy about him suddenly pulling away. Hearing his question, she turned sluggishly to glance at him, tilted her head in confusion, but didn't respond for a while. Henry could tell she was totally drunk. She probably had no idea what was going on. He let out a helpless chuckle, wanting to put some space between them. But Grace, all dazed and out of it, clung to him tightly and wouldn't let go. He didn't dare push her too hard, so he could only let her hang on to him like a clingy little koala. Henry respected her too much to take it any further, but man, it was torture. Grace wasn't exactly behaving either. Every now and then she'd nuzzle against him, and he had to grit his teeth just to hold himself together. Honestly, he was starting to worry he might snap if this went on much longer. Thankfully, Grace eventually dozed off and finally calmed down. She stopped moving, and Henry, who'd been tensed up the whole time, was wiped out too. Afraid of waking her up, he kept still and eventually drifted off as well. Meanwhile, Catherine Bond and Simon Thompson came back earlier than planned. They noticed something was off. There were signs someone had been in the house, but they couldn't find Henry anywhere, which was weird. Catherine finally heard sound effects from a game console coming from the basement, and that's how they found Henry and Grace. The two were lying face to face on their sides, with Grace curled up in Henry's arms and his arms wrapped around her. They looked closer than close. From their angle, though, Grace had her back turned to them, her face hidden by her hair, so Catherine didn't recognize her. But one thing was clear. Henry had brought a girl home, and judging by this level of closeness, they weren't just friends. Thankfully, both of them were fully dressed, nothing inappropriate going on, so it wasn't awkward. Still, Catherine knew Henry wasn't the type to mess around. That meant this girl had to be his girlfriend. But when did he start dating? She hadn't noticed any signs at all. Didn't he just get over Victoria Ellis? Or maybe. But looking at the girl's figure, it didn't seem like her. Catherine had seen online that Theodore and Victoria were back together, and figured Henry must have been hurt by that, which was why she rushed back early. What she didn't expect was to walk in on this scene. Could it be that Henry had already moved on and was ready to start fresh? If so, she was genuinely happy. She liked Victoria, sure, but relationships can't be forced. Victoria and Theodore were clearly in love. Henry never had a real chance. So if he was finally letting go, that would save him from a lot of unnecessary pain. Now she was curious. Who was this girl? What kind of person could get this close to Henry so quickly? Not only did he bring her home, but brought her straight to his secret hangout spot. If she remembered correctly, aside from Victoria, Grace was the only other girl Henry had ever brought here. "What's going on?" Simon asked, seeing Catherine frozen at the door. "Shh, keep your voice down. Don't wake them," Catherine said softly, putting a finger to her lips. Simon Thompson peeked inside out of curiosity, then his eyes went wide in disbelief. Words almost slipped out of his mouth. Catherine Bond quickly reached over, clamped a hand over his mouth, and dragged him back out. "What the hell did I just see?" Simon looked totally stunned. This really didn't seem like something Henry Carter would do. But Simon was always the chill type. He trusted that Henry wouldn't cross the line. As long as both people were into it, then whatever. "I have no idea either. We'll have to wait for them to wake up to figure it out," Catherine said with a shrug. She was just as curious. Who was the girl with Henry? Nobody knew how much time had passed before Henry finally woke up. His arm was numb from being pinned under Grace Chambers. He shifted slightly, feeling the weight and prickly sensation, then turned to look at her. The memories from the night before came flooding back, clear as day. Honestly, he was kind of annoyed at how sharp his memory was. He'd been drunk. How was he still remembering everything so freaking clearly? Henry knew he wasn't totally gone last night. Buzzed, sure, but not out of his mind. He had been aware. And not only did he go along with Grace, he'd even gotten into it. The more it happened, the more he was drawn in. He couldn't pretend like he'd been forced. If anything, he was the one leaning in by the end. Only now was he finally starting to see the bigger picture, realizing just how much Grace had gotten under his skin. Somewhere along the line, he'd started falling for her. Her presence had become something he subconsciously relied on, and when she got close like that, he didn't reject her at all. He felt a wave of frustration hit him, at himself. How could he be so slow? Why did it take all this for him to figure out his feelings for her? If not for the drunken blur, if not for that kiss she gave him, how long would he have kept ignoring what was right in front of him? Henry had always been a step behind when it came to feelings, always just a little too late. If realizing this had taken any longer, he might have lost his chance altogether. Thinking about it now, he was almost grateful. That random drunk night had brought clarity he wouldn't have reached otherwise. But he didn't know what was on Grace's mind. Had she felt the same building connection over time? Was that why she kissed him after drinking? Or had she just been too wasted to know what was happening? Of course, he hoped it was the first case. But what if it wasn't? He looked at the still sleeping Grace with a tangled gaze. They'd had 2 of these accidents, both times after drinking. The first time, neither of them remembered anything, not even whether something really happened. But the second time? He remembered everything but had no clue if she did. Quietly, he watched her, tracing her face with his eyes. Normally, he wouldn't dare stare like this. At most, he'd sneak a glance. Looking at her now, he realized just how beautiful she really was, like a painting come to life. So breathtaking it almost didn't feel real. Henry suddenly realized he'd always been kind of drawn to Grace without even knowing it. The way she talked passionately about design, the carefree attitude she had when gaming, and the way her eyes lit up while eating, it had all stuck in his mind for a while now. He couldn't stop staring at her. Time slipped away, and even the numbness in his arm didn't register. Grace woke up, eyes meeting Henry's completely focused gaze. She blinked, trying to figure out if this was reality or just some weird dream. Wait, if this was real, why was she lying next to Henry Carter? But if it was a dream, why was it so vivid? She instinctively shifted back, putting some space between them. That movement sent a jolt of pain through Henry's arm. He let out a low grunt. Grace's eyes widened as she realized she'd been using his arm as a pillow the whole time. No wonder it went numb. Everything felt way too real to be fake. She quietly pinched herself. The sting told her loud and clear, this wasn't a dream. Yeah, she really did end up in bed with Henry Carter. Again. She sat up, eyes falling on the empty bottles nearby, and just like that, it all came rushing back. That wasn't juice last night. They were drinking actual alcohol, and strong stuff at that. They'd both gotten completely wasted. And after that, oh no. Her memory pieced together bit by bit. Unlike last time when everything was a blur, this time she remembered everything crystal clear. She'd kissed him first, completely wasted, and he didn't push her away. He even kissed her back. So that must mean, was Henry into her too? Grace started, not quite sure how to bring it up. You remember too, right? Henry didn't leave room for her to avoid it. He just came straight out with it. He was nervous as hell, though. What if she didn't feel the same? If she didn't, well, putting it all out there meant he'd be shutting the door behind himself. No turning back. But he'd already missed one chance. He wasn't going to screw it up twice, no matter what. He had to put his heart on the table. Grace couldn't play dumb anymore after that. She gave a small nod. We drank last night. But I wasn't out of it. I knew exactly what I was doing, Henry said bluntly. Grace's head snapped toward him, heart thudding. What did he mean by that? He knew? He was sober enough to make a choice, and he still kissed her back? Did that mean, I like you, for real, Henry said, as if he could read her mind. Wait, what? He likes her? Since when? Why? Her brain flooded with questions, all piling up too fast to untangle. First, it was your work. I really liked your designs and how you saw art. Then it was our conversations. I loved how we could talk about anything. And when you play games, whether you're celebrating or raging about losing, I like all of it. Henry was basically reading her mind again. He answered everything she didn't even know how to ask yet. No holding back, just saying it all. Grace sat there, stunned. She could tell he wasn't joking. He wasn't messing around. He genuinely liked her. And not just the outer stuff. He liked all of her. Henry had been so real and open about how he felt. But what about her? Did she like him back? Grace Chambers couldn't help but question herself. Grace had been mulling over this question for what felt like forever, so long that Henry was starting to lose hope. It's okay. You don't have to feel pressured, even if you don't like me, Henry said, trying to keep his tone light, though the disappointment tugged at his chest. No, that's not it. I do like you, Grace blurted out before she could stop herself, unable to bear the look of quiet hurt on his face. Henry froze, staring at her as if he wasn't sure if he'd heard right, like he wanted to believe it, but was afraid it was all in his head. I like you too, Grace continued, her voice a little softer now. The time she'd spent with him had been some of her happiest in a while. He got her in a way that few people ever had, like a mind reader who knew exactly what she needed and when. And his cooking? Honestly, she could eat his food all day. She had to admit it, she was definitely into him. She just wasn't sure how deep those feelings went yet. Wait, really? Henry's eyes lit up, his mood swinging from crushed to hopeful in a split second. He looked at her like he was afraid he might have misheard, clinging to confirmation. When Grace gave a little nod, he finally relaxed, a big smile breaking across his face. "So, would you be my girlfriend?" Henry asked, hope written all over his face. Grace nodded again. Henry grinned like a kid with an unexpected gift, clearly overwhelmed and not knowing what to do with himself in that moment. Seeing him like this, Grace actually felt more calm. "I'm kinda hungry," she said on purpose, mostly just to give him something to focus on, not that she was starving or anything. "I'll cook something right now." Henry jumped into action. They walked out of the room together, only to freeze as they stepped into the living room. There stood Catherine Bond and Simon Thompson, waiting, too late to sneak back now. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Carter," Grace greeted politely, managing to keep her cool. "Mom? Dad? When did you guys get back?" Henry asked, eyes wide in surprise. Wow. No heads up, no text. They totally caught him off guard. Judging from their timing, they probably saw everything too. "We just got back." "Henry, Grace, what's going on here?" Catherine looked just as shocked. She hadn't expected the girl with her son to be Grace. That familiar figure made more sense now. No wonder she'd had a déjà vu moment earlier. But how did she not put two and two together right away? When had these two even met? What had happened while she was gone? Catherine's mind was spinning with questions. "Mom, Dad, Grace and I, we like each other. We're dating," Henry said after glancing at Grace to make sure she was okay with him saying it. "Seriously?" Catherine Bond's reaction was almost a copy of Henry Carter's earlier one. Straight-up disbelief, followed by a need for confirmation. "Yeah, we're dating now." Henry squeezed Grace Chambers' hand as he spoke, firm and with a soft smile that gave him away. Grace gave his hand a gentle squeeze back, then looked up at him quietly. Seeing their exchange, Catherine could tell they were truly into each other. That instantly put her at ease. She had secretly worried that after getting turned down by Victoria Ellis, Henry might have rushed into a rebound relationship. But now, seeing that his girlfriend was Grace, and that they were genuinely interested in each other, she knew that wasn't the case. And Catherine had always known Grace. She liked her. Smart, grounded, loyal, what's not to love? In her eyes, Grace was a great match for Henry. "This is wonderful. I'm so happy. Grace is such a great girl. I've always liked her," she said cheerfully. "Henry, you better hold on tight. Girls like her don't come around often. If you mess this up, you're gonna kick yourself." She stepped closer and took Grace's hand warmly. "Grace, you and I go way back. Don't worry, we'll always be on your side. If Henry ever ticks you off, just come to me. I'll make sure he hears it." Then she added with a chuckle, "But honestly, not to brag on his behalf, Henry's a good guy. He'll treat you right, you'll see." Grace nodded politely and smiled a bit. "Thank you, Mrs. Bond." "I just found out about you two being together," Catherine said, as if remembering something. "I haven't been to the Chambers place in a while. Maybe I should stop by soon and talk with your mom about your relationship." She had no clue that Grace and Henry had only just started dating. Seeing them lying together earlier, she'd assumed they'd been dating for a while already. From her perspective, Henry wouldn't date someone like Grace unless he was serious, like marriage serious. So as far as Catherine was concerned, it was only natural for both families to meet up sooner rather than later. Especially since the guy's side, her side, should show more initiative. That all made perfect sense. But the truth was, things hadn't progressed that far yet. Grace and Henry had just gotten together, and real talk, Grace wasn't even on good terms with her mom right now. She'd left home after a fight, so obviously this wasn't the right moment. And if Davina Chambers found out about all this, there was no guarantee she'd be cool with it. She already knew about whatever had gone down between Henry and Victoria, and judging by what she thought back then, that Henry was Victoria's rebound after she left Theodore Chambers, or even worse, someone she cheated with, that wasn't going to help his case now. How was Davina going to react if she learned her daughter was dating this same guy? Plus, Grace herself wasn't sure how long she and Henry would even last. They'd literally just started dating, and this whole situation was already getting intense. All those thoughts swirled in Grace's mind, making her hesitate. Henry noticed. Her expression gave it away and it stung a bit. But he got it. She probably didn't see them as a sure thing yet, maybe just testing the waters. After all, when you've once loved someone that deeply, it's not easy to throw your heart into something new right away. Mom, we just got together not long ago. Could you give us a little more time? Henry Carter spoke up, not wanting to put Grace Chambers in a tough spot. Catherine Bond had been about to say something, but when she caught Henry giving her a meaningful look, she quickly figured it out. It wasn't really his idea. Clearly, Grace still had some hesitation, so she swallowed her words and chose to let it go. All right then. Grace is a wonderful girl, so you better treat her well. If I ever hear you're making her upset, don't blame me for coming after you, she warned. Henry immediately nodded. Don't worry, Mom. I'd never do anything to hurt her. He turned to look at Grace as he spoke. She met his gaze, and though they didn't say a word, the look they exchanged said everything. That's more like it, Catherine said with a satisfied smile. Grace, you haven't eaten yet, right? Come on, let's snack on some fruit while we wait for the food. I'll have these two go cook, she added, pulling Grace over to the sofa and motioning for Henry and Simon Thompson to head to the kitchen. Simon gave her a fond look before heading off with Henry. The warmth in this home made Grace feel a little envious. When she thought about it, moments like these were rare in her own family. Her mother, Davina Chambers, was always criticizing, always demanding perfection from them, but never really paid attention to how they felt. The pressure at home was constant. When they achieved something, it was just expected. When they failed, it meant they hadn't tried hard enough and there'd be a consequence. Her father, Carlos Chambers, was always buried in work, barely home, and even when he was, he never really stepped in. After Theodore Chambers took over at work, he was constantly traveling to different branches across the country. But Grace figured he probably just couldn't stand the stifling vibe at home either, which was why he stayed away as much as he did. What she couldn't wrap her head around was why their mother kept pushing this whole arranged marriage thing. I mean, didn't she and Dad end up in one themselves? And they weren't exactly happy. Even though she'd known Catherine Bond for a long time, things felt a little awkward now with the shift in their relationship. Luckily, Catherine had a knack for creating a warm, friendly atmosphere, and Grace wasn't the type to get hung up on things too much. Soon enough, they were laughing and chatting about all the silly stuff Henry had done as a kid, which helped Grace understand him better. After dinner, though, Grace said she wanted to head home. She'd been staying here a while, and it started to feel like overstaying her welcome. Now that Catherine and Simon were back, and especially since the troublemaker now knew about her and Henry, she figured it was better to leave. You're leaving already? Is something bothering you here? Tell me, I can have someone take care of it. Or is it because we came back and made you uncomfortable? Don't worry about us. You're always welcome here, Catherine said, trying to convince her to stay. Please, Mrs. Bond, don't worry. It's nothing like that. I've just been out of the house for a while now, and I guess it's time to go back. Otherwise, my mom might start freaking out, Grace explained. She was an adult now. She couldn't just act on impulse forever. It was time to be a little more responsible. Well, all right, I won't push you to stay, but make sure you come by often, okay? You're always welcome here, Catherine said, giving in. After saying goodbye to Catherine Bond and Simon Thompson, Henry Carter drove Grace Chambers back to her place. You're really sure about going back? He asked, glancing over with a worried look on the road. He knew she'd left after a fight with Davina Chambers. Now that she was going back, he wasn't sure things would be any better. Yeah, it's my home after all, and with your own mom, it's never completely unsolvable, Grace answered calmly. It had been a while. Hopefully, her mom had cooled off by now. Henry clearly didn't want to part with her. What should have taken 30 minutes ended up being an hour. Grace wasn't dumb. She caught on, and the thought warmed her a little. When they got to the door, Henry was still holding her hand tightly, not quite ready to let go. But that's all he did. He didn't try to kiss her or make a move. He was still a bit reserved since they'd only just started dating. "We'll see each other soon. It's not like it's hard to meet up whenever we want," Grace said, comforting him a bit. They said goodbye at the entrance, and Henry waited until he saw her enter before finally driving off. Grace breathed a sigh of relief that her mother hadn't witnessed that little moment. Otherwise, there'd be a whole round of interrogation waiting for her. Before she even reached the living room, she heard laughter, her mother's no less. So much for missing her. Apparently, Davina wasn't the least bit concerned when she ran off. Actually sounded like she was having a great time. Grace clenched her fingers unconsciously, the disappointment creeping in. She also heard another woman's voice in the living room, and her brows immediately pinched together before she walked in. "Grace, you're home," Davina said, quickly getting up. They'd had a big argument before Grace left, and afterward, Davina didn't go looking for her. She just kept tabs secretly to make sure she was safe. She regretted overreacting, but her pride kept her from reaching out first. Now that Grace was really back, she finally felt relieved. Lydia Bond stood as well, eyes scanning Grace from head to toe. Seeing how stunningly beautiful Grace was, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. She tried to hide it, but Grace caught that flicker right away. "Mom, who's this?" Grace asked, raising an eyebrow. What else had gone down while she was gone? "Oh, look at me. Got so caught up I forgot to introduce you to," Davina said, snapping out of it. "Grace, this is Lydia Bond, the eldest daughter of the Bond family. She just got back from abroad. Lydia, this is my daughter, Grace Chambers, Theodore's sister." Davina didn't spell it out, but Grace wasn't dumb. She could tell right away, another matchmaking setup for Theodore Chambers. Grace rolled her eyes inwardly. First it was Isabella Waters, now Lydia. She actually started feeling bad for her little brother. One was fake sweet and innocent, now comes another who clearly wore a mask. Lydia didn't give her a good vibe at all. Who knew what mess she might stir up? Grace had never been one to play nice if she didn't like someone, so she didn't bother putting on a friendly face for Lydia either. "Mom, maybe you shouldn't just bring anyone home so casually. You remember what happened last time," Grace Chambers said, clearly referring to what Isabella Waters had done before.